Donc avec cette plateforme, vraiment, ça nous a relevé de nos défis. On a trouvé un financement avec la MINUSMA, on a fait beaucoup de sensibilisation, ça m'a permis d'être conseillère municipale parce qu'elle nous a formés sur le leadership. Mon domaine, en tout cas, d'innovation, ça a été spécifiquement au niveau des femmes et des enfants. Depuis que j'ai fini mes études, c'était mon choix.
La principale vocation, vraiment, c'est de travailler pour réussir. Je suis en train de griller de l'arachide pour le transformer en pâte. On est handicapé, le handicap ne nous empêche pas de travailler. On a les capacités. On est avec Tata. On a un grand espoir.
Ma fierté, c'est le changement que je vois. Et aujourd'hui, je vois le changement de comportement. Je vois le changement dans leur participation à la vie publique. Le ravage que fait le Covid dans nos familles, vu la place des femmes, la propriété et le respect des règles d'hygiène dans une famille, je me suis dit pourquoi ne pas initier un grand nombre d'associations féminines à la fabrication de...
L'école est un part pour barrer la route à ces djihadistes et ensuite empêcher ces enfants d'être enrôlés dans les structures de banditisme, groupes armés. Le secret au niveau de ma famille, c'est que nous sommes solidaires.
Ce qui symbolise beaucoup, c'est le travail. Moi, je pense que c'est le travail. Elle travaille dur, parce qu'elle se bat toujours, elle a toujours le projet dans la tête.
Donc, je pense, j'ai ce choix de me battre, de réussir et pour pouvoir gagner. Je ne gagne pas tout le temps, mais je ne me décourage pas.
Burkina Faso and in media. This is Report West Africa, where you not only get to see some of the big stories in Africa, but this week you also get to hear the backstory and the circumstances surrounding these stories. My name is Blessings Musu, and I am Lulu.
I'm in to this program, where we're staying here in Nigeria, where the death of two teenagers have sparked outrage as a result of bullying. We'll be right back. The case of bullying. Of course, the producer is going to play a report now. Then after that, we're going to discuss more and dissect the issue of bullying, especially cases of teenagers who died as a result of bullying in Nigeria.
The internet sent into a frenzy on 30th November 2021 after the news surrounding the controversial death of Sylvester Oromade, a 12-year-old boy from South Extraction in Nigeria, came to light. Sylvester, a student of Bone College situated in Lekki, a suburb of Lekki State in the southwest region of the country, was allegedly beaten to death by senior students at school after his refusal Response Group. Parents' accounts from the circle corroborate the allegation.
My back, my chest, everywhere. It was on Monday, 11 and 12. That was the kind of indoors. That he didn't play ball, he didn't go to any field. That was in his room, with his legs, sleeping on his bed. They walked into the room, they put off the lights, they beat him, then he fell from his bed, they started mashing it with the leg.
He was my friend. Before I started complaining of leg pain, he told me he had muscle pull. So I carried him, he and his best friend Alex, we carried him to the sick bay. And we brought someone for me from the cafeteria.
The church of Big 5 o'clock would come down. He's one of the bad boys.
Yes.
And the parents child when they begin to pick them. And they did not train the.
I think they said one of the boys ran out of school.
Equal to the ugly incident, the Lagos State the indefinite closure of the school as it currently begins investigation into the matter. Austin's death has, however, continued to generate widespread criticism on social media platforms, leading to numerous demands including #justice from Sylvester. The parents of one of the alleged culprits have denied claims of their son's involvement, while the school has released a statement pledging to support the police investigation. Will justice eventually take its course? Will the perpetrators of these heinous acts be brought to book? These and other questions are on the lips of many. Time, they say, will tell. Ni Omoni, News Central.
In the case of 12-year-old Sylvester Omoni, Lagos who attended Durham College, he was allegedly bullied to death. Now, this is just one of the cases that have woke up during time. There's another case of Karen Mapok, who also was bullied at that time but didn't make the limelight, and that is what we're focusing on today. Bullying is becoming a very big issue.
And it has become a cause of concern.
Yeah, it is because when I was in school, I remember there was a kid out there always constantly being bullied. You would meet them in the bathroom, beating them up, taking his lunch, and so many things. I didn't experience that because I would say I had it better because when I got to secondary school, I was very also had ed boys in school. But these days, it has become a very, very big issue. And
it has always been an age-long thing, but now it's becoming more life-threatening than it used to be, and it's something that should, raise concern.
And this concerns everybody, it affects everybody. Truth be told, we've all experienced bullying one way or the other, either as the victim or as the bully. In fact, in a study conducted, it was reported that almost 4 in every 5 participants, that's 78%, reported being bullied, and 85% of the children admitted to bullying others at one point. So today on Report West Africa, we'll be looking at this unhealthy culture of bullying and addressing the questions left hanging in our minds. And joining us to analyze the many issues raised by these happenings is journalist David Andine, and of course we're expecting a freelance editor Mark Ekuno in the course of the show.
Yes, but in the meantime, thank you for joining us, David.
How do you? So, David, you broke the case of Karen and you brought it to limelight, a case of a 14-year-old girl who schools in Abuja Premier Academy to be precise, and died of sepsis. Now, for those who don't know, sepsis is an inflammation of the body caused by an infection. Now, you broke the case. Now, these 2 cases happened in the school. Poses the question of whether schools are losing their primary responsibility of adequately looking out for the children. David, is there any truth in this?
Well, first of all, I'll just quickly point out that technically I did actually read the story. The story came out in June, and it actually received quite a bit of coverage. But the school in question, at Premier Academy in Abuja, did a very good job of suppressing the story. The school actually went out and hired an expensive PR agency for PR Redline to sort of control the narrative up until recent. So we wanted until I went out and independently covered the story in the manner that I do, then they weren't able to control the narrative. That's how I was getting this conflict. Now, specifically in this case, it's very fair to say that the school has absolutely not lived up to its responsibility of care to students. If for nothing else, for the fact that a student, a 14-year-old girl, has died in this horrific manner, right, in your school, and what you are most concerned about the immediate aftermath of her death is how to ensure that things keep on moving on. Students keep on paying their school fees, lessons go on. There's zero attempts to cooperate with the authorities, to speed up, to expedite the investigation, to find out what has happened. Has there been a systemic failing here? What exactly is it that has happened here? There's no attempt to do that. Everybody's trying to move on quickly. Right? So that tells any observer that the first priority of the school is not to take care of the students who parents are entrusted to it, merely to make money, to keep the operations going. And then for the fact the girl's mother has gone to she's had the case at the time was with the FCT, and the FCT absolutely very clear to the Down College case, the Sylvester. This is a school where family fees are in excess of $1 million. So a session of 3 times, I think they more than $3 million to cheap, right? And we're talking about basic as complete CCTV coverage across the boarding house. We have it. So it's for lack of money that school didn't have this thing. It's not for lack of money, it's not for lack of resources, it's not for lack of ability that it didn't have these things. But it's the case that it is someone's money-making machine. So run as cheap as possible, make the fees as high as possible, so that you can profit from the spread. It's just a business, right? And one of the more disappointing things for me personally in the aftermath of all of this is that conversation that I was hoping that this day would spark, right, in terms of this culture that exists within the so-called Nigerian schools. Because for a long time there's been a misconception that these problems don't exist at a certain level in Nigerian society. That if your child is school against then things like, that sort of extreme don't exist. Actually, they do, and I was hoping that this will start the conversation. Instead, was that even within the parents of Down College itself, I was reading a statement from an executive member of the parents' forum yesterday. Her name is Aitwa Scholar Olabijo. And she said, look, that we should withdraw our kids from this school, but I don't think this is the best thing to do at this time. That, the school is very good in academics. At this point, a child died. And what the parent is most concerned about is that in academics, why something like yes.
Before we go into the parental aspect of it, you mentioned something about the school doing a good job hiring a PR agent to cover up the whole story. Why would they want to cover up the story? Whose integrity are they trying to protect? Is it that of the school or that of the parents?
It's obviously it is that of the school. So I have a background in marketing and PR. I used to work in PR quite segued into journalism. So I quite a significant network within that space, which is how come I got to know what agency was hired and what their brief was. The brief of this PR agency was not just to strategically tap down on the story to make the story as have as little impact as possible, to also strategically misdirect the inquiry of journalists. So, for example, when the autopsy reports came out, the autopsy report has still not been made public by the police, by the way. So when it came out and the police were playing games, and the police allowed the school access to the autopsy reports, but didn't allow the girls and mother to have access to the autopsy reports. You still not coming out in news then that Karen Apu Shafaga died of complications relating to diabetes, which is a very clever misdirection, because it's like saying that I want to stab someone, the person died, right? But you now say that that person's cause of death is excessive blood loss. Instead of I Because yes, technically, the cause of death was complications linked to diabetes, but those complications, the complications that were as a result of sepsis. But we were feeding the media that this thing, this narrative of diabetes. So if you check all the news reports from June to date that mention the cause of death, you see diabetes. You will never see sepsis. So that's what Pierre was doing. So it's always that the school has hired them to protect its own reputation by inferring that this girl died or something that had nothing to do with them. So please stop mentioning our name.
From David, from several implications now, we can see that negligence plays a big part in some of these stories. And then I want to know, in the area of licensing educational institutions to operate whether day or boarding system in secondary schools, what would you say is the responsibility of the government?
So this is a difficult question that you just asked, because normally the answer that I'm supposed to give is that there should be heightened regulation, there should be increased regulation, the government should be more stringent about the conditions that must be satisfied before such licenses are given out. However, in practice, we know that this being Nigeria, the last thing we want to do is give the government even more power than it already has, especially in a sector like education, which has been fundamentally and woefully mismanaged by the government. I mean, the very fact that these schools exist is itself an indictment on the government, that the best schools in Nigeria are the schools that the government has nothing to do with, and that you have to pay through the nose. So this is the case also. In for example, the very best schools, your Eastons and your Harrows, are government owned. They're not private. But in Nigeria, it's the other way around, because the government is that important. So it's a very difficult question to ask. How do you ask an competent regulator to do better at regulation, such that the private entities that is regulating do better at their job? That's the problem. There is no regulation, and the person that the entity whose job it should be to do regulation, your work is even that you shouldn't give that entity more power than it already has. You want that entity to stay out of the way as much as possible, which then gives the private entities, such as Darwin College and Premier Academy, free license to do what they want. And then as a parent, you have to hope that they do everything they do in good faith, that they actually care about your children and not just about the school fees that you are paying.
So David, what you're trying to say in essence is that yes, the government has a role to play, the parents also have their own role to play, and everyone has a role to play. We're going to take more of that, and of course look on the roles of parents in this matter right after this break.
Thanks for staying with us. You're still watching Report Desk Africa. And before we went on the break, we had David Hundeyin with us, and he's still with us. And we're joined again by Mike Ekuno. Thank you very much for joining us, Mr. Mike.
Thanks.
It's good to have you on the show finally. Now, of course, we're discussing bullying, and from record, you were part of some of the few parents that actually withdrew their children from school. In fact, you posted the letter you wrote to the school before withdrawing your child. Now, what about parents? We've talked about the government, we've talked about the school. What about parents? Don't they have a role to play in curbing bullying in the society? Because it is perceived as if it's a case of pushing their responsibility to the school.
Yeah, thanks for that question. Parents do have a role in that for curbing bullying in schools. Because for all you know, the senior students who are mostly the culprits in bullying, they are not given birth to by spirits, by ghosts. They have parents. And in some cases, you have parents who complain of their children being bullied, having seniors who are also bullying juniors in another school or in the same school. So, it's a question of at some point, definitely at some point, you must have a junior student. And the junior student that only sought to become a senior. So if the same parent that has juniors, but also have seniors. So what parents, we have to come back to the way saying, do unto others, so you like them, do unto you. So parents do not think, in so many occasions that people came in, find that the parents of seniors just remain unconcerned when bullying is being discussed, forgetting that those seniors were juniors at some point, and probably they still have children at home who will become juniors someday. So apart from that, the major motivation for bullying is the feeling that there will be no consequence. Whether you're talking of the school system or the larger society. So if parents begin to inculcate the values of, consequence, that there's consequence to good action and there's consequence to bad action, and it will reduce the impunity with which some of these operate. There's been a news report in the blog about how one of the bullies were done, boasting about what his father can do and what his father knows. If it is true, when such a boy does not get to hear such arrogant discussions in the family circle, he will not be in a position to boast and to use it as a support that my daddy is highly committed, nothing will come in.
Mr. Just to pick on one of the points you mentioned now, that what both the senior and by parents. Some of the when we visited the Durham College, and some of the angry mothers that were there mentioned the fact that in fact most students, most of them are unruly and they can't be controlled. Now, would we also say that parents have a role to play in this? Yes, they've handed over their rights or their responsibility to the school now to do. What specifically should they do more? Because they spend almost half of their time in a day with the teachers rather than the parents.
Oh yeah, before they become boarding house students, they probably came from homes. And we're talking about the ages of from that to maybe up to 10 years. So within that period, psychologists and child development experts tell you that's when characters are formed. So times they are mostly with their parents because there are not many boarding primary schools and it has not become a part of the country. So most boys and girls at home, they are with their parents. So that's the time to begin to inculcate the values, and I call it confidence. It's just pay. How people pay for what they have done, whether at home or at school.
Right.
So that's
okay. We about time. I'll stay on that. You mentioned consequences, but I want to bring David in at this point. David, I'll bring you on this point. I mentioned consequences. The case of Sylvester and Karen are the few cases of bullying that didn't fall through the back. Now, there is a sign of hope in this case, as the House of Representatives ordered Inspector General to take up the investigation. But then it seems like there's a setback because from the school, Durham College, release and their release, we see that they're the fact that the leader was injured while playing football, and that was what he said before he died. So how do you think that justice will be served in this case? Wouldn't all of this just be swept under the rug?
Well, the parents, people of some related injuries attack, such as described. I think what is to hang on the very last minute, to deny all liability as long as possible, and hoping that this will basically go away. And you also remember that it's happened in Nigeria, where there is a very clear and egregious case of the human rights violation just like this. And the perpetrators are people who are linked to power, or people who are linked to power, have interest in making it go away. What they want to do is simply deny it and then string it out as long as possible, so as to frustrate the entities of the other side.
So that we can get results apparently. Now, in 30 seconds, Mr. Ekubo, what do you mean the recommendations to help cut bullying? Now, not just in tertiary, but specifically in secondary schools, not in secondary schools.
Yeah, these are children that are growing up from impressionable ages, teenagers, and what have you. In secondary schools, the juniors should have an exclusive because most of bullying takes in the hostels, and that's where the masters, the tutors are not around. It's after school hours. So one, the juniors should be put in hostels where if it's just one, it will be only just 1 and 2 students alone. Then among themselves, they can elect a house, two, have masters on house to that duty.
About the school, you should link into that. So yes, that's how for you to take.
Join us time. Let's take 30 minutes at time. And certainly get ready to more hot gist across Africa.
Thank you very much for joining us. Thanks for speaking.
And I
see you.
Are constantly on the lookout for how to transition from pencil on paper to digital art. On such engine social media sites, one can find such queries such as transition from drawing on paper to digital medium. Why is digital drawing harder than pencil? Can I draw? Do I need paper-based drawing skill before learning digital drawing or painting? This is something 20-year-old Cameroonian Felix Foucault figured out for himself. Foucault not only designed the mascot for the 2022 African Cup of Nations, but he also created a series of digital stickers representing Cameroonian culture for WhatsApp and Telegram. He says the ease of digital technology is allowing him to perfect his craft and jumpstart his career. It includes collaboration with artists from within and outside the continent.
Et les jeunes passent sur papier. Et c'était compliqué au début parce qu'il fallait acheter du matériel, il fallait se former, c'était très compliqué. Ce qui fait qu'avec le temps, et avec l'arrivée d'Internet, au Cameroun, l'arrivée des réseaux sociaux, j'ai rendu compte de l'opportunité de se former soi-même, chercher des tutoriels, sur YouTube, chercher des vidéos de formation. Et c'est un petit ainsi que je me suis retrouvé dans le numérique.
In recent times, art is gradually moving to digital art, not only because it's easy painting, but because it allows them to create art easily and also share their work more.
Assez facilement, aussi de partager encore plus facilement son travail. Ça permet aujourd'hui d'être plutôt carré, de travailler avec quelqu'un qui est peut-être en Allemagne, au Japon, aux États-Unis. Donc, ça rend plus d'opportunités. Comparé à une personne qui va travailler peut-être sur traditionnel, qui a des difficultés à porter son travail, le numérique est facile.
Cultural and creative industries, the first sectors shut down their doors in response to the COVID-19 pandemic. One day, the artistic director of Wanda Studio, Bibom, a graphic designer, adds that work from home another wave of opportunity for creative artists.
Les artistes étaient obligés de chez eux, étaient obligés de travailler du point de vue depuis leur bureau à la maison. Donc cela donne aussi une grande ouverture parce que là on a découvert plusieurs sites internet sur lesquels l'artiste peut rester chez lui et puis il gagne sa vie.
But despite the excitement and opportunities digital art brings, also varying changes.
Traditionnels sont...
Mark Menges says winning in paper and leather is mostly tied to cost.
Les outils traditionnels sont plus coûteux. Sont plus coûteux comparé avec ce qu'on peut faire avec l'Amérique. Parce que bon, quand tu réfléchis à les couleurs que tu dois acheter, les formats, les bics, les pinceaux, tout ça est déjà disponible dans le logiciel que vous utilisez dans l'ordinateur et ça rend les choses vraiment faciles.
If you're looking to get into digital art, you can draw some inspiration from these Brazilian artists. Think it as the work you could buy.
Ever since the impact of COVID-19 started businesses, it became very clear that in order to survive, businesses will need to evolve. Food business is very important here in Africa. Today, I am standing at one of the fastest growing restaurants that offer what I call tasty. I am Joe Hamden. Welcome to Zero to Lunch. This will be our second home. Let's explore. The West Africa food services market is quite diverse in terms of population density, weather conditions, natural resources, and so much more. As population growth continues to increase, the need for food cannot be underestimated. Here in Nigeria, fast food or quick meals are also in high demand. This brings us to speak with a young entrepreneur with a knack for intercontinental meals.
It's good to have you. Thank you so much for joining us on Zero to Lunch. Thank you. So, one thing I asked as soon as I got to the restaurant was, why the name Crumbs? Why the name Crumbs?
So at the beginning of my culinary journey, I initially thought I was going to be a baker, and then so I grew up with cakes, breads, pastry products, crumbs. So crumbs, cake crumbs, bread crumbs, Mr. Crumbs. I just put the two together and didn't really think much about.
His name is Tega Okolile, owner of Mr. Crumbs, a fast food restaurant that offers intercontinental fast food meals at a very affordable price.
Interesting. So has your background always been in the food industry?
No, it wasn't. Initially, I thought I was going to be an engineer. In secondary school, I was a student. Every decision I made for my career back then was streamlined towards engineering, as a student, electronics and all that. Once streamlined, my interests changed and here we are today.
Interesting. How did Mr. Crumbs begin? How did it start?
Okay, so it started officially in 2018, August of 2018. I just finished internship from one hotel that I was working on. I finished culinary school, and then I decided let me put it into practice. So I opened an Instagram account named Crumbs. Milkshakes, we're doing parties, events and all that, and that's how we started. And officially we opened 2020 February 22nd. So opened, and then we've been moving on since.
Business since you opened, how's it been?
We were just recovering from a pandemic, so we slowed down during the periods of March, April, but picked up June, July, and then having some kind of activity, we can pay our bills with our profits, and that's really encouraging.
Interesting. I know that startups are faced with challenges, especially management when it comes to managing situations. You have bills, you have so many things to cater to. How are you able to cope as a startup facing these challenges that come with the business?
Okay. There are a lot of challenges. One being the COVID-19 pandemic. And then in terms of funding, my parents really supported me when I was in this business. Initially, they weren't able to speak about it, but with the I had, they decided to put money into it, and I really thank them for that. And then everyday problems come. You know, we have delivery vehicles. These delivery vehicles, they need maintenance. Like they need maintenance. Like we're going on a day and it starts raining now. This could develop before. We call our bike is not working. Things like that. So as an entrepreneur, you have to be problem solving, and on every day we learn.
The food industry is set to record a higher number of new food businesses according to researchers from Global Food Programs. For young business like Mr. Crumbs, what are the stakes of surviving when competition gets very tough?
Are you in any way afraid of competition?
Not at all, not at all. I actually have a couple of friends who are in this business, and every time we discuss about our problems, the challenges that we're facing, we exchange ideas and all. So I'm in no way affected. I don't see anything, I don't believe there's competition. I just believe that focus on your own customer base, focus on your own brand. Customers about just that there's nothing like competition.
How did Mr. Crumbs come into the picture? Aside from your career journey, did you ever say you need to have a space? You need to start putting everything you're doing into pricing, you need to start selling them? I lost the whole continental
section. Not that it's bad, but I loved continental dishes, especially American dishes, burgers, fries, chips, all this stuff. These are so food for me. So I believe that if I'm going to open a restaurant, it's going to be on that path. And so far so good. That's exactly, if you look at our menu, those are exactly the things we offer here. Chicken, chips, bacon, cheese fries, shawarma, no chips.
Interesting. Okay, so there are challenges that usually come with startups, pre-seeding, seeding, funding, management challenges, staffing, menus, and so on, to handle these challenges.
Well, we take the challenges as they come. Most of us here are new to the whole business. I personally am new. I want to use the restaurant anyway. I don't really like this intern. So as the problem come, I do my research and see how I tackle them. In terms of managing, I think I'm doing a fairly good job as a manager. And then funding, like I said, my parents were really supportive in cooking and cooking, so
so you played a very big in ensuring the crumbs came
a huge role, especially my mom, like the mental support she gave me, I can't really form.
Wow, that's interesting. Okay, so business one business that everyone is jumping into now, and I can tell that into research, the numbers will grow eventually. Looking at 2020 until 2050, we're seeing a lot of packaged food. We're seeing a lot of doing continental, which is now delivery system and so on and so forth. How do you handle competition?
Anybody who's going into business already should know what he's going into the business for. He should already have what he wants to achieve. And so I just focus on what I want to achieve. Pleasing my customers. When my customers bring up suggestions or complaints, listen and then we just competition. Like, in fact, I have a lot of friends who are in this culinary business who are like I'm very exchange our challenges and we grow together. So I don't see competition as a
Every business is based on one thing: having a basic understanding of cash inflow and outflow. As a startup food restaurant, how does Mr. Crumbs manage the accounts?
We don't have accountant. I'm currently serving as the manager of the restaurant, and so we have a POS system, system here, also on my phone. And so any expense that comes in, whether it's food, whether it's stock, whether it's waste, because sometimes you buy food and it goes bad, you have to put it away. All those are expenses. Every single expense that comes in, I write it down so I can remember to invest them later on. Instead, I also put it in the system. So the POS, people who enter the POS software, they're able to do analytics for us, see whether we are making profits based on our expenses and sales and all of that. So we want to see the numbers are okay, and we hit a certain percentage. It's usually a certain percentage that we're meant to hit. If we're hitting it, I'm very satisfied with it.
The business is good. I'd like to ask you, looking at startups and you being one of them, is it something you would encourage others to go into, particularly in Nigeria and Africa?
Yeah, definitely. You should have passion for what you're doing. Have passion. If I didn't have passion for this, I would have quit a long time ago. Because before we got the restaurant, I was doing events, and trust me, this is man, 200 people. and then
Do you carry out training every week? What are the things that you do that keeps Mr. Crumbs going?
Okay. The internal recipes, we have one recipes that them followed. I don't really believe in recipe secrets because you're in the world. But you just have standards of the recipe that will and they follow the head chef, Mr. He knows the recipes fully, and so he pushes them to how to them.
Al-Tahawi. I'm an Egyptian-American feminist author, revolutionary and activist. Evanson. I'm a poet, performer, producer, art educator, and director of the Banff Center Spoken Word Program.
Anita Africa. I am a Jamaican born and raised dub poet. So keep watching News Central TV.
News Central.
News Central TV.
News Central.
Keep watching Central TV. Africa first.
Africa first.
Africa first.
Africa first.
Africa first.
My duty in Mr. Crumbs is to deliver to customers when it comes to the orders. But first thing in is for to first ask for the address. The customer along with the phone number. In these two things, we'll be able to communicate with the owner of the order to know exactly the location of where the person is. Whether it's home, office, or maybe the person went and be able to give us another alternative of reaching the person. That's what we do in Mr. Crumbs Nigeria, and we make sure we get our customer order to their satisfaction. We make sure all the data is intact. There's no mistake, no mix up, and every single thing the order is very, very complete. So we mix up and we find a way in locating the place by communicating, doing map, or calling the person to make sure there's somewhere we can locate him. So that's how we do our living in Crumbs.
Being young and starting with may seem to a few as unreasonable or even unsure. How has Mr. Crumbs been able to keep his focus and grow his business?
Okay, let's look at customer service. Customer service plays a very pivotal role in every business. Most people complain that a service is poor, even though the product seems good. How do you handle customer service, especially with your business, day running your business?
So, what I actually happen when I get someone new is that I make sure the person knows how to communicate very well. I believe communication is key. Like, you can have all ideas in the world. When it's time to pitch it, if you can't pitch it, nobody is investing in you. So if the person is to handle problems, or if a customer complains about something, she will come to them satisfies customers' complaints and even offers to fix the problem. Regular training is done on that, and people screen those who can, who are able to do that.
Interesting. If there's no customer care, of course, wouldn't we like it to not complain when it comes to business? You get complaints then when you have delivered to call and say, "Why it doesn't come across?"
It happens, and they've been briefed on how to handle it. Let's say the customers started we bring it back and send a new one. But if the person who is handling the call, they must know how to take responsibility for the issue. You can't say, "Oh well, it's not my fault." It's communication. If you say something like, "Okay, we're so sorry about that, to fix the problem," or "I'll talk to my boss." Right? Exactly. Those are the type of people you go for, and that's the training we give them.
My experience and experience has been both from taxing, because we deal with customers on a daily basis, and it's really taxing because you have to attend to the customers in front of you, and you also have to pick up calls, you also have to send online messages, so it's been really taxing. We get a lot of customers on a daily basis. We get sometimes we get complaints, sometimes we get customers that are satisfied. Products, we tend to work with so that it gives satisfaction at the end of the day. It's really because I really have a short memory, and working at Mr. Combs, it gives me the advantage, the foundation to really grow. Here at Mr. Combs, it's a starting point.
Okay, so plans for Mr. Combs. I'm looking at expansion to cover Lagos, more and outside of Lagos, say pan Nigeria, and if possibly outside Nigeria, a month come a year to more than plans.
No, definitely. Expansion is one of our goals in years to come, or in years to come. We want to expand this restaurant to as much as possible. Cover the mainland, something like that. Get more bikes, more staff, and do more orders at once. Okay.
Here comes my order. I'm going to take this. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm about to be beaten by thumbs, so to say. But let's keep talking about the expansion. Any plans to get to the Federal Capital Territory, Abuja, and the likes?
Yes. We're currently in consulting phase, so I'm in consultation with people who have also been with this. One of my mentors, I think I should name here, but one of my mentors, I followed him daily. I followed him, I followed his page. I tried, still in school actually. Oh, very strong. So I regularly to him for advice, and thankfully he gives me advice for free. So he's kind of like telling me on how we should go about the expansion process. So for now, what we're doing is we're getting this as perfect as possible, and then later on when we've gotten this right, then we will see expansion and duplicate other systems. So we want to get here as perfect as possible, satisfy as many people as we can. When we reach maximum reach of this shop, then we pursue expansion.
Yes. I'm about to say here, what's this called? It's the chocolate chip cookie cake. Chocolate chip cookie cake. Let's try it. Okay. This is absolutely awesome. Wow. Tasty. How much does this go?
That goes for 1,200 naira.
to 200. Obviously, today, of course, the request for this is definitely high.
Yeah, this is the best selling milkshake. And I said milkshake is actually a chicken burger. But you have a chicken burger, which is a very good seller here.
Okay, I'm about to have the chicken burger. This is it. I need to watch carefully, so here we go.
Okay. So how much does it go for as well? The chicken burgers for 1,100. Same much.
So I'm just on a there's a classic and there's a
we have packs basically. So we have a light pack, we have a classic pack, and then we have a classic pack max. It's like the biggest creme de la creme of the crumbs. It has a double cheeseburger, 2 fries, a drink, and 2 fried pieces of chicken.
Lovely. Ladies and gentlemen, it's been from zero lunch, and this business has been long down. And you can see the person who is behind it. Wonderful taste, and you could stop by, check them out, go for the classic max, go for whichever. But this is mine, and I want to do this. We really look forward to like in the next 5 to 10 years and see the progress that has been made of Mr. Krom's.
I would love to see that in 5 years' time. We as a company and as an organization.
That's right. So thank you so much for having us. It's Mr. Krom's, and I'm about to get a crumpy with this guy. You could join me in between.
Create the food business in a residential area that enables meals that only be thought of foreign is a welcome development in the food industry. On the tasty meal, I must be honest and say this, Mr. Krom is a certified zero to lunch.
I'm telling you, Mr. Krom's from zero to lunch.
Hello and welcome to News Central now on News Central TV and Happy Independence Day, Kenya. My name is Chuks Anna. Let's begin in East Africa, where Kenya's President Uhuru Kenyatta has addressed the country on the occasion of her 58th independence anniversary. Kenyatta urged citizens to look ahead and learn from their past mistakes. The Kenyan president also celebrated the country's fallen heroes.
As we mark this historic day, some will tell you that history is meaningless, unnecessary, useless and irrelevant to the concerns of the present. I beg to differ. History provides invaluable lessons to be learned and gives context to the present. By looking back, we are better able to look forward. Learning from the past means that we can build on its good, avoid its mistakes, and most importantly, it is a constant reminder of the ugly, so that even as we forgive, we must never forget. So fellow Kenyans, when we congregate at this place of remembrance, we are all called on to renew the soul of our nation. We are called to appreciate the pain felt and sacrifices made by those who went before us. The fallen soldiers and heroes buried in unmarked graves in prisons and camps all over our country. And that is why the project under construction behind us was initiated. Apart from being a place of remembrance and healing, this place will be an arena where the past, the present, and the future will converge.
Still on the celebrations in Kenya, the country's Interior Principal Secretary Karanja Kibicho says no parallel celebrations will be held in the country to commemorate the annual Jamhuri Day. This, according to him, followed extensive consultations between the government and expert advisors, which concluded that such event will potentially accelerate COVID-19 infections. News Central's Onomade tells us more.
Every 12th day of December, the Republic of Kenya marks its National Day, popularly known as Jamhuri Day. Jamhuri is a Swahili word for republic. Hence, the day was set aside to officially mark the day when Kenya became a republic on 12 December 1964, a year after gaining independence on 1 June 1963. Jamhuri Day celebration, which usually kicks off with the president's speech at Nairobi's Nyayo Stadium, accompanied by cultural festivities celebrating Kenya's unique cultural identity, as well as a display of the country's colorful flag hung in buildings all over the capital city of Nairobi, has been altered this year due to COVID-19 pandemic. While the emergence of the new Omicron variant may have forced the country to cancel plans of celebrating the Independence Day in the usual traditional and elaborate way, the country has, however, given access to 11,000 citizens, ensuring that every region in Kenya is well represented. Although holding the celebration at Uhuru Gardens is a deviation from the tradition of marking the day at the Nyayo Stadium, with feasts, political speeches, parades and traditional dances, among others. It is hoped that Kenyans across the globe will celebrate their African heritage by enjoying their typical Kenyan dish, ugali, while holding on to the common values that held the country together till date. Happy Independence Day, or better still, Happy Jamhuri Day, Kenya. Omolola Ololade reporting for News Central.
Earlier in the news, we had a lawyer lecturer at Kisii University in Kenya, Helen Bunde, who highlighted the importance of this day.
All aware of the current problem facing the world, that is COVID-19. If you are keen enough we, the people of Kenya, and also the Africa as a continent, we've not gained economic independence. We got the political independence, but we still cannot produce our own vaccines. It's quite terrible that we are celebrating Jamhuri Day in Kenya independence, but we still depend on the white to supply us with vaccine. So for the last 60 years, we've grown, I do admit, but we need to celebrate another Jamhuri Day, where we, the Africans, we wake up from slumber. We do the research. We come up with our own vaccines. We don't depend on other people for survival. I want to acknowledge that the handshake between Raila Amolo Odinga has caused serious peace. It's peace. The reason why I call it serious peace, because Kenya has been having political problems there before. But since President Uhuru Kenyatta had a handshake with Raila Amolo Odinga, we've had peace. Despite the COVID, our tourism is growing. It's growing because there is that peace. Businesses with other countries are picking up because of the peace that we have in Kenya. And that one we have to acknowledge that President Uhuru Kenyatta did a good thing to have a dialogue with his brother Raila Amolo Odinga.
From the east, we head to the west of the continent, where Nigeria's Economic and Financial Crimes Commission, EFCC, has flagged a northern governor for personally withdrawing cash of 60 billion naira from the state treasury. The EFCC in a magazine released on Sunday said the governor is from the north-central part of the Nigeria, but did not give his name. EFCC Chairman Abdul Rashid Bawa said the agency's new Department of Intelligence is tracking well. He revealed that the governor carried out the act in the last 6 years. He added that Nigerians are going to be briefed on what the agency is doing behind the scene on cybercrime and on politically exposed persons. Up north, pressure has been increasing domestically and internationally on Tunisian President Kais Saied to set a clear time limit for his extraordinary measures. President Saied recently expressed his intention to change the country's constitution, considering it a major cause for Tunisia's political crisis. The ambassadors of 7 countries and the European Union delegation in Tunisia called for setting a clear time limit to allow for a quick return to functioning democratic institutions, including an elected parliament. They emphasized that the return of parliament's work would help to ensure broad and lasting support for Tunisia's progress. Still in Northern Africa, there is uncertainty over the conduct of the December 24 presidential elections in Libya. This is after the electoral body gave an indication on Sunday that it was unable to announce the approved candidate because of continued legal doubts. Analysts say postponement of the polls would represent a bitter blow to the international community's hope of reuniting the deeply divided country. A series of court rulings have overturned the Legal Electoral Commission's decision to block high-profile figures, including Saif al-Islam, the son of former dictator Gaddafi, first standing for the presidency. The interim Prime Minister Abdul Hamid Dbeibeh and warlord Khalifa Haftar, the head of the self-styled Libyan National Army, have been approved by the Commission, but subsequently appealed by other parties. In Southern Africa, Zimbabwe's Manicaland province recorded a total of 10 human rights violations last November. In its monthly report for November, the Zimbabwe Peace Project, ZPP, said there was restricted partisan food distribution in headlands and Buhara districts. The report also noted the brazen politicization of food distribution and agricultural imports in the province that was likely perpetrated by ZANU-PF activists against their counterparts in the largest opposition MDC alliance. The ZPP warned that the politicization of food and aid by ZANU-PF was likely to increase in Manicaland ahead of the highly anticipated 2022 by-elections and the 2023 presidential elections. Let's stay in Zimbabwe. Fuel shortages have returned in Zimbabwe with long winding queues resurfacing at the few fuel stations that have the basic commodity. Fuel stations around Harare, the country's capital, now sell a liter of petrol for $1.42 from the previous $1.38, while diesel sells for $1.34. The scarcity of the basic commodity has already opened room for the black market, where a liter of petrol is going for at least $3. Ministry Information Secretary Nick Mangwana has blamed the fuel shortages on a maintenance program in Beira, Mozambique, where the fuel comes from. You're watching the news now. Coming up, South Africa pays tribute to the last apartheid leader. We'll bring you details of this story and others after this break. Do stay tuned.
We are not contravening the
In today's world of mass media and conveniently glossed over misinformation, if you don't ask a Cameroonian her name, you can't tell her story. When you watch people without homes deported on the news, they are called migrants because that sounds reasonable. It is even harder to deconstruct all the terrifying stories that we hear about Africa. A monumental name change is taking place, and that has completely transformed the way news will be told on the African continent. It is our Afro-optimist narrative that needs to be heard, a story that needs to be told. For years, we tried to break the dark continent barrier. While international media bask in wide media coverage, they lag behind in having a perfect record of matters of diversity on the African continent. Personal touches are important, and that's where News Central Now comes in daily with newscasts demonstrating that Africa is the single most important factor.
My name is Nadia Nakai, and I'm a rapper that originates from South Africa.
My name is Oliver Julio. Listen together with the B2C soldiers. Kampala boys from Uganda. Alors je souhaite bonne année.
We are Tara and Bella.
My name is Loco.
Shout out News Central.
À la chaîne News Central. News Central, Africa first.
Africa first.
Keep watching News Central Africa first.
Welcome back. South Africa on Sunday paid an official tribute to F.W. de Klerk, the last president of white rule who freed Nelson Mandela from prison. De Klerk is credited as the leader who moved the country from apartheid to democracy. President Cyril Ramaphosa attended Cape Town's Protestant Groot Kerk, one of South Africa's oldest churches, on Sunday morning to deliver a eulogy in his honor. De Klerk died on November 11 at the age of 85 following a battle with cancer. 4 days of national mourning were declared in his honor. The late president also shared the Nobel Peace Prize with Mandela in 1993 after freeing him from prison in 1990. There are plans to add the United Kingdom, Argentina, Canada, and Saudi Arabia to red list countries following their decision to impose travel restrictions on Nigeria. The Minister of Aviation, Senator Hadi Sirika, said this and said the decision to ban these countries in retaliation was made by the Presidential Steering Committee, PSC, and COVID-19 latest by Tuesday. The federal government has condemned the decision of the UK and other Western nations, describing it as discriminatory, unfair, punitive, and unjust. A new report shows that Uganda's level of transparency for COVID-19 resources has been found wanting in many ways. The report titled Managing COVID Funds, The Accountability Gap, authored by Ugandan Debt Network UDN, is a collaboration with International Budget Partnership. The report reveals that information on the detailed breakdown of budgets pertaining to COVID-19 was not made public in areas involving procurement where billions, if not trillions of shillings were spent. The assessment conducted between December 2020 and January 2021 in 120 countries including Uganda, indicates minimal information is having been provided in the course of executing COVID-19 expenditures. Still ahead in the news, thousands demonstrate in Istanbul over rising poverty. We'll tell you about this story and others when we come back. Join us there.
Africa is rising. Again, we hear our sounds echo on the other side. Afrobeats and Afropop reinvented, hip life brought back to life, new energy infused into Kwaito and Kwela. Africa is balling. Every stroke, every shot, every raise, we find our place at the top. Taking the helm of real power, new hopes for democracies. A breed of entrepreneurial tigers, audacious storytellers, and a promising generation ready to go. Truly, Africa is rising. And this is where the stories that define our continent live.
I am Tope Tadila. I am an actor.
I'm Halima Shekho. I'm a writer.
I'm an author, researcher.
Nadia Korafor, and I'm a writer.
I'm a linguist and a writer.
Mona Al-Tahawi. I'm an Egyptian-American feminist author, revolutionary, and activist.
Onias Landveld. I'm a spoken word artist.
Tanya Evanson. I'm a poet, performer, producer, arts educator, and director of the Banff Center Spoken Word Program.
The young Anita Africa, and I am a Jamaican born and raised dub poet.
So keep watching News Central TV.
News Central.
News Central TV.
News Central.
Keep watching News Central TV. Africa first.
Africa first.
Africa first. Africa first.
Africa first.
Good afternoon, you're still watching. UK Foreign Secretary Liz Truss says G7 countries have warned Russia of severe consequences, including economic sanctions, if it carries out an incursion into Ukraine. Truss was speaking at a press conference on Sunday after a two-day meeting between foreign ministers from G7 countries in Liverpool, England. She said the G7 also called on Iran to agree a deal to curb its nuclear ambitions. Foreign ministers from the world's richest nations gathered for the meeting, seeking to present a strong, united front against global threats.
What we've seen this weekend is very much a united voice from the G7 nations, who represent 50% of global GDP, being very clear that there would be massive consequences for Russia in the case of an incursion into Ukraine that would carry a severe cost. We have sent a very clear, united message to Vladimir Putin from this G7 meeting, and we want Russia to stop its aggression with respect to Ukraine, and we are very clear that there would be severe consequences if that incursion took place. This is about deterring Russia from taking that action. We do already have very strong anti-corruption and anti-money laundering rules in the UK. But let's be clear, when the UK has wanted to send clear messages and achieve clear goals, we have been prepared to use economic sanctions. So we are considering all options, and together with our allies, including the United States, including our G7 partners, we've been very clear there would be severe consequences. On the subject of Iran, there is still time for Iran to come and agree this deal. And it's the last chance, as I've said, but there is still a chance for them to do that. And I would urge Iran to come back to the table with a serious offer.
At least 12 people are missing after a four-story building collapsed in the Sicilian town of revenues following a gas leak. Local media reports revealed that the building was on fire after a natural gas pipe exploded in the town of 11,000 near Agrigento in southeast western Sicilian city, famous for its Greek temples. Firemen have been able to contain the fire and have been digging in the rubble for the missing, including a young couple expecting a baby. The explosion damaged at least 2 buildings in the center of the town. Thousands of people took to the streets in Istanbul, Turkey to demonstrate against rising poverty in the country and to demand an increase of the minimum wage. The protesters came out on Sunday following the call of trade unions. Turkey's currency is unstable as a result of the lira hitting record lows against the dollar, losing nearly 30% in value for the last month alone. The annual inflation surged over 20%, a move which decreased Turkey's in power. The Turkish lira has been in free fall with President Recep Tayyip Erdogan in interest rate cuts despite rampant inflation.
Adalet ediyoruz, kötü hissediyoruz kendimizi. Biz altında hissediyoruz kendimizi. Evimize, çocuklarımıza biz hiçbir şey alamıyoruz. Sesini duysunlar, duyuyorlarsa 3 tane çocuk diyorlardı. 3 tane ev harcımızı yaptık. Şimdi bakamıyoruz. Ne yapabiliriz şimdi biz? Kötülük mü yapalım? İlla bir hırsızlık mı yapsın? İlla birilerini mi vursun? Geçinemiyoruz. Yani herkes aç. Kimin evine gidersen git bir şey al.
Ailemizde şu an 2 kişi zaten çalışıyor. Birinin kiraya gidiyor zaten, diğerinin elektrik, doğalgaza gidiyor. Çok az, yani çok zor geçiyor şu an yani. Asgari ücretli çalışan insanlarız. 5 lira olursa en azından insanca bir yaşam olabilir.
Buradayız zaten. Değiştirmek adına buradayız. Yoksa hani evde oturabilirdik ama değil. Artık gerçekten yeter. Bir şeyleri ciddi anlamda değişmesini ve var olan hükümetin artık gitmesini istiyoruz. Çünkü artık adamlar kendilerini doldurmak için bizim ceplerindekini almaya devam ediyor. Artık yeter. O yüzden buradayız. O yüzden alanlarda olmayı da...
South Africa's national farm worker has taken a stance that the government keep quiet while Eskom protest through the back door. Members affiliated with the union down tools on Saturday as they marched to the power utility headquarters in Megawatt Park. Among the demands that were tabled is a 15% wage increase for the workers and for Eskom to remain a state-owned company and not be privatized. The union said it would give Eskom 7 to 14 days to respond to their demands. Anyone also reached a call for the power utility CEO, Andrew De Ruyter, and CEO, Jan Oberholzer, including the entire board, to trial. The union's General Secretary William Labak, since the arrival of De Ruyter, the performance of Eskom has drastically dropped. And that's all on the news at this hour. Thanks for watching. You can follow us on our social media handles at News. You can also download the mobile app on the App Store and the Play Store. You can watch News Central live on Star Channel 274, Vision 247, OTV, Free TV News on YouTube. My name is Chuck.
We want to thank you for on this journey with us, walking with us, staying with us. Now, as we move, we want to invite you to own a share of this new adventure with us. Buy your share of MTN through the houses, stockbrokers, banks, and primary offer app by Nigerian Exchange and Yes. Welcome to the journey of a lifetime.
Katika maisha yangu yote ni utunzaji wa msitu. Ya kawaida mimi inapokucha asubuhi ninakwenda kuwinda. Huku ninaweza kukwenda kuwinda na asali na huku na matunda. Huku naweza kufunga mbuyu kuwaletea familia kwa wakati moja. Na kuangalia ukati wa miti na kuangalia uharibifu.
Recycling is the process of converting waste materials into new things. The benefits of recycling are myriad. It can reduce energy use, air pollution, water pollution, and it also helps lots of companies save money. Recycling helps to keep the environment clean and also conserve the Earth's natural resources. There are lots of campaigns encouraging and promoting recycling of used materials, from metals and plastics
millions of Africans hangs in the balance. The drastic change of the climate and huge impact on food production. This is just the global community deals with the harsh impact of the COVID-19 pandemic on economies. A recent United Nations report says the COVID-19 pandemic heightened global hunger, with Nigeria and 53 other African countries accounting for 282 million people. The need for all hands to be on deck, in hunger, the land is dying off, with the food story every day creates a huge uncertainty of the fate of the continent. A new report coordinated by the World Meteorological Association has found that nearly 30% more people in Africa from 2020 compared with 2019. The report attributes this climate change, conflicts, pest outbreaks, economic crisis, and COVID-19. By 2030, it predicted up to 180 million extremely poor people will be exposed to drought, floods, and extreme heat in Africa. More reports also reveal that several farmers across some countries in Africa have left agriculture into other measures because of absence of rainfall. The 26th conference of the parties of the UN Framework Convention on Climate Change reveals that nearly 98 million people climate sensitive bodies such as herding, and feeding. This is 4% of the in mitigation and climate pledges. What is the fate of the ecosystem and survival of nature in all of these predictions and research? Give us your take on what will be done to salvage the climate. You can share your perspective with us using the hashtag #SCFOR. You can also leave the point out in the direction of an issue or story that you think us to become. Thank you for watching. Bye.
In the fight against corruption, with record improvement in all and local indexes and surveys, there's also one more local and international anti-corruption award.
came together and then you are appointed to take corruption head on. Seeing what we can do, and I think that 3 years down the line, I'm now enjoying doing what I have to do.
So where would you say Sierra Leone is right now, if you look at today, 2021, October, and the fight against corruption from when you took over 3 years ago?
Well, I think Sierra Leone is doing very well. We are now one of the really shining examples of a consensuous and serious fight against corruption in terms of what we have done, because we built the fight against corruption on the 4 pillars: prevention, enforcement, and of course public education and other work. But it's going so well that we are having remarkable improvements in every index in the world. And of course, Afrobarometer has confirmed that corruption prevalence has dropped. It was 70% at the time I was appointed. It has dropped to 40% in 2020. So these are the kinds of things that are showing. Yes, in just 3 years. And,
maybe, I know some of the improvements have to do with legislation. I'm talking about legislation. The new Anti-Corruption Act 2019 was given presidential assent by His Excellency President Julius Maada Bio in 2019. How much of a game changer has the passage of the bill been in the fight against corruption, and what are some of the key amendments?
You see, the formula to winning corruption in a country that has endemic corruption is to make corruption very expensive. Okay, it has to be a high risk in a low return venture. So people should not profit from it, but it has to be also risky to engage in corruption. That is the formula as far as enforcement is concerned. So when I became commissioner, knowing this, part of the engagement I had with the president was that, look, the laws we have are not sufficiently strengthened. So we now need to put before the legislation, look at the loopholes in the current law. How can we make corruption expensive in Sierra Leone, but also how can we tighten certain loopholes that are making people to have incentives to engage in corruption? And that is what that reform was about. That bill was drafted by me, by my hands, working with my team, and we put it before Parliament, and it was tough for it to go through because of how...
I'll let you complete your sentence.
I mean, it has some really significant reforms that were there, and you were just about to ask what were some of
the key amendments.
One of it was that to make sure that, for example, the judiciary was not ordering restitution. So if somebody can steal $1 billion, and the judiciary fines him $50,000. Okay, so you see, so what we did was, the first thing you can do is, if you find the person guilty, the person has to pay back that money. Okay, but also in addition to paying back that money, you can fine. So the country doesn't lose at all, because at the end of the day, we get what we had, and whatsoever fine you give is a bonus. And of course, we increase the minimum that you could be fined. We increased it from 30 million euros to 50 million euros. We also increased the number of years that you could be imprisoned. It used to be 3 years, it's now 5 years, but it could be as high as possible. So these are some of the reforms. We make sure that we strengthen asset declaration. Every public officer is supposed to declare their assets. And one of the problems we have with the fight against corruption in Africa is that our leaders don't like declaring their assets. So when they come into office, they don't know what they have, and when they leave, it's difficult to determine what they have. So that reform made it mandatory. If you don't declare your assets, your salary could be seized. If your salary, even the president, if he does not declare his assets, his salary could be seized. And of course, the salary could be seized, and after 3 months, you could be suspended from office, and after 6 months, you could be removed from office entirely. So these are all some of the radical reforms that we did to ensure that we laid the foundation for reforms. But also, we included a civil element in the fight against corruption, in that it's not always about going to court. We all know that in Africa, one of the problems we have is the judiciary. We cannot shy away from that. Cases clog in courts, cases take forever to finish. So we gave power to the institution to look at certain cases and go after you and take money from you, and you are barred from holding public office. So imagine a politician, it scares every politician. So we go after you, we take the money from you, and with 10% interest, no, not less than 10% interest, so it could be 30%, it could be 40% interest, depending on the negotiation to get it from you. But also you are barred from holding public office for a minimum of 3 years. It could be 10 years, it could be 15 years. So these are all these kinds of radical reforms that we put in place, and it really strengthened our hand to be able to
and quite progressive, and we've seen the results just 3 years down the line.
Yes.
When you talk about fighting corruption in Africa, I do know there's always pushback, and there's always a sense to politicize the fight against corruption. I do remember reading John Gitongo's book in Kenya.
It's Our Time to Eat.
Yes, and all the troubles he had to go through. You know, people set traps.
Yeah.
It's always, you know, you're using one hand to do this, blocking the other. That brings me to this question. The government's transition team, GTT report, was bold in blaming former President Ernest Koroma as directly responsible for the state of corruption and near economic collapse, equated to a national security threat, as said by the current president, President Julius Maada Bio himself, when the report was officially handed over to him. But the former president said, you know, this is a witch hunt, and the APC do not see it that way and considered the report a mere witch hunt and political intimidation. As head of Sierra Leone's Anti-Corruption Commission, what is the current status, and is the ACC being used to fight political battles, and are there sacred cows in this war against corruption?
You see, politicians will always be politicians, and the fight against corruption has to be apolitical. No matter what you do, you will always have the conundrum where you are blamed for going after the opposition, for example. Even if it is just one opposition leader you go after, they will say you are only interested in the opposition. So what the facts and evidence are there. So what the ACC has been doing, because for example, I became commissioner at the time when there was a new government, and then the president appointed me, and of course there was massive corruption in the past regime. So we have to send a strong message that Sierra Leone is ready to move forward better, and you cannot move forward if you do not look into what has happened in the past. So, including the former president, as you know, we have been investigating the former president for money laundering, and of course, the time of his interview, it was a whole brouhaha. The entire country was brought to a standstill. But still, we interviewed him, and now the case is being considered for prosecution and other members. The commission of inquiry was set up that probed all ministers. 31 houses has been seized as of last week from former ministers of government and all these things. But what we have done beyond that is to show that our fight against corruption is not just limited about the past, okay? We have a president who believes in the fight against corruption and has been one of his greatest successes. He uses it whenever he goes, he addresses the UN. He's just coming from Washington, where he was called by the US government as the international anti-corruption champion and things like that. So there's a lot of capital that he's getting from the fight against corruption, and we are also using that to show that it is not just about him. People in the current government, we have investigated people. For example, his state chief of protocol was investigated by my institution, and then he was removed from office the moment we brought charges against him. The same thing for former ministers of education. We've investigated them. We've investigated the current Minister of Labor. We've investigated the head of the Maritime Administration, who was arrested and charged to court. His standing trial. The head of the Maritime Administration before him, is also standing trial in the High Court. And of course, we have tried high-level sitting public servants and people like that in the current regime. So what we have done, we went after the past very strongly, but transitioning from the second year, we now made sure that we balance it out.
Current cases of corruption, and there will be incidents of corruption still in the country.
Yes, so we are trying to make sure that the citizens see that it's not just about the past, that there is a balance between the present and the past. And of course, we too want the past to be held strongly accountable. If not, for example, in the MCC Control of Corruption scorecard, we were at 49%. We were failing when I became commissioner. Okay, in 2018, we jumped to 71%. In 2019, we jumped to 79%. And then we moved to 81%. We are now sitting at 81%, and we are expecting to improve when the scorecard comes out next month. So these are all things that show that we do not just mean business, because you cannot be making such improvements if you are just going after the past. And of course, it comes with a new multi-million-dollar investment from the US government into the country. Yes. We are trying to pour that into the energy sector, which is about $600 million. That could never have happened without the fight against corruption being called.
And with a culture of corruption endemic in the country.
Yes, because nobody wants to pour money in such a country. But it's because the investors, the donors are seeing that really Sierra Leone it means business. That is why they are all working to see what can happen to change the story of the country.
Okay, Commissioner Kaifala, we'll go on a quick break, and when we come back, we'll be looking at what lessons the rest of the continent can learn from Sierra Leone's fight against corruption. You're watching NC Exclusive, and my guest is the Commissioner of the Anti-Corruption Commission of the Republic of Sierra Leone, Mr. Francis Ben Kaifala.
Africa is rising. Again, we hear our sounds echo on the other side. Afrobeat and Afropop reinvented, hip life brought back to life, new energy infused into Kwaito and Kwela. Africa is balling. Every stroke, every shot, every raise, we find our place at the top. Taking the helm of real power, new hopes for democracies. A breed of entrepreneurial tigers, audacious storytellers, and a promising generation raring to go. Truly, Africa is rising. And this is where the stories that define our continent live.
Welcome back to NC Exclusive. Our guest today is the Commissioner of Sierra Leone's Anti-Corruption Commission, Mr. Francis Ben Kaifala. Thank you very much for having us. Now, let's continue our discussion. Zambia's new president, President Hakainde Hichilema, said that he inherited an empty treasury while horrifying amounts of money had been stolen. We have also seen a lot of top African politicians and leaders named in the recent Pandora Papers as president of the Network of Anti-Corruption Institutions in West Africa, an elected board member of the African Union Advisory Board on Corruption. How big of a problem is corruption in Africa, and what makes it so easy for people? We hear the results. Why aren't there preventive mechanisms to stop people from stealing?
I think we have to acknowledge that corruption is really one of the biggest problems of Africa. I mean, people, Pan-Africanists will be not very happy with the Transparency Index, but every year when it comes out, we see that Africa is one of the most corrupt places on earth. And West Africa is the most corrupt of the most corrupt. So I am operating in this kind of environment, and corruption remains a problem. But why it is a problem is really the absence of a few things. Now, to successfully fight corruption in Africa, in every country, there has to be a few things in place. One, there has to be the presidential will. The president has to want for corruption to be fought and gives his backing for it visibly and mean it. Then there has to be the political will. The political will goes beyond the president. It involves every other actor, including the legislator, the judges,
working in
everybody. Yes. Then it has to have the buy-in of the people. Okay, the people have to also support the fight against corruption, because you have this situation where the politicians are arrested and the people are blocking all the roads and they are the ones they are not willing to testify in court. Then of course you have a problem. Then you have to have a strong legislation. You asked about how we reform our laws and to make it one of the strongest legislations in Africa. The laws we have in Sierra Leone, if you bring it to Nigeria, is going to be, I don't know whether the Nigerian Senate will ever pass it, because they are so strong. I remember presenting once in Abuja.
Well, you got the results.
But everybody was like, really, these are laws in Sierra Leone? I said, yes, we can arrest and detain for 10 days without any charge. You do that in Nigeria for there will be a lot of uproar and things like that. Then lastly, and most importantly, the courage of those fighting corruption. Now, these 5 things are named for you. In Africa, you will see countries where
corruption fights back.
Corruption fights back. So you need to have a lot of courage as an anti-graft campaigner to really take it on. So if you are worried about dying the next day, you are worried about your family, you are worried about losing your job, you are worrying about your salary and things like that, trust me, you cannot succeed. So these are the 5 things that have to be present for an anti-graft campaign to succeed in any country in Africa. But if you look at most countries, probably 4 or 3 or 5 of them are absent. So most of the laws are weak. Sometimes the president is not supportive of the fight against corruption. Sometimes the political will is not there. The political apparatus is not really interested in the fight against corruption. They are merely hypocritical about it. And sometimes the people themselves are not supportive enough of the general fight against corruption. So if we have to change the story of Africa, we have to work on these 5 things for it to be there like a minimum content in most countries.
You just killed 2 birds with one stone, because you are the challenges facing us and why corruption is such a big problem. About the corruption, the semantics. People, when you say it sounds like it's like high, but when you say person has gone to you don't those kind of things. It's having impact. Do you think wording way encourage?
Because if you look at the word, many languages it will be difficult to find the word to corruption. Corruption itself is considered a concept. African traditional leaders, basically, traditionally, it is the modern that is now that owns and the leaders and all those things. So it's a difficult thing to, but simply put, corruption is used in whatever you have to for you to be wealthy, to private society itself. So it could be theft, it could be bad, it could be abuse of position, it could be permanent, a lot of things. And has the right to look at traditions and things that are unacceptable and then make sure laws to put.
Now, finally, in 2013, Syria was ranked in the world. You mentioned this in the interview. Your president by the United Nations General on corruption. How did you do what lessons as to Africa learned? Nothing short of a miracle. Against corruption. The first country in the world to a child for anti-corruption.
I find this amazing. I've told you, every country is trying to come to Sierra Leone, what we are doing in Sierra Leone, go back and implement it. When you look, I've told you, percent to 81% of corruption scorecard. In that we have been moving in 1 year. These things are fascinating. The magic, the lessons that we can learn from it, I have told you, they have to elect the fight against corruption, and it's one of it. Those who need to have the know to take it on. Of course, the policies have the issues, but goes beyond the strategy has to be done in a way that it fits the purposes. If you do all these things and the people are being supported the country.
Yeah, that's the honorable. It's an absolute pleasure on NCA. This has been of the anti-corruption commission of the Republic, Francis. We've been talking to you. The country's anti-corruption corruption in Aborowa on NC Exclusive.
Risk of rising due to climate change, grim reality in the world. The coastal city of Senegal started experiencing reality. In the northern part of Senegal, excavators are ready to the Lake Chine block. This is an attempt to keep the sea. Seafront residents fishing quarter are their homes to the Atlantic Ocean.
ay base yi dafa tàng soo leen fi dëkk ak seen njaboot ñu fu ñu dem amul fu ñu dem fii da nga toog ba keroog ñëw leen ci kër yi wala naan ndax fi ne amul fu ñu dem amatul ndax suñu kër gi am na tàkk yàlla su fa tàkk loolu fay leen.
While the project seems to be good and has ignited hope and optimism in residents of the coastal community, others have their reservations. In truth, some are downright pessimistic, especially because of the time and financial resources involved.
Parce que lii gouvernement bi soo waa def nii dafa yéex pour man dafa yéex doo bàyyi ba sant ay milliards yàqu ba pare nga soog a ñëw ak sa ay bët di rangale di def lii bu njëkk la woon ci njëlbeen ba mu daanoo avant moo am at yi saa waroon na ba mu daanoo avant moo am at yi saa waroon na mu mënoon na ko aar ba yàqu-yàqu bi yëpp di am.
liggéey bi nii baax na waaye bu ay bi daan ñëw gas-gasam moo daan gën a xóot ba sa biir. muy gën a xóot sa liggéey comme li mu gas nii ba pare moo tax tey jii bu mën a ñëwee kon xam nga day ba baxaat demaat ci suuf.
C'est quelqu'un d'entre eux-mêmes qui m'a dit que c'est pour une décennie. J'ai dit que ça c'est du gaspillage. Comment on peut dépenser autant de millions d'euros, autant de milliards de francs CFA pour une décennie? C'est eux-mêmes qui...
But despite varying opinions, the deputy mayor of St. Louis is quite positive regarding the project. He explained the goal of the government and his administration.
Quand même, il faut tenir compte que nous sommes au Sénégal avec un pays qui a des ressources quand même limitées, que nous avons notre volonté. Il y a la réalité politique et économique qui est là. C'était ça l'objectif, gagner au moins 20 mètres sur le trait de côte de la mer et ensuite libérer 20 mètres sur les maisons à partir du mur de protection, sur les maisons qui ont occupé cette voie, pour après à la fin avoir 4 mètres qui vont être reboisés et laissés aux populations pour les activités récréatives mais qui ne sera pas habité.
Over the years, rising sea level has threatened the homes of those that live by the Atlantic Ocean. However, when construction work is complete, a black sea wall will stretch for kilometers along the coastline of the West African country's former capital, creating a safe and engaging place for the people of St. Louis.
On the Doctors Nigeria.
On today's episode, we're talking about everything.
Lorsque les déplacés ont commencé à venir, c'est vrai que nous avons toutes pleuré. On a vu des femmes en état de grossesse, des femmes avec des petits-enfants. C'était pas facile.
Le plus souvent, elles ont des problèmes avec les bandits qui sont sur les routes, qui cherchent à les violer, ou souvent qui prennent tout ce qu'elles ont comme bien.
Ici à Gao, tout le monde était parti. Par exemple, les hommes, parce qu'ils avaient des difficultés. Donc les hommes étaient partis, laisser les femmes à elles-mêmes. Nous avons des femmes arabes, nous avons des femmes tamashek, nous avons des Peuls, tout le monde. Donc avec cette plateforme, vraiment, ça nous a relevé de nos défis. On a trouvé un financement avec la MINUSMA, on a fait beaucoup de sensibilisation. Ça m'a permis d'être conseillère municipale parce qu'elle nous a formés sur le leadership.
Mon domaine en tout cas d'intervention, ça a été spécifiquement au niveau des femmes et des enfants. Depuis que j'ai fini mes études, c'était mon choix.
La principale vocation vraiment, c'est de travailler pour réussir. Je suis en train de griller de l'arachide pour le transformer en pâte. On est handicapé, mais le handicap ne nous empêche pas de travailler. On a les capacités. Tant qu'on est avec Tata, on peut. On a un espoir, un grand espoir.
Ma fierté, c'est le changement que je vois. Et aujourd'hui, je vois le changement de comportement. Je vois le changement dans leur participation à la vie publique. Le ravage que fait le Covid dans nos familles, et vu la place des femmes dans la propriété et le respect des règles d'hygiène dans une famille, je me suis dit pourquoi ne pas initier un grand nombre d'associations féminines à la fabrication du savon.
L'école est un rempart pour barrer la route à ces djihadistes et ensuite empêcher ces enfants d'être enrôlés dans les structures de banditisme, de groupes armés. Le secret au niveau de ma famille, c'est que nous sommes solidaires.
Ce qui symbolise beaucoup, c'est le travail. Moi, je pense que c'est le travail. Elle travaille dur, parce qu'elle se bat toujours, elle a toujours des projets dans la tête.
Donc, depuis l'enfance, j'ai ce cœur-là de me battre, de réussir et pour pouvoir gagner. Je ne gagne pas tout le temps, mais je ne me décourage pas.
Well, there's a hashtag trending in Nigeria now, and that's justice for Sylvester. Well, that's the mantra on the lips of ordinary Nigerians and even very important Nigerians in the wake of the death of the child you see on your screen now. He was a student of Dowen College, Sylvester Oromoni Jr. Now, many have come before Sylvester with the cases only spoken of in hushed tones, hardly heard, read, or even noticed. Now, with the case of Sylvester and others in mind and the growing notoriety of bullying in schools, it's high time these issues became topical and prioritized. Now, we open the week by focusing on bullying and child protection in Nigeria and the continent. Welcome to VSA. I'm Sulaiman. In Nigeria, the Child Rights Act of 2003 is the law that protects the rights of every child. Despite its importance, it's yet to be adopted by at least 12 states in Nigeria. A child in this context is anyone below the age of 18. This makes the unfortunate stories of the death of 12-year-old Sylvester Oromoni at the time of his death and 14-year-old Karen Hapuch Andodo Abaga of Premier Academy Lugbe in Abuja important topics in the issue of child protection. Now, from primary to secondary schools, it's a notorious occurrence used by students to lay claim to superiority, financial, psychological, or physical, and in extreme cases, like Sylvester and Karen's, leads to death. Victims of these bullying, which sometimes may be online, hardly talk about it. Some countries of the world have recorded child suicide cases as a result of bullying. Now, bullying is common in virtually every Nigerian school. It's most times undetected by teachers, and when detected, sometimes teachers look the other way, and even guardians may be devastating to the confidence of victims. Now, school security systems also have roles to play as students smuggle weapons and chemical substances into schools. Now, this brings child protection to the fore again and begs the question of the interpretation of these laws. Joining me today on the square is Laila St. Matthew Daniel. She's a coach, counselor, and therapist, and Evan Benson Idahosa, founder, Pathfinder Justice Initiative. Good to see you again. Ladies, I'm excited having you. I have never been so touched on the job concerning issues as grave as this. Now, let's start with you, St. Matthew Daniels. You know, this is Nigeria, and a lot of people have started talking about this. Nigerians are left shocked by the death of Sylvester, but that situation exposed the rot going on in schools. Now, let's start by, why has it gone unnoticed so far?
Well, the thing is this, that about keeping silent about certain things and not washing your dirty linen in public. And the one or two people who try to speak, they get drowned. Their voices get drowned, and you know they are intimidated. So they've kept quiet for a long time, but not totally quiet. It hasn't really come out to the public. So it's just that it's one too many. And now this is the ultimate. But there's been a lot of things that have been happening recently, but this is the ultimate. And I think this will bring to the fore the issue of bullying in schools, and schools need the need for schools to look beyond their name and the profit they're going to make, and look to the children, which is their first priority.
Well, let me quickly bring in Evan here. And I've been following you also as well on social media, and I see that you're also one of those so concerned and pained and disturbed by this very unfortunate incident. Tell us, Evan, you know, many people have revealed stories of how they survived bullying. You have been working with young women and girls. Perhaps, I don't know if any of these people have also shared with you some of these, you know, of some of the experiences in school as it relates to bullying.
Good evening. Thank you so much for having me on. It's Nelson Mandela that says that there can be no keener revelation of a society's soul than the way in which it treats its children. And I think what we're seeing here in Nigeria is a reflection of multiple failed systems. I myself, when I was in primary 5, my boarding school, was also bullied. And I think we hear these stories of the way that young children, particularly women and particularly girls in their formative years, are particularly bullied because of their weight, because of the way that they look, because of even just being vocal in certain situations. And so we hear these stories all of the time, and I think it's a reflection of the society that we've adopted that allows us to stigmatize young people for certain things, that prioritizes wealth over health, that prioritizes intelligence or IQ over emotional intelligence. It's all a reflection, I think, of the society that we have allowed to continue to proliferate within our context.
Daniel, I bring you back again because this falls within your core expertise. Now, let's start talking about schools and look at, you know, parenting and you know, issues that pertains to bullying. In some cases, bullied children have taken up, you know, some very, you know, rare traits. Some have said sometimes they give you signs. Some other times, you know, you have to uncover this yourself. But let's first of all start looking at the bully. You know, who is a bully?
Well, is that directed at me?
Absolutely.
Yes. Well, a bully is, you know, a young man or a young woman, because it could either be male or female, someone who is intentionally aggressive and repeats this behavior that involves an imbalance of, you know, power or strength. They are basically more aggressive, and they pick on those who are not well built as them, because most times they are actually well built and forthcoming. So basically, anyone, male or female, who somehow, I call them dysfunctional. They're dysfunctional, young boys and young. And bullying can take different forms. It could be physical, you understand, where punching and beating at every given time. It could be verbal, where they tease, they name call, they give threats, all kinds of things. It could be emotional, intimidation, you know, and all of those things. It could be sexual, it could be racial, it could be cyberbullying. It reminds me of always the case with domestic violence, and abuse. It follows the same pattern. It's not just physical, there's the emotional and the various things I've talked about. And it depends on the personality of that person. If the person is aggressive physically, it shows through their physical encounter. Some, it's through their verbal encounter. They're very good at using very, very focused words, arrowed words that could puncture the self-confidence and self-esteem of the person that they are trying to bully or control. And then, of course, sexual. In schools, there's a lot of sexual rapes there that's not coming out. A lot. I hear so many things, and I deal with some young girls that are now young ladies who have had these encounters in school. But you see, they are afraid to talk, and sometimes when they talk, as my the other lady said, somebody believes them, and then they put the fear angle into them. You understand? Fear is what drives silence where these kids are concerned, yes. So let me just stop there.
I think, Yvonne, the key word Matthew Daniel used there is intentional behavior that hurts. And that is very key there and very instructive. Intentional behavior that hurts, that harms, or sort of, humiliates the other person. Now, Yvonne, help us here now. I'm trying to look at how this can actually be created. They say as a child, your mind is like the tabula rasa, like a blank slate. One wonders how a child turns out to become a bully. Because sometimes when that meeting is convoked, maybe by a mediator, in some cases the principal, the parents are surprised that I don't think that's my child. So how did we end up having these bullies in the first place?
Well, I think it's a reflection, again, of the demise of the role of the family in Nigeria, particularly. I think what we see is almost an outsourcing of parenting in some ways, where there's been a failure to nurture your children. We know that one of the greatest predictors of adult mental health is the way that children are treated in their childhood. We know that children who are not allowed to be expressive, who are told to shut up, who are told not to be able to who are not allowed to have a voice in conversations, who do not understand bodily autonomy, children who are forced to repress their emotions and their feelings, ultimately act out in some way. Generally, it's through aggression. Sometimes you see the complete opposite, where you see children who are, who harm themselves or do other things. But most of the time, when it comes to bullying, what you see is that this failure to be allowed to be expressive, to be able to speak up, to be able to talk for yourself, to be believed, to be nurtured by your parents, and not be abandoned or allowed to be raised by somebody else who may not be paying the necessary attention to you. All of that ultimately results in some level of aggression that is then taken out on other people. I mean, of course, there are instances where it's just plain situations of jealousy. But a lot of the times, I think when we look at the history of children who are bullying, what we tend to find is a lack of emotional intelligence, a lack of the willingness by the parents to teach their children empathy and compassion, and a way to relate to other people, to understand their own emotions, and also to understand the emotions and the behaviors of other people, take that information and then use it to guide behavior.
Let me stay with you before I go back to St. Matthew Daniels, because you said something about outsourcing of parenting. That is very instructive. And once upon a time in Nigeria and on the African continent, it was a strange thing. People sat back to look after their own. But again, where does the school come in here? Because people thought that if they're too busy to keep eyes on the children or on the child, the teachers should be able to help in that to some extent. But it doesn't look so in the case of what has brought us here, in the case of Sylvester.
Well, I think the primary responsibility, obviously, of nurturing and raising your children always falls on the parents. But when you have put them in the custody and in the care, particularly when you're paying exorbitant fees, you put them in the care of a school, there is a certain responsibility that the school has to take on to be able to do that. What you find in many of these situations is that, particularly in government schools, that teachers are underpaid. They don't have the resources to even be able to implement some of these things that we're talking about. And so what ultimately you find is that there's a lack of, there's a lot of apathy, because you see students perhaps who are coming from homes where, the teachers, cannot even afford to do or send their kids to some of these schools. And you're asking these teachers to take on much more than they originally anticipated. And so I think it's a combination of all of these things. But obviously there is some level of responsibility on the part of the school. But I think it's a reflection in this day and age of a cornucopia of many things, including the fact that the teachers are underpaid and don't necessarily have the resources or the psychosocial support to be able to ensure that students are actually taken care of, particularly in their mental health.
St. Matthew Daniels, here you come again quickly. Let's start talking about the issue. I know you've been following the story of Sylvester and other children. And I can hear you. Maybe you have to unmute yourself. I think you were saying something. I am unmuted. Can you hear me? I can hear you now. So okay. I wanted you to, I wanted us to rather start talking about the issues playing out now in Nigeria. One would have thought that experts like yourself are employed in schools, especially schools in, cities like Lagos, Abuja, and some other places. If all schools can't have a counselor, a therapist, or an expert like yourself, then they should be able to, outsource it. How do schools, how do they help their students, especially those who have experienced what young Sylvester experienced? Well, I think. The thing is this, that a lot of schools. Okay, I think I can hear you now. Okay, the thing there is that a lot of schools do not have qualified counselors. Like, for instance, in college, the counselor there is an administrator and an IT specialist. Now, I can't marry the two together. The age does not make you a counselor. Being a Christian or a faith-based, in any faith-based organization does not make you a counselor. You do need to have some form of training for you to be able to guide, especially children, through the path that they require, because it's not just academics that you are supposed to be involved with. You are supposed to be involved in nurturing the child to get the best out of a child and to strive for greatness. A teacher must be a credible guide. This is something a lot of them, I've heard a lot of them talk about, that all they are employed to do is to teach, is to transfer knowledge. But the thing is, there's a lot more when you are dealing with children. You have to be able to read the signs. You have to be able to know when to push or pull back. And a lot of these things happen from home, as has been said. And a lot of things that they see, they smell, they hear, they touch, they feel, translates into the way they will behave. And if the home is not steady, if the home is dysfunctional, it's going to rub off on the children, because they will mirror background. So if the school does not get the teachers to have at least some form of basic counseling skills, and I did talk about this in 2020, that every teacher must have the counseling skills, because look, if a teacher herself is not emotionally intelligent or has resilience, they won't be able to help that child, and they will transfer their own incompetence, emotional incompetence,
onto the child. Where they should be more observant, they are not going to be observant. And where, of course, the school is not giving them the right form of remuneration, after a while, I call it the zombie state, being very, very fantastic to train to be the teacher, the one through a process where they become disgruntled, and then they get to the point where they just do. They're just there, especially if they find that the principal is not protecting them. You see, even where students are attacking teachers. So the whole thing, the whole educational system in schools need to be revamped. And I bring it back again to, you know, the government. The focus is not on education anymore. So you now find that it's just a small group that are actually focusing on giving the right form of education, and it's very expensive. And there is a running competition to get the students in, to be able to meet their own level of input that they want. So it's more than just this. The government, education needs to take a forefront in everything that we do. And schools must be made. The Lagos State, not just Lagos State, the government, all the states must be made to have qualified counselors in the schools, qualified counselors, not just somebody who loves to talk to children, or somebody who has a passion for working with children, or somebody who has empathy. You need skills to be able to detect this thing. And because children can be very manipulative too. Children are very savvy and they know how to hide their feelings. And as I said earlier, it's very minds. They know and something.
Actually, fully what I think can
I certainly hope so. But when I look at the reality, here. Have overwhelming that over and over again. Absolutely has outlet. Like to say, this is about going to the courts, going all of understanding that there case in a university student if you just think what's happening to me, it's not happening to my child. So what's required is you know, that this is children be able to.
Actually, that's be because Matthew now, Matthew, I'm coming back to you. I haven't, you know, really such emotional. So, how do you help parents in the also weigh in on the answers to these?
Oh, the way, can you hear me now? That I said to someone, I said, parents will have to see the that. I remember the situation of young employees were going boys serious that were very now it's only when of that child being truncated is the fact that now it's going to affect them totally. Go through, especially those who feel get away with, like the cousin of you can take the war, but it's of the seed when these children go back, they are not because this where from functionality and begin work into back to the home front, you'll be able to know from. But it's a few parents. When and they get to the age of my guess what? Because when I'm able to listen to that, listen to what you know on, and you rather child is on what as if you told me what I'm doing is wrong. Here I am once was a teenager, and it's sad. The whole then goes in school will help that if you keep to schools and then you now in Lagos State, you know, and that they had and they was still that the law because they are influential and they have power, don't be tired. Let's keep on and on and on. You know, will the way is going to do about well. It's in school and everything. From every day, to get everything. What happened? There were children who were at. This is a death video.
All the break we just talk about everyone what you done, what people you law agents the death of
talk a little bit about the signs, because I think that's very first so that is as in complete or discharge for their things that need right signs of acting out their speaking suddenly have suicidal. These are also things I think that we need to, and then I think verbal signs, right? Well, I don't want to sit on situation. In this particular, first of all, what is very robust context. I see everything from government failure. All of these categories need to be examined. I hope that not taking my lens
has you know, there were the school entire nation who actually to the we have actually been about some of the key signs, and are there more things like this?
The video chat with the father, he said just before, I think September, late Sylvester went back to school. He did not want to go back to school. He didn't want to go back to school. And he asked him, why? Your sisters are okay or something like that. And then he was to school. Those are one of the signs. When a child suddenly does not want to go back to school, is not enthusiastic about all of that, you need to find out what is happening. Now, the thing there is that he had a senior sister who had just passed out. And there's another senior sister who is in SS1. So it was a case of, they are okay, what's your problem there? You understand? I'm sure the poor man is beating himself up for not listening to that unheard, that silent cry. So not listening to that unheard, that silent cry. So that is one of the things. Now, when a child has trouble sleeping, you see when they come back home, you will notice a few things. Unexplained cuts, bruises, and scratches. And then he said again that whenever they take provisions to him, within a short while, the provision is finished. That shows that some people are taking advantage of this little child, this little boy or this little girl. And then if they have few friends, that is very important. I'm referring back to Sylvester's case. Those two critical signs. He said again that when they give him money, within a short while, his money is
well, again, I think we lost the connection to Leila Daniel. Let's come to you, Yvonne. I lost you for a bit there, but I can tell you now, we just lost some of those, key information you passed out.
What I was saying is that those three key things too, plus what Yvonne said, are very, very key. Number one, his provision was always finishing on time. Number two, his money was, they couldn't understand it. Those are one of the key factors which shows that a young boy is being bullied in school, or a young girl, and the way they take their provisions and to take their money. And then he did not want to go back to school. That is a very, very critical sign when he does not want to go back to school, plus what has been said before. So those three things, this young boy exhibited them, but unfortunately, the parents did not identify or have the time to. And that is why parents need to listen in now, need to read more now about the signs of bullying in the school. I hope that one was heard.
Now let me bring Yvonne into Leila Daniel. Yvonne, one of the things that I want us to go back to is the phrase you used when you spoke of outsourcing of parenting. And it would seem as if all of this information passed on to parents we're not taking, or were ignored, or, if it was a street, perhaps they didn't see that as, very vital. What else should parents be doing now? For a parent who may think that, well, whatever Yvonne has said excludes me, let us in on who has truly been outsourcing his responsibility of parenting.
Well, I mean, I think we see this reflected across the board, from the people who are, you know, the most wealthy in Nigeria to the person who is making minimum wage. There's a lot that is happening within the context of a country that is putting a lot of pressure on our citizens. People who are dealing with poverty, who are dealing with inflation, who are dealing with the inability to get employment. These are all stressors. Women, for example, dealing with violence within their homes. These are all stressors that tend to take the attention and focus from our children. And so what you end up seeing is the situation where children are sent to boarding school, or children are left in the custody of a nanny, or somebody who then has to come in to take the primary responsibility, which should be the parents, of actually raising the children. And in that context, what you tend to see is that the beliefs or the moral attributes that a parent may want to input or impute into their children generally doesn't get passed on. In that context, it's a free-for-all, right? We know that children are like sponges. They absorb everything around them. And if parents, for example, are not exhibiting or embodying the behavior that they want, or they claim that they want their children to exhibit, that's also another issue. We hear it all the time where it's been said that children will do what they won't do what you say, they will do what you do, right? And so a lot of times what we see in this context is this outsourcing, where you're tasking someone else who's not their primary responsibility, who may not even have the resources or the skills or the ability or the willingness to take care of your children the way that you have. And so, like I said, we see it all across the board, from the wealthiest in Nigeria to who is on minimum wage.
Like Daniels, someone sent a message, and he said people are bothered about luxury cars to the extent they put premium insurance on such. Some would want to run over again to ensure that the car is properly locked. But they care less if their child is still out there, even when it's 7, 8, 9 years. Now, it brings us back to what Yvonne has said. How can we, let parents know that they have a big role to play, even bigger than the teacher and the proprietor of that school, who's more or less in business?
The whole thing is misplaced priorities. Gone are those days when, values was very important in the home front. Now, every home is chasing money, chasing contracts, chasing, like they said, luxurious cars, luxurious living, parties all over the place. We need to go back to the fact that nurturing between the age of 0 to 8 is very critical to whatever is going to happen to that child. Whatever that child is going to exhibit towards, the tweens and the teens and then becoming young adults, is actually cemented, as I say, like a foundation from the age of 0 to 8. That's why I said the 5 senses is what they use to form their own character. Now, parents need to understand this. A lot of parents are dysfunctional. They themselves went through some dysfunctional foundation, and they are transferring that dysfunctionality into the lives of their own kids. That's repeat patterns. Patterns are repeated. And until they can understand that it's not business as usual, you cannot transfer the nurturing point to a nanny or a nurse, or whatever it is. Because those people too, you do not know what their own dysfunctionality is. And then you leave them with all the paraphernalia of gadgets that money can buy. But it's not only that. Even those in the middle class and in the lower class, they still do this. So bullying is not just, as I said, it's not just physical. It could be emotional, it could be sexual, it could be so many things. And it comes right across board. The only thing is this, that those that, are influential will influence what's happening so that the kids do not get penalized. Those that are not as influential will still be influenced by the ballet, by the chief, by the people that are in charge there. Because I remember when we went on a road show about violence abuse, and we went actually into those areas, and all those areas. I found people were complaining, even men, but that they don't take the case to the head of their community. They will not allow you to go past a certain point. They will settle themselves. So you see, it's just us talking on the social media. It's not us just talking like we're doing that. How many people have access to Zoom meetings and everything? We need to take it down to the grassroots too as well. And we need to also have more programs for those who can listen to Zoom that, look, Parent 101, 21st century is no joke. It's no joke at all. And anything, coming at the children through the social media space. And even if you try to say your children should not watch certain things at home, you'll find a way of watching it outside, because one of their friends most likely has a parent who does not control them. So the parents themselves, first and foremost, are they controlled? Do they know what values? They know the values. Something that happened on Saturday was a group that had a Zoom meeting, and one lost it totally and absolutely when a teacher said that when he went into this college, he discovered some anomalies, and that was one of the reasons why he left. And she just lost it. And why didn't you come out? You see, Suleiman, that silence is what should be broken. That fear of speaking is what should be broken. That apathy that the justice system, the police will not do anything about it. See, that young boy is already starting to have that feeling that, well, my father is so and so.
Sorry, I'm taking you back, but I want Yvonne to talk about this more, because listening to you, Leila Daniels, you said something about sexually. Yvonne, is it safe, because you work with women and girls, gender-based violence, is it safe to say there are sexual abuse?
I mean, when we look at the statistics in Nigeria, I think that makes it clear. 1 in every 4 girls has been victimized sexually as a child, and we also know that that increases. Is 1 in every 10 for boys. I also see child marriage, which happens to over 50% of our young girls in Nigeria as a form of sexual bullying. It stems from poverty as well. But the reality is that this is something that we have to reckon with. See, being used as a weapon, being used as a weapon, in many instances, to be able to exert power and control over a situation or a person, or even to silence somebody into force someone into doing something that you want them to do. And so it's very, very commonplace. It's an epidemic within the context of Nigeria, and we see it happening in the context of bullying as well.
So Yvonne, as we close, how can we tame the bully?
Yeah, I mean, I think one of the primary things for me, and I will keep reiterating it, is the fact that we have to raise emotionally children. One of the primary aspects of that, ensuring that you understand empathy, that are able to deal with the world in a way that shows compassion. And a lot of that is behavior that's modeled by the parents themselves. So if the parent is not embodying empathy, the parent is not treating the child with compassion and empathy, then where can we expect them to get it from? I think it's also important that we believe our children when they speak to us. A very important thing that we have to address is we have to raise awareness through our campaigns. A lot of children, or a lot of teachers, may not even understand that some of this behavior is violating the fundamental human right of the child or another person. And so we have to start to raise awareness about some of these things. Another thing that may not on the surface appear to be linked is addressing poverty within the context of Nigeria. We find, like I said, the tie is that when you have parents who are under a lot of stress, dealing with finances, dealing with inflation, dealing with unemployment, all of that tends to result in neglect, right, of their own children. And what you find is that that neglect of their children results in internalizing that behavior or internalizing emotions and not having a safe space to voice how it is that you're feeling. That comes with aggression against other children. And so it's certainly a lot of work that we have to do. But like I said, I'm an optimist. I'm hopeful that we can start to make headway, particularly while we have the momentum of these sorts of cases.
Leila Daniel, quickly help us here, because I recall in high school back then, we had a guidance and counseling department. I still can see the faces of the man and the woman who were in that department. For a bit, we wondered how come we just had only 2 people. So now, how come there's only unit in schools? Not that we have a deficit in parenting.
As I told you before, most schools do not have a guidance and counseling department. They don't at all. They don't see it as being important because for some reason they black out when it comes to national.
Anthony Enahoro was the first to move the motion for Nigeria's independence in 1953. The motion was eventually granted in 1960 after several political battles and defeats in Parliament. At the age of 21, he became the editor of Southern Nigerian Defender, making him the youngest editor ever. Fela Anikulapo Kuti, known as Fela, was a Nigerian multi-instrumentalist and the Afrobeat music era. Kuti was son of Nigerian women's rights activist Funmilayo Kuti, referred to as one of Africa's most challenging and charismatic music performers. He is one of the most recognized Nigerians in Hollywood. He is a director and screenwriter, as well as a British Academy Award and Golden Globe nominee. He has received the Lawrence Oliver Award. He before was appointed commander of the Order of the British Empire for services to the arts. Jelani Aliu is a Nigerian automotive designer and served as a senior creative designer at General Motors. He was appointed as the Director General of the Nigerian Automotive Design and Development Council in 2017.
There's a lot of information around, but there's also fake news and truths. On The Proof, we put these stories to the test to separate fact from fiction. Join us every Friday, 8:20 p.m. West African time on The Proof, show on News Central TV.
Africa is rising. Again, we hear our sounds echo on the other line. Afrobeat, Afro invented, life brought back to life, new energy infused into Africa. every shot, every race, find our place at the top. Taking the helm of real power, new hopes for democracies. A breed of entrepreneurial tigers, audacious storytellers, and a present generation ready. Truly, Africa is rising. So define countries live.
We want to thank you for coming.
Welcome to News Central Studios. Here are the stories making headlines beyond the continent. My name is Chooks Emma. We begin in Europe, where French President Emmanuel Macron said Sunday that a period of transition will begin for New Caledonia after voters overwhelmingly rejected independence. Macron added that France is more beautiful with Pacific islands included. He said the country could be proud of the process designed to settle the status of the islands, under which residents were asked in 3 separate referendums if they wished to break away from France. With all ballots counted, 96.49% were against independence, while only 3.5% were in favor, with turnout a mere 43.9%. Results from the island's High Commission showed pro-independence campaigners boycotted the vote, saying they wanted it postponed to September because a fair campaign was impossible with high coronavirus infection numbers.
À la sagesse de nos aînés, nous franchissons ensemble une nouvelle étape. L'accord de Nouméa arrive à son terme juridique. La promesse du destin commun dont il était porteur n'a jamais été aussi tangible et doit continuer à nous guider.
Still in the region, UK Foreign Secretary Liz Truss says G7 countries have warned Russia of severe consequences, including economic sanctions if it carries out any incursion into Ukraine. Truss was speaking at a press conference on Sunday after a 2-day meeting between foreign ministers from G7 countries in Liverpool, England. She said the G7 also called on Iran to agree a deal to curb its nuclear ambitions. Foreign ministers from the world's richest nations gathered for the meeting, seeking to present a strong, united front against global threats.
What we've seen this weekend is very much a united voice from the G7 nations who represent 50% of global deterring Russia from taking that action. We do already have very strong anti-corruption and anti-money laundering rules in the UK. But let's be clear, when the UK has wanted to send clear messages and achieve clear goals, we have been prepared to use economic sanctions. So we are considering all options, and together with our allies, including the United States, including our G7 partners, we've been very clear there would be severe consequences. On the subject of Iran, there is still time for Iran to come and agree this deal. And it's the last chance, I've said, but there is still a chance for them to do that. And I would urge Iran to come back to the table with a serious offer.
The Middle Thousands of people took to the streets in Istanbul to demonstrate against rising poverty in the country and to demand an increase of the minimum wage. The protesters came out on Sunday following the call of trade unions. Turkey's currency is unstable as a result of record lows against the dollar, losing nearly 30% in the last month. While now inflation surged over 20%, a new reach to these Turks purchasing power. The Turkish lira has been in free fall with President Recep Tayyip Erdogan taking interest rate cuts despite rampant inflation.
Adalet istiyoruz. Kötü hissediyoruz kendimizi. Psikolojik baskı altında hissediyoruz kendimizi. Yani bir evimize, çocuklarımıza biz yeterince iş alamıyoruz. Duysunlar, duyuyorlar. 3 tane çocuk yapıyorlardı. 3 tane eyvallah çocuğumuzu yaptık. Şimdi bakamıyoruz. Ne yapabiliriz şimdi biz? Yani illa kötülük mü yapalım? Yani illa birileri hırsızlık mı yapsın? Yani illa birileri birilerini mi vursun? Olmuyor. Geçinemiyoruz. Yani herkes aç. Kimin evine gidersen git. Alamıyor kirasını, ödemiyor kira.
Ailemizde şu an 2 kişi zaten çalışıyor. Birininki kiraya gidiyor zaten, diğerininki elektrik, su, doğalgaza gidiyor. Çok az, yani çok zor geçiniyoruz şu an yani. Asgari ücretli çalışan insanlarız. 5200 lira olursa en azından biraz daha insanca bir yaşam olabilir.
Ben buradayız zaten. Değiştirmek adına buradayız. Yoksa evde oturabilirdik ama değil. Artık çünkü gerçekten yeter. Bir şeylerin ciddi anlamda değişmesini ve var olan hükümetin artık gitmesini istiyoruz. Çünkü artık adamlar kendi ceplerini doldurmak için ceplerindekini almaya devam ediyorlar ve artık yeter. O yüzden buradayız. O yüzden alanlardayız. Alanlarda olmaya devam
yapıldı fakat pandemi döneminde biliyorsunuz pek çok eylem yasaklandı. İlk kez pandemiden sonra bu kadar büyük bir eylemle dışarıya çıkmış olduk. Bu da artık insanların, işçilerin, emekçilerin yaşam koşullarının tamamen ortadan kalkmasıyla ilgili bir eylem ve oldukça önemli buluyoruz.
Let's head to America, where at least 6 people were killed in an Amazon warehouse in Illinois after a direct hit from a tornado caused a major portion of the building to collapse. The fire chief in Edwardsville, James Whiteford III, says 45 people were condemned to have made it out of the building. The authorities said they did not know how many people were inside the warehouse when this storm hit, so it was difficult to say how many people had been searched for. It's about 25 miles east of St. Louis, and the Amazon building is a distribution hub on the west side of town.
The Edwardsville community experienced great tragedy. The structural collapse of the Amazon warehouse with workers inside. It brings me great sorrow to confirm that at this time 6 individuals lost their lives in the collapse, with an additional person receiving medical treatment. Tornadoes touched down in a variety of counties throughout central Illinois, really from Metro East all the way across to Decatur and beyond. And of course, you know that same line of storms headed into Kentucky and did even more damage there, and there was a much greater loss of life.
Earlier this afternoon, the response portion of this incident came to a close, and we're now focused solely on recovery. Through efforts so far, we identified 45 personnel who made it out of the building safely. We're continuing to search the site for evidence of life, and we'll continue recovery operations until all personnel are accounted for. At this time, estimates are the recovery portion of the incident will take about 3 more days.
In Rome, Pope Francis says he's praying for the victims of the tornado in Kentucky, southern USA. The Pope made the prayer during the Sunday Angelus at the Vatican. On Saturday, buildings were razed, cars overturned, trees ripped from the ground as there were end-of-the-world saints in the small Kentucky town of Mayfield. On Broadway, the main street, in a town of 10,000 people, old red brick buildings that were once a source of local pride were shattered by the storm.
Le vittime del tornado che ha colpito il Kentucky e altre zone degli Stati Uniti d'America.
Later, Pope Francis also expressed prayer and thoughts to Ukraine in light of its people during Sunday's Angelus prayer at the Vatican. The Pope expressed hopes that tensions there may be resolved through serious international dialogue. He also recalled with sorrow that the production of weapons has exceeded that of last year.
Desidero assicurare la mia preghiera per la cara Ucraina, per tutte le sue chiese e comunità religiose e per tutto il suo popolo, perché le tensioni ad essa siano risolte verso una serie di armi internazionali e non con le armi. In quest'anno ci sono state fatte più armi dell'anno scorso. Le armi non sono la strada. Che questo Natale del Signore porti all'Ucraina la pace.
To our COVID coverage, tens of thousands gathered in Austria's capital Vienna to protest mandatory COVID vaccines and home confinement orders for those who have not yet received the jabs. Police said an estimated 44,000 people attended the demonstration, the latest in a string of huge protests since Austria last month became the first EU country to say it would make COVID vaccinations mandatory. A partial confinement since last month's end on Sunday for the vaccinated, but those who have not received the required doses will have to remain at home. Vaccination is to be obligatory from February for all residents older than 14, except for dispensation for health reasons. In Asia, the United Nations has called for step in finding a political solution to Syria's conflict. UN Special Envoy Geir Pedersen made the call on Sunday while on tour of Europe, the US, and Arab states. Several members of United Nations brokered negotiations in Geneva since 2019 between the government and the opposition aimed at forging a new constitution have so far failed. Pedersen has told all the main foreign powers with a stake in Syria's conflict, with the fighting having subsided since 2020. Damascus have made inroads into easing international isolation, especially with fellow Arab states.
We went through in quite some detail all the challenges facing Syria. Obviously, we looked at the military situation, the economic situation, the humanitarian situation, and of course the political process linked to that. We also, as always, touched on the issue of detainees, abductees and missing persons. And then we discussed also the challenges related to the Constitutional Committee. And as I said, it was in-depth and good discussion. We should now analyze not only the Arabs, but also the American position, the European, Turkish, the Russian, the Iranian, and of course also the development in Syria. And my answer is that there is now a possibility to start to explore possible avenues to start to move forward on this process.
In sports, Red Bull's Max Verstappen won his first Formula One world title in dramatic circumstances at the season finale in Abu Dhabi. His rival, Lewis Hamilton, had appeared in control of the race and on course for the title himself, despite controversy on the first lap until a late safety car. The race was restarted with one lap to go, with Verstappen on fresh tires and Hamilton and the Dutchman swept by to win the race. At the end of the race, while Verstappen screamed delight and Red Bull celebrated, Burton Hamilton sat on his Mercedes for several minutes, disbelieving the way events had turned against him in the final minutes. And that's all on the continent at this hour. Very many thanks for watching. Follow us on social media. We are at News Central TV. Download our mobile app on the App Store and the Play Store. And also, do remember you can watch us live on Star Times, Channel 274, Evo TV, Mission 247, Free TV, and YouTube. Thanks once again. My name is Chooks Ene. My name is Oluwatobi Johnson Fakanade, from Oyo State, and I'm an entrepreneur. Boss is an evolution. You know, the product Boss itself was, I'll call it a journey. You know, we started trying to create a solution for healing, Boss healing, which moved into ride healing, which then was forcing at some point after the lockdown, when we realized how tedious it was for people to actually move from one place to the other. It was more convenient for people to just have one single vehicle take them all through the day. You know, it's a lot we have those songs that we say, no product that actually does that. From that, if you order one of the other ride-hailing platforms, you realize that you have to wait. When you get where you're going, you have another trip, you wait again, driver may cancel, and you get all those scenarios. So that also now led us into trying to get a charter services platform. But even at that, we realized that all the charter services companies were just about, you have to go to the website, you have to talk on the other platforms. You know. So at the end of the day, we realized that there was no such charter services. And we decided to aggregate all these things. So that on your phone, in one-stop shop, you can get all the various charter options that are available. And that's what we perfectly possible. So the vision of Boss is to be the #1 provider of transport solutions in Africa. The mission is to use technology to drive more secure, more affordable, more accessible transportation for goods and for services. Okay. And our vision is to be the #1 in Africa over the next 5 years. So, and that's what we're going to do. So Boss is divided into 3 segments. The first one has been launched. The other 2 are about to be launched. The first one is the charter services which have been launched, and with the Boss app, you can go on the order whatever kind of vehicles, okay? On other ride-hailing platforms, you can have normal sedan vehicles from 2005 up to 2020 vehicles. I'm talking from sedans to Jeep, SUVs, trucks, premium vehicles. So that is already available on the app. The next version of the app, the full version of the app, which will be coming out in about 2-3 weeks now, is the onboarding of all the land, air, and water. So you have private jets, you have a helicopter, you have boats, you know, and that is accessible before the end of September. And then the first part of it. The second part of it is the Boss hailing platform. The Boss hailing platform is standard, but what we have now done is that we have created a structure with which people with their phones can order a ride, and the Boss or the ride will take them as close to their as possible and drive them as close to their destination as possible, thereby reducing the cost, reducing the time of travel, and making it more accessible and easier. And then the buses and the rides are going to be top-notch rides that are very friendly, and you know, you also use the opportunity to network other people, you know. So that's the second part. The third part of the app is the fleet management and optimization. We realize that a lot of organizations, companies, SMEs, NGOs, churches don't want to be involved in transportation. Since COVID, for example, the example of the schools had a lot of problems, you know, with carrying their children and taking them by law. The parents don't even want to ride anymore, you know. So what Boss does now is to ensure that many of these redundant vehicles, corporate organizations, churches, these vehicles, and put them able to solve part of the problem that they're facing. And what that does is that it's a win-win for the owners of the vehicle and for the larger in Africa. Well, it's very straightforward. Go to any of the 3 channels that we exist on. You can go to the iOS for Apple users, users, you can go to the Play Store, Google Play Store for Android users, and you can go to the web app. That web app is app.sportsworld.com. So you go to any of those three platforms, all you do is put the origin that you're going to be picking up from, and then the destination, which is going to be the airport. And once you do that, you can order your ride from the airport. Bus is fantastically solving the problem for which it's designed. We didn't envisage the level of hunger in the market like we saw when we started market testing. We just said that, just to test our product and let's see how the market is going to react to it, and it was fantastic. We had over almost 1,000 inquiries, and we were able to convert a very huge chunk of that. I think without the app, without any investor or investment. So in presenting the app to the public with this beta version and what we call our pre-launch testing, it's looking very good. A lot of people are ordering rides, they are getting what they want, go to the order and have the vehicle for them all through the day. From the start, you already know exactly how much you're paying for the whole day. They're not like sold because full is in your services. And for example, if somebody from, using Lagos as an example, somebody who orders from maybe Ajah to Festac, 15,000, even 50,000, depending on the situation, maybe there's a sale or so. But with bus with something as low as 20,000 naira, with a driver, and the whole day. Bus have been sold the car or services. People are ordering it left and right. You also see what we're doing with the private jets, with private jet markets. People are coming and we're working with aviation companies who provide this service. And we are solving the problem of the aviation companies. In fact, we are also going to be solving some of the problems of the regulators to these products that we're bringing to the market. A huge part of the population is still going to use smartphones. Some of them still use, even though that is not really essentially our market. But we are also trying to be as inclusive as possible. So that's a challenge that I see. The other challenge that we have noticed is that, which we will always try to improve, is to make the app much more user-friendly. That's actually a trick question. Because other platforms provide a universe of rights. Okay, I can't give what we call charge price. Charge price will be based on the vehicle that we're talking about, because the amount you're going to charge for shop is the amount you're going to charge for price. You're going to charge for the Toyota Camry. Even Toyota Camry, a 2005 Toyota Camry, for the same price for say a 2015 Toyota Camry. But what we ensure that we do all the time is to make sure that our prices are as competitive as possible and they are as affordable as possible. As one transport platform, or rather, I see Bus as the Alibaba of transportation in Africa. Anytime you think of anything transportation, what you'll be thinking about is Bus.
Sinon, le caviar devient mou à cause du sel qu'on a ajouté avec. Si on dépasse 1 minute, on peut écraser les œufs.
fabric mask acts as a barrier to prevent the spread of the virus. It must be used correctly and always combined with other measures to protect yourself and everyone else. When wearing a fabric mask, clean your hands before putting it on. Inspect the mask and do not use it if it is damaged or dirty. Cover your mouth, nose and chin. Adjust the mask to your face, leaving no gaps on the sides. Avoid touching the mask or wearing it. Change your mask once it gets dirty or wet. To take off the mask, clean your hands first. Remove it with the straps behind the head or ears without touching the front of the mask. As you remove the mask, pull it away from your face. Clean your hands after taking off any mask. If you need to reuse a fabric mask, store it in a clean, resealable bag. Hold the mask at the elastic ends when removing it from the bag, and make sure it is not dirty or wet before using it again. Wash fabric masks in soap or detergent, preferably with hot water, at least once a day. Make sure you have your own mask and do not share it with others. When wearing masks, make sure you know how to put it on, use it, remove it, and discard or wash it correctly. Remember that a mask alone cannot protect you. When wearing a mask, continue to adopt other measures to prevent the spread of the virus. Stay at least 1 meter away from others. Clean your hands frequently and thoroughly. Avoid touching your face and mask. Stay safe, and let's all prevent the spread of COVID-19.
I'm an aesthetic physician and founder of Belvoir Medical Aesthetics. I have a postgraduate qualification in clinical dermatology, and in terms of aesthetic medicine, I'm also aesthetic procedures and anti-aging treatments. And particularly in skin color, we feel like black skin is prone to scarring and pigmentation issues even after the initial skin condition has been solved, and I don't feel enough understanding into why we have this in dark skin, and letting people a sort of certain treatment products we can put to prevent us getting to this stage to treat the scarring. So
everyone. This day, of Women's Team Banyana. I think it's my but was in 98. It's always good. People have always been friendly, but not killed. They are very tournaments for women's football continent. So there's the new football strategy that they implement through the CAF Champions League as something to fruition, where we see all the different zones playing in the Champions League. But for the national team, very few. I think that's at the time when football hasn't, a lot of football has been played due to COVID, and a lot of teams haven't been active. So at the time, teams are getting ready to prepare for the qualifiers. I think it's a big tournament. Different countries that are doing women's football, where they've been women's program. You have countries that are having leagues. I think the countries have leagues, and then the next step is obviously to professionalize the sport, because you cannot compete with the rest of the world if the sport is professionalized. I've seen this all gone on this, and then about when you look at the talent, it competes evenly with the rest of the world. You need a lot of good to get more competition, because you play obviously get, and top competition you play, most of the game is the chair. You don't play top now. When we go to the global and we go to the Olympics, maybe they should do something like this beforehand, just beforehand, to prepare teams, you know, that competitive competition that they lack, maybe in their own region, for the competitions. Over the last year and a half, we've worked with a group of players because we haven't get players from abroad due to different quarantine protocols in different countries. So we used a new group at the last COSAFA Cup. Now we're looking at giving those players more experience and to see if they can take that step up. It's an exciting time, I think, for women's football, not just on the continent, but for us, because some of these players had played at the Under-17 World Cup.
Opening, and then you see like a black bit, which we say has a bit of dead cells, keratin in them. There's another black head here. This is the point where most people notice, and I say, oh, I'm going to get a facial done because I notice my, follicles my pores are clogged up. At this point, you find now that little lesion now starts to get a bit inflamed. So inflammation is sort of like an irritation in the skin. We have some white cells. Your body sends white cells to the area, and then we also have a proliferation of bacteria, normal bacteria on the skin that sort of gets trapped as well. And inflamed acne is only like a stage 3. I like to call that. So you can see a bit of inflammation in the skin, an inflamed lesion here. So it looks a bit red, and you can sort of see the thick oil in, like most people call this a pimple at this stage. In people that have pretty advanced acne, we start to see other lesions called nodules and pustules. Pustules are now the slightly bigger lesions that have pus. Like there's one here, and then nodules, we see like a trapped inflammation beneath the skin. It looks like he's been picking at his skin as well. Do you pick at your acne when you have? Okay. So we see some excoriation. So excoriation, you can tell, is when the person has picked at the skin and left a wound. So typically, acne therapy has a range of about 4 different things we can do. We say level 1 is treat the person with topical products. So topical means they're giving you medicated face washes, medicated creams to use. Some people would come back and say, my acne is still being a bit stubborn, in which case we can bring in treatments like chemical peels for acne. Some of the peels for acne have the acne treatment ingredients in slightly higher concentrations. So I'm sort of infusing a larger amount of a salicylic acid or a lactic acid into the skin, and this should help some people. So I'm going to perform a treatment called a chemical peel on Temidayo today. it's important to note that acne treatment is long-term, so I would put him on home care products, and I bring in treatments to really augment or help what we're doing at home, not to completely treat acne in one session. So the purpose of a chemical peel treatment is a solution where we apply onto the skin that causes dead cells to slough off. Because we know that dead cells are able to clog the pores and lead to acne, I'm hoping this treatment would help to unclog the pores a little bit, so to prevent that clogging process. In black skin, we need to be cautious of chemical peels in black skin because peels can make the skin more sensitive to the sun. So a lot of people, if done incorrectly, can actually go out into the sun and get a burn. So I'm performing a gentle, very gentle peel, but I'm going to emphasize sun protection when I'm done. I'm just cleansing his face. It's a bit of cleanser, I feel a bit cold. Some people do find peels a bit stingy, but I'm doing a very gentle one, but I'm still going to give him a fan to hold, just to make sure it's not too uncomfortable. So I'm going to give you a fan to hold, Team Dio. If it gets stingy, you just press the button. What I'm going to do is apply a solution onto your skin and leave it for a timed period, and then neutralize it and put on some sunscreen. Close your eyes while I'm doing this so we don't get anything spill. So I'm just applying a layer of the peel onto his skin. Okay, so I've applied the peel all over his skin. I'm going to time and leave it on for 3 minutes. Okay, so I'm going to put it onto your skin. I'm just going to stop it from working. Quite simple, but because if you use sort of the wrong concentration, the wrong time, it isn't adequately prepared for the treatment, you can't put a burn on the person. You'll find after those, like acne treatment, take out a little bit. We assume that because we're cleansing or follicles already clogged up with blood pores that want to come out, because I'm doing a treatment that is going to block the pores really quickly. It's usually just acne when it comes to the surface a little bit. So we see that with acne products are doing all this. Is there anywhere stinging? So we imagine all the acid has been now. Into his skin now. Chemical peels can make it more sensitive to the skin. So if he goes to immediately, the skin is a bit, he might find it to get a lot of people incorrectly. The sunscreen product moisture that you apply to the skin and to the sun's rays skin. So because it's sensitive, I need to put a sun on the skin, so you can see where I'm not covering my skin, but I know everywhere is covered. And then I just and I see this covering everywhere. So because of the treatment, I'll let that the skin is going to be a little bit more to the sun, so he needs to be conscious of avoidance and protection. And that's the treatment done. Prevent acne, making the skin nice and clean. Not a oily product on the skin, which can come in with or brands, or what we call brands. They can sort of eating mostly staying off health. The things you can that can help. Honey is very inflammatory, so masks can help sort of big system. Somebody might have the teacher antiseptic, but I think treatment the skin is a bit sensitive. And anti-cosmetic products, say acne, they normally have in them, so help.
Between me and my very strong. I see it as a power which so I used to call my bike, call her she. She's my girlfriend. She's there to make me happy, to make sure I'm fine. So once in a while I'm training, pissed me off. I try. Most time, if you to she's not comfortable, I end up in the water passage. have this dream of becoming an engineer, yes. First thing in the morning, when I get my bike, I used to like check the headset if it's not really stiff, because if it's stiff, you might not really enjoy your riding for the day because the handlebar won't really spin very fast the way you want it. Cleaning all the particles, yeah, just to make sure I have a smooth ride for the day. And if there's a sand on the sprocket, I'll clean it off and oil my chain a little bit just to make sure it's kind of wet, then clean it up to make sure it's fine. My routine on daily basis actually has to do with me waking up first. I hit the gym, like not going to the gym, like I do some workouts on my own in my house. I'll do some workouts, probably. I do a lot of core works actually, do a lot of sit-ups, then probably maybe some jumping jacks and some squatting. I do squatting most times because of my lap and my lower part of my leg actually, because of the pedaling every time. So you doing enough squatting, you have more energy on your legs to go as far as you want. Then working more on my core gives me that strength, you know. I don't need to be very huge for me to have that strength, but once I'm building my core every day, the way I'm doing it, it gives me that inner strength that like whenever I want to go in the air with my bike, the strength is always there, like I'm super filled with the energy. Then the jumping jacks is just there to like make sure I'm kind of flexible and make sure everything just keeps going well. Then after that, along the line before going to training, yeah, then this one, I just do this one to like free my wrists, because most time we fall and we like slam our hand on the floor very hard, which can easily dislocate your wrist. So I do this one like every morning to make sure my wrist is kind of very free, so I don't have any issue there, then I'm fine. One of the things that inspired me most and makes me stand out is the ability to see what people see that, okay, this thing is impossible. So whenever I try to figure out that people are thinking this thing is impossible, I'll make it possible. So if I should make it possible, I'm different. Another inspiration I got was from professional riders reaching out to me, telling me, bro, what you're doing is actually rare, you're doing good, you're doing great, just keep up the good work. Don't stop and don't let it stop. And that keeps me going for people to see that, okay, what I'm doing is actually good and I should keep doing what I'm doing, which means they are really happy seeing me doing what I love. Me having professional riders sending me DMs like, bro, keep what you're doing with Nigeria. Like, that's one big inspiration for me.
Third Mainland Bridge is the longest of 3 bridges connecting Lagos Island to the mainland in Lagos, Nigeria, West Africa to be precise. It was the longest bridge in Africa until 1996, when the 6th October Bridge located in Cairo was actually completed. By 2006, many commuters had reported that the Third Mainland Bridge was beginning to wear off, vibrating noticeably, indicating that it needed urgent attention. As a result, remedial work was commenced on portions of the bridge at different times, leading to intermittent partial closure of the bridge. The challenge at the moment is that numerous claims have trailed this legendary bridge, with many disproved as false. Anyway, let's find out everything you need to know about these claims. I am Joe Hansen, and this is The Proof. Recently, there have been rumors of cracks on the bridge. This, however, was denied by authorities. The 8-lane bridge experienced a new look during the last repairing exercise, painting the bridge guide with colors of Nigeria, green, white, green, and also general painting was done out for a new look. The repair works on the bridge were completed and the bridge was reopened on October 30, 2020. Recently, an image of a badly damaged pier has been circulated in numerous social media posts, claiming it shows the state of the third mainland bridge in Nigeria's commercial hub, Lagos. The post claims that the bridge has opened up and is shaking, potentially putting the lives of commuters at risk. However, the claim, we're going to find out if it's true or it's false. Take a look at this photo, which was taken back in 2008 during an experiment conducted by a Japanese research institute to test the effects of earthquakes on bridge piers. Now, one of the earliest versions of the claim, by the way, was published on November 9, 2021, about a week after a high-rise building under construction collapsed in Nigeria's commercial capital city, Lagos. Since this incident, concerns about the safety and integrity of buildings in the megacity have become a major talking point on social media in Nigeria. We have just been informed that the third mainland bridge has opened up and the bridge is shaking, reads the caption on one of the Facebook posts showing the damaged pier, which has now racked up more than 4,400 shares. Take note, not likes, but 4,400 shares. The same claim has also been shared with other images. Social media monitoring tool CrowdTangle shows that posts also include footage from a 2019 news report when some portions of the bridge, including the expansion joints, were indeed failing. AFP Fact Check debunked this claim here. And now here is our verdict. The AFP Fact Check found that the circulating image is unrelated to the bridge. Remember earlier on, we had showed you a scene right in Japan. Aha, you took note of that? Well, first, the piers supporting the third mainland bridge are rectangular in shape, not circular like the one pictured in the social media posts. AFP Fact Check conducted a reverse image search and traced the origin of the image to the website of Japan's National Research Institute for Earth Science and Disaster Resilience. A shake table experiment of full-scale that's reinforced concrete bridge pier was conducted. The Research Institute explains that the experiment was carried out on October 2, 2008. Meanwhile, Nigerian authorities have dismissed the claim as false. The Federal Controller of Works in Lagos, debunked insinuations as part of a statement published on the website of Nigeria's Ministry of Works. AFP Fact Checks reporters have repeatedly traveled across the bridge and found no evidence of any visible damage or shaking. The picture that was circulated is not the third mainland bridge or the collapsed Ikoyi building in Lagos. The bridge is actually in good condition, and we can rightly say that there is no cause for alarm. And that's where we call it a wrap on today's episode of The Proof. Well, follow us on social media. We are at News Central TV. Also head to our website. It's www.newscentral.app. You can download the mobile app. It's on App Store as well as on Play Store. So next time, when you receive that circulated message, picture, video, be it on WhatsApp, Facebook, wherever, ensure to make every effort to see if it's true or it's just another fake circulation. I'm Joe Hansen. Thank you for watching The Proof.
News Central TV, Africa's #1 storyteller, has come with the best of both worlds. With a combination of news and live TV, we ensure that you keep track of the latest headlines, breaking news, and in-depth analysis from professional journalists from around the continent. Download the News Central TV app on Android and iOS and get started today. Don't forget to follow us on News Central's social media platforms. News Central, Africa First.
Welcome to News Central now on News Central TV. My name is Chooks and a happy Independence Day, Kenya. The top stories at this hour. Kenyan President joins citizens to celebrate their 58th independence anniversary. South Africa pays tribute to late apartheid leader. And focus on African health systems as the world observes Universal Health Coverage Day. It's coming up shortly. We begin our coverage at this hour in East Africa. President Uhuru Kenyatta has addressed the country on the occasion of our 58th independence anniversary. Kenyatta urged citizens to look ahead and learn from their past mistakes. The Kenyan president also celebrated the country's fallen heroes.
Concerns of the present, I beg to differ. History provides invaluable lessons to be learned and gives context to the present. By looking back, we are better able to look forward. Learning from the past means that we can build on its good, avoid its mistakes, and most importantly, it is a constant reminder of the ugly, so that even as we must never forget. So fellow Kenyans, when we congregate at this place of remembrance, we are all called on to renew the soul of our nation. We are called to appreciate the pain felt and sacrifices made by those who went before us. The fallen soldiers and heroes buried in unmarked graves in prisons and camps all over our country. That's why the project under construction behind us was initiated. Apart from being a place of healing, this place will be an where the past, the present, and the future will converge.
In Kenya's celebration, the country's Interior Principal Secretary, Karango Kibicho, says that no part of celebrations will be held in the country to commemorate the annual Jamhuri Day. This according to him follows extensive consultations between the government and expert advisors, which concluded that such events will potentially accelerate COVID-19 infections. News Central's Omololade tells us more.
Every 12th day of December, the Republic of Kenya marks its national day, popularly known as Jamhuri Day. Jamhuri is a Swahili word for republic, hence the day was set aside to officially mark the day when Kenya became a republic on 12 December 1964, a year after gaining independence on 1 June 1963. Jamhuri Day celebration, which usually kicks off with the president's speech at Nairobi's Nyayo Stadium, accompanied by cultural festivities celebrating Kenya's unique cultural identity, as well as a display of the country's colorful flag hung in buildings of the capital city of Nairobi, has been altered this year due to COVID-19 pandemic. While the emergence of the new Omicron variant may have forced the country to cancel plans of celebrating the Independence Day in the usual traditional and elaborate way, the country has, however, given to 11,000 citizens, ensuring every region in Kenya is well represented. Although holding the celebration at Uhuru Gardens is a deviation from the tradition of marking the day at the Nyayo Stadium with feasts, political speeches, parades and traditional dances among others, it is hoped that Kenyans across the globe will celebrate their African heritage by enjoying their typical Kenyan dish, ugali, while holding on to the communities that held the country together till date. Happy Independence Day, or better still, Happy Jamhuri Day, Kenya. Omolola Olade reporting for News Central.
Earlier, a lawyer and lecturer at Kisii University in Kenya, Herman Bonde, highlighted the importance of Jamhuri Day.
You are all aware of the current problem facing, that is COVID-19. If you are keen enough, we the people of Kenya and also the African continent, we've not gained economic independence. We got the political independence, but we still can't produce our own vaccines. It's quite terrible that we are celebrating Jamhuri Day in Kenya independence, but we still depend on the white to supply us with vaccine. So for the last 60 years, we've grown, I do admit, but we need to celebrate another Jamhuri Day, where we, the Africans, we wake up from slumber. We do the research. We come up with our vaccines. We don't depend on other people for survival. I want to acknowledge that the handshake between Raila Amolo Odinga has caused serious peace. It's peace. There's a reason why I call it serious peace, because Kenya has been having political problems there before. But since President Uhuru Kenyatta and Raila Amolo Odinga, we've had peace. Despite the COVID, our tourism is growing. It's growing because there is that peace. Businesses with other countries are picking up because of the peace that we have in Kenya. And that one we have to acknowledge that President Uhuru Kenyatta did a good thing to have a dialogue with his brother Raila Amolo Odinga.
So in East Africa, Tigray rebels have recaptured the North Ethiopian town of Lalibela less than 2 weeks after government forces and the allies took control of the town. A resident of the UNESCO World Heritage Town said there is heavy presence of Tigray fighters, but added that there is no fighting. It was gathered that the rebels came from the east in the direction of Waldia. Lalibela is a pilgrimage center for the Ethiopian Orthodox Church. There are no official government response on the recapture yet. Last week, the government announced its forces had recaptured the strategic towns of Dessie and Kombolcha. Let's head to West Africa, where regional lawmakers from Sierra Leone have presented their country's report to reception of the ECOWAS Parliament holding in Abuja. The lawmakers, while making a presentation during the 2021 second ordinary session of the ECOWAS Parliament in Abuja, Nigeria's federal capital, they made presentations on current situation in the areas of insecurity, upcoming Sierra Leone census, and the management of COVID-19. The report also highlights women participation in politics, including Sierra Leone's recently passed law which mandates political parties to ensure 30% of elective slots are set aside for women, youth unemployment, and Sierra Leone's government investment in agriculture.
The political situation in Sierra Leone remains stable as the country looks forward to the holding of local and general elections in 2022 and 2023 respectively, political parties are currently preoccupied with their lower level elections or primaries to elect their party officials. Parliament has approved the appointment of the Western Area Electoral Commissioner to fill the existing vacancy as the country prepares for the elections. Societal impediments to women's participation in politics and in other decision-making bodies remain a challenge in Sierra Leone, with only 18 out of 146 parliamentary seats held by women. The government of Sierra Leone, in a bid to promote gender empowerment, has introduced a bill that ensures that at least 30% of elective appointed positions are held by women. The bill also aims at improving women's access to finance and linking government spending to improve equality.
Security situation generally is very, very stable in Sierra Leone. Very, very stable. I'm sure people, honorable colleagues who went to Freetown in January can attest to the fact that you can actually leave your hotel at midnight and walk around the beach, and nobody, I repeat, will disturb you or create any problems for you. So generally, the security situation is very good. But then, the issue of
Nigeria's Economic and Financial Crimes Commission, EFCC, has flagged another governor for personally withdrawing cash of 60 billion naira from his state treasury. The EFCC, in a magazine released on Sunday, said the governor is from the central part of the country, but they did not mention his name. EFCC Chairman Abdul Rashid Bawa said the agency's new Department of Intelligence is working well. He felt that the governor carried out the act in the last 6 years. He added that Nigerians are going to be briefed of what the agency is doing behind the scene on cybercrime and politically exposed persons. Into the north of the continent is our next stop, and there's uncertainty over the conduct of the December 24 presidential elections in Libya. This is after the electoral body gave an indication on Sunday that it was unable to announce the approved candidates because of continued legal doubt. Analysts say postponement of the polls would represent a bitter blow to the international community's hopes of reuniting the deeply divided country. A series of court rulings have overturned the Libyan Electoral Commission's decisions to block high-profile figures, including Saif al-Islam Gaddafi, the son of former dictator, from standing for the presidency. Prime Minister Abdul Hamid Dabeiba and warlord Khalifa Haftar, who had the self-styled Libyan National Army, have been approved by the Commission, but subsequently appealed by other parties. Now, as the world observes Universal Health Coverage Day, African health systems are again on the front burner. Universal Health Coverage Day is a day set aside to review progress and identify gaps in ensuring that healthcare is accessible and affordable to all without falling into financial hardship. WHO's data on universal health coverage shows the impact of COVID-19 on health systems and services worldwide, as well as how countries are working to tackle this. The 2021 theme is Leave No One's Health Behind, Invest in Health Systems for All. Now, joining me on the news to discuss investment in healthcare in Africa and its challenges, as well as making health coverage a priority for Africans, is a medical doctor and the senior program manager, Nigeria Health Watch. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you for having me.
Right, let's start straight away by taking a look at the healthcare system in Africa. What do you see as its main challenges or improvements in the last decade?
Well, I would say that healthcare systems in Africa has improved in certain key areas over the last few years, let's say the last decade. If we were to look at key indicators across maternal and child health, immunization coverage, infectious diseases such as HIV, AIDS, malaria, tuberculosis, we could say that some of those rates have reduced thanks to previous investments in healthcare services the country made. But it's not without its challenge. I mean, we've already mentioned one key one that has threatened to do with all the gains that we've made over the last few years, which is COVID-19. and how this has really helped to expose gaps that we were not aware of there before. So while we have made some progress, for example, polio was eradicated in the region, Nigeria was declared polio-free just not so long ago. We still have quite some way to go, and this is because, like I mentioned earlier, COVID-19, which is one of the most devastating pandemics or infectious disease cases we've had in recent times, has really exposed how much more work we need to do. For example, in healthcare worker density, or basically in human resources for health, to show that there are sufficient people in health facilities tending to sick persons. There have been gaps in infrastructure exposed in certain areas, and there have been gaps in coordination in key areas that are essential for universal health coverage. One of the ways that you measure a country's achievement of universal health coverage is by looking at health security and how countries have basically implemented international health regulations. We have seen gaps in those as well. I mean, when we look at the international health regulations and where we are at in implementing it, there were already our scores were so high in the region. And then it turns out that with the pandemic, even those scores could be, and we could take a second look at those scores because there are other elements that are key. So, yes, if I were to say where we at, in the last decade, have we improved our healthcare systems in Africa? Yes, I would say yes. But we need some very strong investments to push us further. For example, in health financing, the Abuja Declaration mandated countries, signatories, to allocate at least 15% of their budget, of their budget to health. This is a declaration that not many countries have met, and my home country, Nigeria, has never quite met targets at the federal level. So we have gaps in health financing, we have, which translates to everything, translates to human resources for health, translates to infrastructure equipment, translates to health system strengthening at the grassroots level, primary health care, and the gaps that have been exposed in those.
But bottom line is, we've made some progress, but we're still way off the mark. All right, let's get a bit of education here. When we talk of universal health coverage, I tell you, not many have a full grasp of what exactly that means. Can you educate us a bit on that? What exactly is universal health coverage?
It's really simple. It just means that everyone who needs healthcare has access to it without incurring financial hardship. It's just those two things: ensuring coverage, ensuring people have access to quality healthcare without becoming impoverished as a result of that, or without facing some some hardship in their finances because they have spent on health.
Nicely put out. Let me speed up a bit because I know we're out of time. HMO is one of the new innovations, I must say, in most African healthcare systems. But some users complain about its operations, particularly in countries like Nigeria. They feel they are being ripped off. They're not getting value for their money. How true is this picture?
Well, I would say it is true. One of the challenges that you can face in trying to set up a health insurance system, or basically the in Africa, in Nigeria, for example, is that people think that they would rather not pay for services that they end up not using, and this is where the sentiment of I'm being ripped off comes from, because they pay a premium for a certain period of time, and they might end up not using all of the services. And this has always posed a problem. People tend to shy away from insurance because they don't want to feel like they have been put at a loss. Yeah.
But okay, one of the complaints against HMOs are the fact that you mentioned people feeling the feeling, yes, I'm paying, I don't get to use the facility as much as whatever I need for. But there are people who complain people with pre-existing health conditions like asthma, sickle cell, and all of that, usually don't get covered by these health insurance organizations. Why so?
So first off, there are different kinds of plans. That's one, and different kinds of providers of health service, of health insurance. Some of those HMOs, yes, would exclude people with pre-existing health conditions, and this isn't something that is applicable only to Africa. It's also something you see in the westernized world, where you're not entitled to health insurance if you have certain pre-identified health, like diabetes, like hypertension, So it is one of the kinks in health insurance that still needs to be fixed. And the reason why HMOs do this sometimes is to reduce the burden, the financial burden. So what happens with health insurance is that many people pay for these services, so they pay a premium. So that's something called pooling of funds. So that's if not everybody in that pool uses the health services, then we have more money or more funding for those who actually need it. Poor so many people with so many pre-existing health conditions, and that means that a higher percentage of your pool will access health services, and it leads to loss for those health maintenance organizations like SOS. So this is why sometimes you see some of these channels exclude people with pre-existing conditions. But that's not the principle behind universal health coverage. While it's not realistic to expect that a health insurance plan would cover for all health of a person because of how expensive it is, especially when it's the government paying, it's still fundamental to universal health coverage that people can access the kind and quality of healthcare that they need when they need it without spending too much. It's a problem. It's one of the kinks for us to try to work out.
Of time. Before I let you go, Ian, if you can in 30 seconds, healthcare we know is still largely inaccessible from people in most African countries. How can the government, what strategy can the government implement to change this?
Right, 30 seconds. Interesting. So, firstly, I would say governments need to spend more on health. We need to increase our expenditure on health per capita, increase how much or what percentage of our GDP we allocate to health. That's one. Something is to develop innovative mechanisms, work with private sector, work with development assistance for health. While government expenditure has been proven to be the most effective, particularly in our region, we need to start thinking of ways to, integrate other sources of funding, like the private sector, like development assistance, and to make sure that the funds that come into healthcare are properly monitored and evaluated and so that we have value for money. Let's measure how much we spend against how those health indices I mentioned earlier are being reduced, and how healthcare is being made better in the region.
Thank you so very much, Kemisola Agbaye, Senior Program Manager, Nigeria Health Watch.
Thanks for having me.
All right, we'll take a quick break. When we come back, we'll be wrapping up. So stay tuned.
We want to thank you for coming on this journey with us, walking with us, staying with us. Now, as we move, we want to invite you to own a share of this new adventure with us. Buy your share of MTN through the issuing houses, stockbrokers, banks, and primary offer app by Nigerian Exchange NGX. Welcome to the journey of a lifetime.
Welcome back, and let's quickly head to Southern Africa, where South Africa on Sunday paid an official tribute to F.W. de Klerk, the last president of white rule who freed Nelson Mandela from prison. De Klerk is credited as a leader who moved the country from apartheid to democracy. President Cyril Ramaphosa attended Cape Town's Protestant Growth Camp, one of South Africa's oldest churches, on Sunday morning to deliver a eulogy in his honor. De Klerk died on November 11 at the age of 85 following a battle with cancer. 4 days of national mourning were declared in his honor. The late president also shared the Nobel Peace Prize with Mandela in 1993 after freeing him from prison in 1990. And that's all the time we have on the news tonight. But just before we go, let's take another look at the top stories. Kenyan president joins citizens to celebrate 58th independence anniversary. South Africa pays tribute to last apartheid leader. And lastly, we told you that African systems are on the front burner as the world observes Universal Health Coverage Day. Everybody, thanks for watching. Remember, you can follow us on social media. We are at News Central TV. You can download our mobile app on the App Store and the Play Store. You can also watch News Central live on Star Times channel 274, Vision 247, Able TV, Free TV, and YouTube. My name is Chooks, and
Let's turn trash into cash. My name is Nzambi Mate. I'm the founder of Jijenge Makers Limited, and we convert plastic waste into building products. Plastic waste is not just a Kenya problem, but it's a worldwide problem. And here in Nairobi, we generate about 500 metric tons of plastic waste every single day, and only a fraction of that is recycled. We decided, what more can we do instead of just sitting in the sidelines and complaining? Essentially, companies have to pay to dispose the waste.
Africa is rising. Again, we hear our sounds echo on the other side. Afrobeats and Afropop reinvented, hip life brought back to life, new energy infused into Kwaito and Kwela. Africa is balling. Every stroke, every shot, every race, we find our place at the top. Taking the helm of real power, new hopes for democracies. A breed of entrepreneurial tigers, audacious storytellers, and a promising generation ready to go. Truly, Africa is rising. This is where the stories that define our continent live.
We want to thank you for coming on this journey with us, walking with us, staying with us. Now, as we move, we want to invite you to own a share of this new adventure with us. Buy your share of MTN through the issuing houses, stockbrokers, banks, and primary offer app by Nigerian Exchange NGX. Welcome to the journey of a lifetime.
everyone, welcome to Jazz Siri. I'm one of your co-hosts, Oluchi Einobong. Now I'm an entrepreneur and I also enjoy eating meals by 2 a.m. in the morning, eba and egusi soup.
I don't even know what to say, but hello everyone, my name is Sheila J and I love the idea of working out.
Hello everyone, I'm Ella Mitchell. I'm an entrepreneur, I'm a beauty enthusiast, and I love pets.
Yeah, you have one, you have a baby. Hi everyone, welcome to the show. My name is Ernie Wine. I'm a media personality and I like to make money. Anywhere there's money,
That's
there's
important.
anyone.
Then you're supposed to be in Oba now. Why are you here?
Right. Wow. For the team, I'm talking about welcome to Jazz Siri, guys.
All right, I mean, you've met all of us and you've seen us now, but today's topic is something that is not traditional, if you can permit me. We're talking about women taking roles in non-traditional sectors in the continent of Africa. I mean, we will be having that, and a lot of us will be talking about it. We'll also be having a guest who will come in and give us some tips in this regard. But I don't think I will be the only one doing this. I know Ella will not be on this particular topic.
No, I will not, because I have to go get ready for ICANN.
Yeah, looking forward to that though.
Bring it on, bring it on. Okay.
And that's on period.
Wow. Okay, so we will be right back. Okay, so we'll be going on a quick break. When we come back, we'll have the guest in the studio. It's still Jazz Siri. We have women that are in real estate, and that's why we have a guest who's a woman in real estate. People know her by the name Madam Landlady.
I love it.
I love it.
I love it.
Welcome to the show.
Very much.
How are you doing this morning?
Fine, thank you.
You know, I love the name Madam Landlady because it reminds me of talking about real estate surveyors. Back then, we have, men who own, firms, real estate firms, and you hear something, and sons.
Right.
Like, it was usually something, and sons. So, and sons. But, now we have Madam Landlady.
Yeah.
So, I love the name. I love the name.
Thank you very much.
Welcome to the show.
Thank you.
So tell us, why real estate in Nigeria?
I came in here in 2017. At that time, I didn't know what to do. I was sort of confused. I had this big business idea in my head, and I needed funding. And I know how strenuous it is to get funding or grants and all that for entrepreneurs. So I was actually praying what to do. And I told a few of my friends, okay, since I can't get all of those grants and funding, let me get a job and see how I can save. And at that time, I was just an O-level holder because I didn't know, I was not graduated at that time. So I got this job in a real estate company. I didn't even know they were doing real estate. I told me it was 20,000 naira per month. So the cleaning job. I said, okay, let me just start, because I thought I was staying at home. So let me just start something. And then from there, I was able to attend, be in the meeting, the boardrooms and all that. And I began to learn about real estate. And that was where I developed the interest in real estate. And from there, from being the cleaner to the front desk, I am a partner with the company today.
Oh wow, that's amazing! Well done. Really now I know usually, because I've actually worked in a real estate firm before, and I know most times it has to do with I won't really speak for most females as at now, but back then I know a lot of ladies were in the firm for the money, because there's a lot of money in real estate. There's a lot of money, so most people will just say, oh, I'm there for the money, not necessarily the passion. But for you rather, what is it exactly for you, and why would you tell me to probably invest in real estate? Why would you tell me to be interested in real estate?
Okay, for me it's about the passion and then the money.
Okay. Thank you for your honesty. Thank you for your honesty.
The more passionate you are, the more money you get. And why I think people should come into real estate is
especially women.
women, yeah, is because the industry is largely untapped here in Nigeria. Industry is largely untapped.
Till now?
Yeah, till now. We have not even scratched the surface of our real estate compared to other developed countries. We don't have a viable mortgage system in Nigeria where people can acquire properties, you know. Even in our buildings, we still have some areas we need to do better in constructing homes and all that. So I think the industry is largely untapped, and anyone with amazing ideas and the money, of course, is necessary, who has the money, you can get the space, can actually come in and do real estate. I think there should be no restriction. So long as you have the idea, you have the value you're bringing to the table. I don't think there should be that gender restriction from anyone doing anything in the industry, right? We have lots of women who are doing real estate right now, and I think it's even more favorable to us, because even the guys tell us, you ladies close more deals because of your smile, you know, all of that. And I think it's a bit relaxed now compared to before, where there was this gender segregation. It's more relaxed.
Okay, so just so you know, you're talking about women closing more deals. In the industry, do you find that there is something like a feminine advantage in the real estate industry?
I wouldn't say there's a feminine advantage. I wouldn't really say that. But they always say that there's a feminine advantage. But in my opinion, I would say just bring value to the table, because the market has changed.
Right.
Okay. The market has changed, and people are not buying because you are a male or a female. They're buying if you are providing the solution that they need. If you're able to match your solutions to their desires, they're going to buy. So I don't think there is this gender thing anymore.
Right. Now, when we're looking at gender and we're looking at ownership gap, especially for real estate, we have quite a number of women who own properties, but those numbers are quite few. And the gap, and this ownership gap has resulted in about 20 million fewer women who are involved in real estate in sub-Saharan Africa. Now, what's your take on that? Why do you think we don't have so many women who are fully involved, who own properties in sub-Saharan Africa when it comes to real estate?
Okay, I think there's a direct cause and there's the indirect cause. First of all, in Africa, we have this culture that women don't own the home, right? The men are more superior. So women will now feel like, okay, the man should be the one to buy the house and all of that. And then the indirect cause is women having that mindset that you can have a home for yourself. Culture kind of makes us want to bend in terms of deserving the best for ourselves. The limit to the best of life that we can have. So women don't think I should buy a house. After all, I might just get married someday. Go out. My husband is just the one who has the house. You know, it's the man's job to do all of that. And then we accept it, and then they don't think they should do better for themselves or strive to own better. So that's just the primary cause. I think that more women should see it as a legacy that they can leave behind, and also it needs to build an economy for themselves in money, and that's the business side of it. So let's quit seeing it as the house I have to live in and my husband's going to be there, and we should just change that mindset basically, and that will bring about more women coming into the industry as investors and also as salespersons or agents.
So I just want to talking about that building an economy. So when you hear about real estate, right, you just automatically think, oh my God, it needs a lot of money. And what you find really is when you look, maybe it's changing over time, but you find that most times it's like the male gender tends to earn more than the female gender, and then most times because of that, women are not as liquid in terms of investing. That could just be an assumption, because now we see that more women are actually looking into investments and all sorts of investments. So my question really is, when it comes to real estate, what is I wouldn't call it a minimum amount, but what is, like, if someone wants to go into real estate and they say, I want to invest, I want to have property, but I don't have money, where do they start from?
There are low budget properties and also installment plans. So if you don't have so much money, start with low budget properties. People want to have properties in Banana Island and all of these expensive locations, but you forget that there are also emerging locations that are cheap, where you can throw your money into and wait for a short term, but we don't have the patience to wait. Okay, we want to buy in the trending locations. So these low budget locations, these emerging locations are where you can just throw a little money and then you wait. You appreciate. So I always say go for crowdfunding, or you go for installment plans. They have these companies who do 50,000 naira monthly payment, spread for as long as 30 months. They can do that, and then also go for a property that works with your income, your budget. Make a budget for a property that works with your income, so you know how much you can easily pull out. There is always a property for every budget. It may not be in Banana Island, it may not be in those popular locations that everyone wants to go to, but look for emerging locations that also have a potential to grow. Then you invest there. There's something for everybody.
Yeah, I actually like the idea of the crowdfunding, because you and your girls can just come together and decide to invest in real estate, you know. So
we win together.
I mean, hey, we should think about that, right?
Because I think we should speak with Madam Landedi.
There was a story of a group of women who came together and they put funds together, what she just explained, crowdfunding, and they were able to start their real estate business. They just came together, raised their funds, and they gave each other targets. So you could have a target, oh, you must contribute your money, 50K per month, you must contribute 50K per month. And it makes everybody accountable. Because you know you're not just so when you want to spend anyhow, you remember, like
you know, this idea of coming together reminds me of the time where we used to have women, married women, some of our mothers, who would actually want to have properties, but they, not because they wanted to invest, but because they just feel it's as a means of security in case their husband messes up or their marriage fails, and they do it secretly. They do it secretly. But now I think the game has totally changed.
True. All right, Madam Landedi, thank you so much. But one last question we have to ask you is the future real estate for women. Where do you see that heading?
For me, I would say that the gap is gradually closing up. More women are coming into the industry, even if it's not for the passion, for the money, they're all welcome. And I think that there's a space for them, so long as you know that you can put in the work, because real estate it's really hard work. It's really, really hard work. It's not, you know, funny. So I think the gap is closing. More women are coming in. There's enough opportunities for women to come. I mean, companies have made it so easy that anybody can come, become a consultant, sell and earn commissions. So you don't even need to do documentation or anything. Just bring the client, he or she buys, you earn your commission and go. The company takes care of everything. So I think that with that kind of platform, more women can come. It's become easy, make money for themselves, and also earn properties in the same vein. I think the gap is closing, basically.
I think in a nutshell, the future is bright.
Yes, very much.
It is. All right, thank you so much, Madam Landedi, for coming on the show today.
Thank you.
Okay, ladies, I have learned so much today from Madam Landedi and real estate. I'm going to be calling my girls very soon to find out how we can crowd for because, you know, that Banana Island property is to be gotten anyway. But we'll be right back, and we're going straight into Eye Candy, what Ella has been preparing for. And so right after the break, we'll know what Ella has for us.
We're just having a good time.
When you did? I dey come now, you go see him now. You go.
Call your party and everybody, yeah. Make we start to the corner. Where you dey now?
You go see me now.
Everybody they dance.
Where you dey now? Oh, you go see me now. I'm fine, sir. Even me, I'm surprised.
Hey, where you at? We go Jericho, I don't go let you go.
Hello, how are you?
Tell us one truth nobody knows.
I like to steal it from my mama pot.
The best data plans in town. Dial *777#.
Welcome back. So we've had a very interesting session with Madam Landlady, and Ella is back now. So, what do you have for us for eye candy?
Okay, well, it's actually a quote that I found very interesting, and I decided to share it with you guys today.
Okay.
And it says, it's time for you to move, realizing that the thing you are seeking is also seeking you. I just feel very intelligent, very intellectual.
You know, like,
really hit a spot. It's time for you to move, realizing that the thing you are seeking is also seeking you.
So I find that quote quite interesting. It's for me, it's like a call to action. So because a lot of times when you want to take the next step, whatever it is, we're always scared of the unknown.
Yeah.
So this quote for me just feels like it's saying, it's time for you to get up, it's time for you to move. And you know that part that says what you're seeking is also seeking you. You won't know unless you actually try.
It's a case of what if.
Exactly. So, and you would be surprised. So whatever you're seeking is also seeking you. So whatever it is that you're looking for is waiting right there for you as well. So that's really what that quote means.
Yeah, that's what it means as well. And I think another clear example is, you probably want to do something that involves having to ask.
Yeah.
And it's like, I don't want to ask, and I get a no. Meanwhile, it takes just a phone call or email, and you get the yes. So I think it has to do a lot with the fears we have for the things we want to do, that next big thing, and we're just not sure what will happen. So
right. I mean, it's also a good narrative when you hit rock bottom. You hit rock bottom and you're so low down there, like you already you're bottom pot you already now. So what do you understand? Like what else can really happen? And the light just pops up from nowhere, and it's letting you look right here. I'm in front of you. If only you can refocus and look in the direction I'm standing at. I'm right here, reaching out to you.
I agree with all of you. I find it very, inspiring, and it's a case of, as a man thinketh, so he is. Because most times, there's power in what you think. Let me talk about myself. Whenever I'm in very high spirits and very positive, and I'm thinking, okay, money is coming, I'm going to make, this money is coming this week so we can faji. Can feel all right. It always happens.
Right.
So it's a case of that thing you're looking for. It's looking for you also. You just have to reach for it and grab it.
Exactly.
So speaking of faji, have you been thinking of the money, where it's coming from? Are we going anywhere? It's Friday. This Oba, I was supposed to go. I was supposed to go. But the rain.
That's the thing, as women, we tend to second guess ourselves a lot. And a lot of women, not a lot of women are very confident. A lot of women suffer from imposter syndrome. They don't think they're good enough, and whatever it is. And today we're talking about women in non-traditional roles. And we now have this thing of the 6 women who are like bad MDs. And so it's specifically for women. It's like, stop second guessing yourself, right? And just, whatever it is, you can actually achieve it. Whatever it is,
let that thing come to you as well.
Exactly. Just shoot your shots. Pretty much.
So then, in all honesty, there's something I've been planning to do, but I've been holding back because I'm not just sure. I'm actually quite afraid to.
So it's time to move.
Okay. No, see, if your dreams do not scare you, then they're not worth doing. Trust me. I honestly, all the motivation I need. Yeah, if your dreams do not scare you, then that dream is not valid.
And Sheila, I mean, we're talking with the Madam Real Estate, right? Or Madam Landlady. And she was telling us, I mean, she gave us this very encouraging thing, which works in line with our code for today, talking about women getting properties. But I know, and I've heard of stories of women who bought properties, probably bought a house, the home they're living, and the husband is not aware.
Yes.
And now the husband found out.
Yeah.
And baby girl, it wrecked the marriage.
Yeah.
It's a culture thing. I mean, and she did say that for a lot of women, the reason why women don't own properties is because the home belongs to the man, the house belongs to the man. That is what we have been taught. That is what most people.
That's why you have to get married and move.
That's why exactly. That is why it's unconventional to get a place on your own as a woman. That is why till now.
No, I feel like that's not the case right now. A lot of women own properties
now.
Yeah,
because they don't see it as a means of investment.
Yeah, it's an investment.
Exactly.
They put it out to do short lease.
Yeah.
Or,
Yes.
And the wise ones also, even when they're being gifted properties, they always ask for the documents. Whose name? Because gone are the days where it be my name. No, not just your name, baby girl. Gone are the days where it's Mr. and Mrs. B. Mr. XYZ and Mrs.
I'm very particular about gifts.
Yes,
honey.
your name.
I know we're an item, right? But let's be clear on who it belongs to. No, yes, I'm precise. Let's be clear. So I know it is mine, or it is yours, or it is ours. Let's know what is yours, what is mine, and what is ours. Yes.
I like that.
Yes.
All right. I mean, it's quite an interesting conversation we've been having here, talking about the roles, non-traditional roles that women have been taking in society. But you know what? You just heard a quote. We've decided to break it down based on the different perspective we had. But we need to go on a quick breather. When we come back, we'll still have other things for you. It's still Jazz Siri.
Hey guys, making music for you is so easy for me to do. But you know what else is super easy to do? Linking your NIN to your Glow line by dialing *109 *NIN hash. Or I can call 109 from my Glow line and follow the instructions. And if I don't want to call, I can text my NIN to 109. I can even visit glowworld.com/NIN. And what if you've forgotten your NIN? All you have to do is dial *346 hash and Glow will help you remember it. Someone may ask, what if I haven't registered? All you have to do is go into the nearest Glow World and we'll help you register. It's that easy. So don't get disconnected from all of the amazing voice and data offers from Glow. Linking your NIN to your Glow lines is simple, safe, and 100% free with zero hassles.
Thanks for staying with us. It's been an interesting conversation so far, but it is about to get more interesting. We have a question today on just moments. Do you think women are the enablers of the way men behave?
I like that topic.
I like the you like the question. I like the look on everybody's
Okay, well, I'll go because this has popped up in so many conversations. You know, I don't think women are the ones enabling men to be badly behaved.
Okay.
If you're badly behaved, you are badly behaved. If your mama didn't raise you well, it has nothing to do with how the woman behaves. It's just like people saying, oh, he raped her because of her skimpy attire. No. There is no excuse for bad behavior. So I'm so over this whole, women have to be a certain type of way so the men can treat them better. No, you should be an example of, of being a good person. You should be good. Whether or not the women are trash or they are badly behaved, or whatever the situation is, a man should behave like a man. He should be responsible. He should put his best foot forward.
Like a normal person.
Exactly. That's nothing to do.
So in a way, I'm on the fence with this because I don't think women are enablers. However, I believe women have a role to play. Whether it is in raising your sons to be good men, or as a woman training your husbands or your boyfriends or whatever. I just feel like or learning not to take certain things, because I feel like a lot of times some women allow so many things to slide, and because they allow things to slide,
it becomes a norm.
It becomes a norm, and then somebody else decides like, oh, maybe this other woman will take it that way, right? But if we have like a collective voice from our mothers to us as young ladies, even to our daughters, and we know that these things are not right, this is acceptable, this is not acceptable, then it would make it a lot easier. So I don't know if we're enablers. Some might be, but I believe women have a huge role to play.
Thank you so much, you girls. Thank you, ladies, for coming on the show, and thank you all of our viewers who actually watched the show today. I mean, this is bringing us gradually to the end of Jasiri on this particular episode, talking about the role of non-traditional roles that women are beginning to take in our society. And as always, we always encourage everybody out there to always be your best and be your person. And I'm using Jasiri here, as we say in Jasiri, be bold, be strong, and be a Jasiri woman. Bye.
Efforts to reduce greenhouse gas emissions have been insufficient over the past decades, and the Earth is now warmer than it used to be in thousands of years. Africa is the least contributor of emissions, responsible for less than 4%, but it is by far the most vulnerable region to the effect of climate change. 8 of the top 10 countries most economically impacted by climate change are in Africa. As the world's main surface temperature continues to rise, Africa's is rising at an even faster pace. The effects of climate change in Africa are crystal clear. There are disruptions in agricultural patterns, and some parts of Africa are now experiencing cyclones. Zimbabwe was hit by Cyclone Idai in 2019, which affected 270,000 people in general across 4 provinces, namely Manicaland, Asvingo, Midlands, and Mashonaland East. The storm left 341 people dead and many others missing. This is not a very common disaster in this part of the world. Northern Kenya has also been hit hard by drought, with little or no rainfall for more than a year now, and this scarcity of food makes it difficult for those in that region to farm. Over 52 million people are starving across 18 countries in Africa. Climate change is producing millions of refugees each year and creating millions of humanitarian crises. The stability of food production, related rural livelihoods and economies in many parts of the African continent are highly dependent on rain-fed agriculture. It is projected that the impact of climate change in the near future will be enormous, hitting hard on food security, health, water availability, among others. Meetings after meetings have been held over the years, including the 26th edition of the UN Climate Change Conference of the Parties, COP26, in Glasgow, Scotland, where discussions center on achievement of net zero gas emissions round the world.
Those same nations are, however, insisting that we abandon the opportunity for rapid development of our economies. That would be tantamount to enshrining in the global community inequality of the highest order, a totally unacceptable conclusion.
Despite reservations in many quarters, stakeholders look forward to positive results. Humanity is running out of time to limit global warming. According to environmentalists, there is no alternative planet. The earlier actions are taken, the better for the continent and the world at large. Blessings Musugu, reporting for News Central Television.
We want to thank you for coming on this journey with us, walking with us, staying with us. Now, as we move, we want to invite you to own a share of this new adventure with us. Buy your share of MTN through the issuing houses, stockbrokers, banks, and primary app by Nigerian Exchange NGX. Welcome to the journey of a lifetime.
My name is Nadia Nakai and I'm a rapper that originates from South Africa.
My name is Oliver Julio. Listen it together with the B2C soldiers. Kampala boys from Uganda. Aronjo Sweat, Bonani.
We are Tara and Dara.
My name is Loco.
Shout out News Central.
Alashem News Central. News Central, Africa first.
Africa first.
Keep watching News Central Africa first.
Viewers across Africa and the rest of the world, welcome to Africa Weekly with me, Gbenga Bora. This is where we bring you a recap of stories that made the headlines during the course of the week across the continent. Africa Weekly began on Monday in West Africa, where the president of Niger, Mohamed Bazoum, urged allies to step up the fight against arms trafficking from Libya, which he said is fueling insurgency in the Sahel. Bazoum, who was speaking at the opening of the Dakar International Forum on Peace and Security, said the most significant failure from partners had been their weak involvement in the fight against arms smuggling from Libya, to describe it as the most critical factor in the fight against terrorism. According to him, terrorist groups operating in the Sahel stand out by the sophisticated and remarkable quantity of the weapons and ammunition, which he said were acquired at meager cost through Libyan smuggling networks. Staying in West Africa, thousands of Ghanaian community students and workers were stranded at bus stations across the country Monday after commercial drivers went on strike over high fuel cost. The drivers' union representatives said the strike will be indefinite until the government scraps some taxes and fuel to help reduce costs at the pumps. The West African nation has 7 fuel taxes, which is currently priced at $1.13 a ton nationwide. Drivers later said they would suspend the strike after the presidency invited them to talks over the process. Representatives of the drivers had urged Ghanaians to show solidarity and said they had no choice but to strike to force the government to act. Well, residents of Banjul, the capital of the Gambia, reacted to President Adama Barrow's re-election for second term as president. According to results released by the Electoral Commission, the incumbent candidate won more than 53% of the vote. Gambians now expected Adama Barrow to bring something better to the Gambia, including the creation of more jobs for the young.
Yeah, I'm feeling happy. I'm feeling happy because my president, who I vote for, has won already. Yeah, that's why I'm so happy. Everyone in the Gambia, they are all out or jubilating the president. We are all happy. Yeah.
Adama Barrow is a good person to run the country because he's a peaceful man. He's so determined of his words, and we trusted him. So this is why we all vote for him, because we trusted him. And we know he can do it. He's not going to fail us. he will do it. They have no right to reject the results because the results are right. The IEC chairman has declared the right results, so there's no way to be doubting results. The results are right, they are clear. Everybody knows it's the fact. So there's no lie about the results.
The news continued in Central Africa, where we told you that human rights violations and abuses in the Democratic Republic of Congo have increased by 10%. There was a state of siege in the country. This was according to the special representative of the United Nations Secretary General for DR Congo, Bintou Keita. While addressing the United Nations Security Council on Monday, Keita said challenges facing the Congolese government in implementing the state of siege highlights the limits of a strictly military approach to protecting civilians and the neutralization of armed groups. According to her, finding a lasting solution to the violence island country. A plot to assassinate President state denied all continued on Tuesday. An Egyptian court of jailed researcher Zaki for 2020 from during a visit from Italy. Zaki, a graduate student at Bologna, was accused of information over an note about the plight of argument still need to be heard resumes when the trial date is February 1st next year. His case was coming after the killing in Egypt of a student shook relations with countries. In Nigeria, police said 3 students of Lekki assisted the investigation of Sylvester students of the Kano State Commissioner the Mercy disclosed this. 3 of the 5 students opened by Sylvester and custody of the police in their findings. Who did not give the identity of the custody as the key suspects, saying that the commander postmortem body in the assured that the police in Lagos are keenly interested in the investigation. Stable Nigerian children died in Lagos after a report suffered a break. Reports said that children to school when the incident happened just before the urgent. Coming up in Africa is the United States, a destructive devastation in the country due to after the break. Ethiopia is a penetrating narrative, the accusation. Prime Minister Abiy Ahmed believes the was reacting to a joint United Nations web with the report that many Ethiopians will be accused of the ethnicity charge. A halt to Sayum told the press Tuesday in any particular people ethnic identity. The States Embassy provided several vouchers for its citizens and as the conflict.
We all note towns of Dase and the Kombolcha, other towns have also been by the national forces. In addition to many streets have been taken over Defense forces over the past. Yesterday's is a strong blow to the terrorists that is currently. We had already indicated the violations that the agency is not particularly based on the or any category to which they so insinuating in that regard misguided, but it is also a destructive it is a narrative that is trying to push on cleavage of what could be deemed as different communities outside of Ethiopia. That's not the case. The state of emergency who have been by the security system, incredible evidence and tips that have been given of countries and international organizations to look into these human rights atrocities committed by TPLF. The areas of the regional regions makes it there might be some and double when it comes to the way that human rights
prisoners were killed to the main prison in Nega, and she shared online showed reports of the prisoners. This from the private prison said firefighters, but a big part of it been burned. I said around 4 in the prisoners sleep, so many were still. Wednesday, 4 universities appeared in to return for sex. The charge with largely gender discrimination women in court to indecent or the scandal is passing the first university of Satat. All in the service of allegations of sexual harassment in recent years. Most have not got to Africa where the after the Democratic President released Kamere to his residence after the election of his 20-year sentence June 2020 celebrating
interest of all South Africans.
The proposed law failed to garner the required two-thirds majority in the 400-seat parliament, with 204 lawmakers voted in favor and 145 against. Former President of the Congress of South African Trade Unions, Willie Madisha, addressed the House raising issues of inhuman crime, racism and torture against the African majority.
Today, South Africans are faced with, among others, the daily importation of food that goes to beyond 100 billion rand. Racism and human torture still continue. That the majority of South Africans cannot afford. But the question that we need to ask ourselves is who is responsible for that whole thing?
The argument was followed by a lawmaker of the largest opposition party, Annelie Lotteret, who contended that the proposal violated property rights and stoked uncertainty. According to Lotteret, this is not what the country needs now in the time of economic devastation during the COVID pandemic.
A primary element of the rule of law and human rights, two of the founding provisions, is that it should include respect for property rights. This is in line with international law and specifically Article 17 of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, to which South Africa is a party.
Black South Africans were dispossessed of their land during 3 centuries of colonialism and apartheid, the system of white minority rule that officially ended in 1994. Taking back land without compensating its current owners has, however, become highly divisive and emotive in South Africa. Chilima Uwosu, reporting for News Central.
Moving on to health matters, the World Health Organization said existing vaccines should still protect people who contract the Omicron variant from severe COVID cases. This came as the first lab test of the new variant in South Africa suggests it could partially evade the Pfizer jab. Researchers said there was a very large drop in how well the vaccine's antibodies neutralized the new strain. And the WHO's Mike Ryan said there is no sign Omicron could be better at evading vaccines than older variants. It's time to go on another quick break, and when we come back, we'll tell you how Tanzania celebrated its 60th independence anniversary. Stay with us. Tanzania is celebrating the 60th independence anniversary of the country on Thursday. Several African heads of state agreed the celebration at the Uhuru Stadium in Dar es Salaam. Kenya's President Uhuru Kenyatta was the official guest for the celebrations. Rwanda's Paul Kagame, Mozambique's Filipe Jacinto Nyusi, and President of the Comoros Azali Assoumani were also in attendance. Others were former President of Malawi Joyce Banda and former President of Mozambique Armando Guebuza. As part of the events lined up to commemorate the East African country's 60th independence anniversary, the 100 Tanzanians climbed Mount Kilimanjaro at the same time that day. Thursday was also International Anti-Corruption Day. It is observed globally every night of December to raise awareness about corruption and the ways to combat this global ill. The theme for the year, which is Your Right, Your Role, Say No to Corruption, underlines the fact that every individual has a role to play in combating and preventing corruption. The theme was chosen as it was seen that while the world is dealing with the COVID-19 pandemic, most of the valuable resources are not available for the vulnerable and needy sections of the world due to corruption. The day also seeks to highlight the role of every part of society, including individuals and governments, in tackling the issue of corruption. The World Health Organization said emerging hospital data from South Africa suggested that Omicron may cause less severe diseases. Intensive care unit occupancy is very low compared to the July peak driven by the Delta variant. Richard Mahigo, the Immunization and Vaccines Development Program Coordinator for the World Health Organization Regional Office for Africa, noted that 3 African sub-regions are recording an increase in cases compared with 1 week before.
So encouragingly, emerging data from South Africa suggests that Omicron may cause less severe disease. Data which looked at hospitalization across the country between 14 November and 4th December found that ICU occupancy was only 6.3%, which is very low compared with the same period when South Africa was facing the peak, which was linked at that time to Delta variant, and I'm talking about July this year. 3 sub-regions in the continent have reported an increase in cases. This is 2 more compared with the previous week. The Southern Africa region has recorded the highest increase with a weekly case rise of 140%, mainly due to an upsurge.
We head to Central Africa, where people in the city of Bamenda in the northwest Cameroon accuse the military of setting fire to their homes and businesses. The area is at the center of a 5-year-old separatist rebellion, which has displaced hundreds of thousands and forced most schools in the country's Anglophone regions to shut down. Residents said soldiers touched the properties in Bamenda in response to a rebel ambush. Friday was World Human Rights Day, and it's observed of December. And this year, attention is on equality, reducing inequalities and advancing human rights. The global COVID-19 pandemic ushered a series of protests against racial injustice and police brutality in many African countries. Lockdown enforcement triggered arbitrary arrests, beatings and extrajudicial killings by government forces in Kenya, Nigeria, Rwanda and South Africa. Also, domestic and gender-based violence increased across several African countries during the curfews. Still, on Friday, we told you that Uganda received more than 80 billion shillings for the resettlement of refugees. These stem from an earlier promise of 651 billion shillings made by the international community at the Global Refugee Forum in 2019. The humanitarian support was revealed at the 15th Comprehensive Refugee Response Framework Steering Committee Group meeting held in Kampala. Head of External Relations, Strategic Partnerships and Communications at UNHCR, Leslie Velas, said the funds were meant to mobilize resources, technical assistance and other policy support to facilitate the welfare of refugees. From East Africa, we head to the west, where Burkina Faso and Niger have issued a joint statement saying their combined armies eliminated 100 Islamist militants. According to the statement, this was done within 2 weeks. The statement came a day after Burkina Faso's President Macron Christian Kabore sacked his prime minister in the wake of angry protests about increasing casualties caused by militant attacks. On Thursday, at least 13 members of a civilian militia fighting insurgents were killed in the north of the country. The civilian militia was created 3 years ago in a bid to curb insurgency from spreading. However, more than 250 of its members have been killed. And in East Africa, former Kenyan Prime Minister Raila Odinga has formally declared his intention to run for the presidency. Friday's Azimio La Umoja Initiative Convention in Nairobi cemented the handshake between President Uhuru Kenyatta and leader Raila Odinga. The former Prime Minister revealed that the event, which is held in the Moi International Stadium in Kasarani, will be the final moment for the peace pact sealed with the head of state in March 2018, and which formed the foundation for his political marriage with Kenyatta. And those were the stories that made the headlines through the course of the week across the continent. Join me same time next week for another episode of Africa Weekly here on News Central Television. I am Benga Abura.
Kinshasa, the capital and the largest city of the Democratic Republic of Congo, is also one of the world's fastest growing megacities. It is Africa's third largest metropolitan area after Lagos, Nigeria, and Cairo, Egypt. With a total population of about 15 million as of 2021, Kinshasa is fast becoming overpopulated. As a result, the city produces about 7,000 to 9,000 tons of waste daily, including 1,500 tons of plastic. Waste in Kinshasa is a prime source of pollution. While this is a problem to the fast-growing city, Eddie Ekete, artist and founder of Kinat, finds opportunities in salvaging and transforming this waste.
C'est vraiment, ça répond à ce qu'on fait, on la trouve sale, très sale, et ça fait longtemps, ça fait très très longtemps, et justement c'est pour cela nous on fait ces festivals, c'est vraiment pour ça, c'est vraiment pour dire bon, on vit dans les déchets, qu'est-ce qu'on fait avec ces déchets?
Le CD que vous voyez, les disques, ce sont des trucs récupérés aux poubelles pour créer quoi. Donc c'est ce que moi je dis souvent, de la récupération, la transformation et la création, c'est ce que je fais.
A lack of proper waste management and recycling facilities has seen Kinshasa become littered with discarded plastic bags, bottles, and other biodegradable waste. These often block the city's drainage system, canals, and rivers. But amidst the stench and waste plague in Kinshasa, these artists find gold.
En fait, ça permet aussi, je pense, aux gens de se poser des questions par rapport aux matériaux et comment est-ce qu'en fait, à partir d'un objet qui est une sorte de rebut, on arrive à créer quelque chose d'assez fantastique, assez incroyable, des personnages protéiformes avec des formes différentes. Donc c'est en fait réutiliser un matériau qui est jeté normalement et complètement délaissé pour le magnifier en fait.
The management of plastic waste by the authorities is nearly non-existent. But thanks to initiatives such as these, Kinshasa's residents are not only putting waste to good use, they are helping to keep the city clean. Creating a plastic-free Kinshasa is still a distant goal, but with efforts like these from well-meaning citizens, the right steps have been taken in the right direction.
This is the beginning of the movement, a time that marks a turning point in African broadcasting. We refuse to be held back. We are taking our voices and sharing them in our voices. The world will hear Africa's true voice and follow her authentic story. Join us right here on News Central TV as we make history by telling stories that put Africa first.
Hello and welcome to Literati. I'm Joseph Ike, your host on the show. This is a show where we talk to writers, producers, cultural journalists, anyone really who's involved in the process that gets these wonderful pieces of literature and content that help to shape our idea of what our culture, what makes sense, what we love, what art is to us. The show is brought to you by Glow, And with me today in the studio is someone I idolize, who writes about a topic that everyone idolizes: food. We have Miss Ozuz Soko. Let me tell you a little bit about Ozuz. In 2013, she coined the phrase New Nigerian Kitchen. And it is a phrase that describes a philosophy that celebrates and also goes about the process of documenting, we'll talk a little bit more about that, all aspects of Nigerian cuisine, but even beyond Nigerian cuisine, cuisine in general, from classical recipes to reinventing and representing, unearthing the history. We have history that goes as far back as the 1920s in some of the books that we have. She's been featured on Anthony Bourdain's Parts Unknown on CNN Africa. She lives here in Lagos, but she considers herself a food explorer. Now, what you would never expect is that her background is actually in geology, and well, that's from another life. But for the last 10 years, she's been the writer of the blog Kitchen Butterfly. Ozuz, thank you so much for being here with us today on the show.
Thank you, Joseph. Happy to be here.
Great, great. So let's start off. The first and obvious question is Kitchen Butterfly. You've been doing that for 10 years. Tell us what that's about. Not just Kitchen Butterfly, more importantly, the New Nigerian Kitchen. Yes.
So Kitchen Butterfly started at a time when I was lost in the world. Lost about who I was and where I was on my journey. And it basically became this safe haven that allowed me express myself, express my ideas about food, about identity, food culture, history. It was just my safe space. And so I started writing it as a blog, and over the last 10 years, it's grown into a reference for Nigerian and African cuisine, food history and culture. And yeah, it's my happy place.
Yes, and it's a happy place for a lot of us because you've exposed us to a lot of information, a lot of ideas, a lot of reimaginings that we never even thought possible. Before the show, we were talking about how something as seemingly basic as jollof rice, there is so much to know about jollof rice. So take us on a brief tour of jollof rice.
Jollof rice is found everywhere along the coast of West Africa. So we're talking 14, 15, 16 countries. I think it also represents a classic rice dish that is common in many cultures, made differently, spiced. In East Africa, for instance, you have pilau, which is similar, even has tomatoes, but doesn't have a vibrant red hue of jollof rice.
Okay.
So for me, it's the context of what's that dish that people consider staple, that brings people together, all the varied aspects. What are those things that unite us, that define us, that we have in common, that we might not recognize as having in common? So a lot of the work that I love to do that really gives me meaning, that has meaning for me, is unearthing, finding those similarities, being able to draw parallels, make the comparisons, and have people see with this eye of unity.
And it goes further to, because you described it as unearthing, because a lot of the work you do has a huge research component. Where do you find this kind of information? Like, so say, let me give you a random topic, not that random, egusi soup, for example. So how would you go about, is it even a soup? How would you even go about, like, because when I say, okay, also tell me everything there is to know about egusi soup.
Okay. So for me, the beginning is, I usually start with me. Like, what is it that intrigues me or that I wonder about when I think of egusi soup as a soup? Because I know that, if you took a Venn diagram and we interviewed many people, there are many people many of us would have the same thoughts or the same questions. So I usually use myself as a pivot. Technically, egusi soup is a stew. But in Nigeria, for instance, we have a different definition for stew. Stew is red tomato-based fried mix. That's quite different from the dictionary definition of a stew. But a stew, according to dictionary definition, is usually a combination of vegetables, some roots and tubers, cooked in some liquid with meat often. So egusi soup is a stew. But let's just stick to calling it a soup.
Egusi soup, okay. Sorry, before we go to is this a Nigerian thing, this soup stew dichotomy? Is it something that goes to, do we find it in other African countries as well?
In other African countries, for instance, a lot of stews and sauces are described as curries or sauces. So each region basically has its own definition versus the global culinary definitions.
So there's a global culinary definition, and each region in Africa has its own name. So here in West Africa, we would call a stew a soup.
Yes, or you see sauces, you see palava sauce, you see, and some even like in Ghana, for instance, many of the soups go by their local names depending on the region. Same thing in Nigeria, to be honest. So the names are different. I don't think there isn't one common name that is common to all, except when you're talking about some soups. So like pepper soup, for instance.
Which is like a soup.
Yeah, like a drinking soup. That you'll find in many parts, in different forms, called a soup.
So you were saying, so for something like egusi, there's what are some of the things that stand out to you about it? That's where you would begin.
So the naming, and then I look at the framework of the soup, because most dishes have different components, right? Different, think of them as building blocks, right? So building block for most Nigerian, most West African soups and stews, in fact, even curries, usually would start off with a base that sometimes has some protein, and whether that's animal protein or vegetable plant protein, and then you'd start with a stock base, and to that you would add a thickener. And in this case, the thickener could be seeds, it could be roots, tubers, gums from stems, pulses, nuts. So in this case, egusi, ogbono, all those palm nut sauce and all of those things, coconut milk. Then you have the thickeners, and then you normally would have some kind of greens, and the greens could be leafy greens or herbs. And then you have seasoning.
Okay. Now at this point, I am sufficiently hungry, so we need to take a quick break. So I go eat something, and then when we come back, we'll continue at the leafy green point. Okay?
Hey guys, making music for you is so easy for me to do. But you know what else is super easy to do? Linking your NI and Glow line by dialing *109*NIN#. Or I can call 109 from my Glow line and follow the instructions. And if I don't want to call, I can text my NIN to 109. I can even visit glowworld.com/NIN. And what if you've forgotten your NIN? All you have to do is dial *346# and Glow will help you remember it. Someone may ask, what if I haven't registered? All you have to do is go into the nearest Glow World and we'll help you register. It's that easy. So don't get disconnected from all of the amazing voice and data offers from Glow. Linking your NIN to your Glow lines is simple, safe, and 100% free. Zero hassles.
And we're back. If you're just joining us, this is Literati. I'm Joseph Ike. I'm with Oza Soko. She is a writer, a food explorer, and she's taking us through the journey of how do we get information, how do we unearth the stories of, in this case, egusi soup. So we've put in the thickener, and we're now on the leafy greens.
Yes, so you'd have greens, like I said, leafy greens, which is the spinach, the amaranth that are common across Africa, the bitter leaves, dandelion, so many different types of greens, or herbs, fragrant herbs, bitter herbs, and then the seasoning. And the seasonings might be traditional seasoning where we have our fermented seeds, nuts, seafood. sometimes colonial inspired, whether that's British, Indian. So like I said, take egusi soup, and you have these 4 components, and that pretty much applies to most soups, curries, sauces that we tend to make.
And you listening to you take us through this journey, it exposes one thing, that first of all, food is so basic. I mean, it's, everybody knows it's food. How did you get to the point of taking something so basic and beginning this process of unearthing so many wonderful things about, I mean, because we have this book and this book, there's so much to learn about something that we feel like, oh, it's basic. How did you get to this point?
I found myself living abroad a couple of times, and during those days, it's always baffled me why African food is not on the map, and how little people knew about African food. French cuisine is so well researched and so well documented that it is almost commonplace. Yeah, everybody knows it. It's the standard for gourmet and all of that. And I realized that our lack of media is a problem.
Yeah.
Not having reference. Across Africa, we know so many things by the traditional names, which is excellent and which needs to be preserved. It's also nice to know what the scientific, botanical, English, common use names are, because in that process we might find things that unite us. Food is basic, but I always think of it as more than eating. There's so much more behind it. I mean, there's so much on the journey from seed to our plates, and it's important to understand the different aspects, because sometimes there are challenges across that value chain, and understanding that helps us treat them better, one, appreciate them, and also there might be opportunities for us to help develop various aspects better. So for me, I'm just interested in how we live better lives, and how we can get the very best food as simple as it is to our tables.
You make a strong argument that you can't tell the story of a people without the story of their food.
You can't.
Then you extend the argument that you can't tell the story of a people's food without the story of their food, the story of the components of the food. You're absolutely right. We understand the context the best, and so we are in the best position to document it. Seemingly very common sense, one would say. But why hasn't this happened?
We've just taken it for granted. These things will always be around us, and then one day they aren't. We just have to value what's ours. The way we value our music and our fashion and fabric. This is also an essential component, and we just need to give it the value and the credit that's due it. And this is what led me to documenting and to thinking about the new Nigerian cuisine and new Nigerian kitchen. It's about looking at what we've lost already. I do that a lot by old cookbooks and trying to chart. There's so many recipes that people don't even know anymore. People don't cook, mostly in the cities, because obviously in some of the rural areas and more of the quieter parts, people still hold true to tradition. But we lack those bridges and those connects. So for me, it's about preserving what was. It's about looking at ingredients and saying, I'm not going to let okra or zobo, for instance, but different, which we use to make a popular drink. I'm not going to limit its use to just a drink. What else can I do with the zobo when I'm done making the infusion for the drink? How many ways can we explore the uses of yam in not just traditional savory cooking, but how can we introduce yam into sweet cooking and desserts? It's about understanding the current state, but also exploring future uses. How can we get the most and the best out of a particular ingredient? So take pineapples, for instance. Most times we eat the fruit, we discard the skin, but the skin can make wonderful drinks. You boil with some spices, sweetener, and you have this refreshing drink. You can have hot, you can have cold. So, I mean, how can we take total advantage? How can we make the most? How can we fully explore, the depth of the fruit? Take the African star apple. The Nigerian fruits known as agbalumo, udara. In Ghana, it's known as alasa. It's a seasonal fruit available from early December to mid-May in many parts of West Africa.
It's round. It's
orange, round. We press it. It reminds some people of a fruit they call sapote.
Okay.
Mami sapote. It also looks like a loquat for and medlar for people who are more familiar with Asian fruits. And it's just a beloved thing that we would eat as children, and you would find them selling it outside school gates in many parts of Nigeria and West Africa and on the streets. And but just reading a bit more and learning a bit more about it from research papers. There's so many Nigerian research papers and African research papers on food, so many. And if you spend some time looking at the research papers, the amount of information you get back is enormous. So that's where you find information about the nutritional qualities and then just different aspects. I learned that you could extract pectin from agbalumo, the skin, and just imagine how useful that would be in many industries. So yes, it's food, but I think that there's an approach that some of us might have to take that looks at it in all its dimensions and how we can fully extract the benefits and uses.
Before we go far or away from this particular subject, because this is one that is exciting to me. Agbalumo is a part of, you have a naming, and for a lot of us it's a part of our childhood history. So when we come back from the break, we're going to go back to the star apple, which is the name that a lot of us did not know it was called. We thought it was a cherry. And learn a lot more about how having this conversation and telling this story helps us to make a lot more sense of what seemingly is a basic idea when we get back from the break.
Can you see me now? We're just having a good time.
I dey come now, you go see me now. You go
call your party and everybody, make we start to the corner. Where you now?
You go see me now.
Everybody they
where you dey now? You go see me now. I'm fine, sir. Even me, I'm fine.
Tell us one truth nobody knows.
I like to steal meat from my mama's pot.
The best data plans in town. Dial *777#.
You're welcome back. If you're just joining us, we are still on Literati with the food sage, Oza Soko, telling us things that we did not even begin to think about. This is just one of many books that you've contributed. There's some of your work in there. You have a blog, Kitchen Butterfly, where a lot more of this information could be found. And you could join the conversation. We have a social media handle. Handle is at News Central TV, #NC So also, you were telling us about the agbalumo fruit, and why this is particularly exciting for me is we knew it as cherry. We knew when it's time for cherry, and when you say there's cherry or agbalumo, everyone knows what you're talking about. But it's not actually a cherry.
No, it's not a cherry. But I remember having it once, and I'd had sour cherries in the US, and my friend and I were talking, and we're like, yeah, that has a slight sour cherry taste. So it might have come from there.
Oh, okay.
Botanically, cherries have a seed in the center and the fruit around it. So there might be some similarity there. But it's just, for me, it's been this thing, like, when I think about the New Nigerian Kitchen and some of the work, it's like taking things like agbalumo and saying, okay, yes, we've eaten agbalumo all our lives, but what else can we do? Can we make it into jams? Can we make it into drinks? Can we bake with it? Those are some of the questions that I typically would ask myself about an old and familiar fruit as well as a new fruit or vegetable. And I would go on to test different things, you know, all the ways possible: pickle, fry, bake, and there'll be many failures, but there'll also be many successes. And I think that the heart of learning is in those failures. It's in what didn't work, why didn't it work? If I wanted to make it work, what would I have to change? And it's quite easy for me to apply that sort of reasoning because of my scientific geological background. I'm able to adopt almost an experiment sort of approach to, okay, what's my theory? This is what I plan to do, and this is how I'm going to do it, and this is what I'm going to record. And I'm also very big on observation, and that really helps me. I may not know about a thing, but just being able to observe the color, the shape, the size, quite often helps me find out more about it. Just being able to describe it, or to use my sensory skills. So what do I see, smell, taste, hear, feel? Those sorts of approaches have been so important in documenting, exploring, recreating and reimagining ingredients, but also dishes.
Okay, so what do we look forward to? What's coming up? What are you working on?
So just basically really focused now on documenting Nigerian food in various forms. The seasonal produce calendar is one of them. Seasonal produce calendar is something that I worked on for about 4 or 5 years before I first published it. And it basically looked at when fruits and vegetables were in season. And the idea is just to continue building on that, helping people know what they can do with the fruits and vegetables.
That's Nigerian, though.
That's just Nigerian. But I've also shared a template and format with a few friends from across Africa, because it's something that could easily be replicated for other countries. It'll just require some observation, working with maybe farmers sometimes and gardeners, people who know what is in season and when. And it's something that can be revised several times. So there's a template, and obviously I'm willing to share with people who want to create something similar for their own countries across Africa and across the world.
I tried convincing myself I'm not going to ask this question, but I know that I can't get away from asking. So then there comes the eating. In the last 3 years, tell us about 5 new dishes that have taken you by surprise.
That I've made?
That you've come, like you could say, I did not expect that.
Okay. There's a dish I call Cocos Bangus.
Cocos Bangus.
Cocos Bangus.
Okay.
It's a mix of coconut flavor and banga palm nut flavor. And I most commonly do that in a rice dish. So it's like a coconut rice that is also like a banga rice. And it's just this creamy, delicious delight. So that's one. The second one is cassava and coconut salad I make that, every time I taste it, it blows my mind.
Oh my God.
And it's just very sick. It was inspired.
You're bringing tears to my eyes. I'm thinking, how am I going to survive? And we're just on number 2.
It was a very simple recipe of grated cassava, coconut, herbs. Sometimes I add seafood, nuts. It's just texture. Visually, it's beautiful because there's lots of white, greens, and reds. So it's a vibrant salad, inspired by street food. This street food dish of cassava and coconut. And then there is a drink I make with agbalumo, the African staple.
There's an agbalumo drink?
There's several agbalumo drinks.
There's several.
But this drink is, I mean, it's just figuring out how to extract flavor from the flesh of the seeds and combining them. It is, I call it agbalu lead, like lemonade, but it is, when agbalumo is in season, I buy huge amounts, process it, basically preserve it, take it apart, remove the skin, separate the skin from the flesh and the seeds, and then freeze them in bags, and then make this drink that on ice with a bit of lime is heavenly. The other one is I make a hibiscus Chapman. Like, so take the regular Chapman, and rather than use Ribena or a blackcurrant base, I make a hibiscus cordial and use that instead, and then use local bitters. So in Nigeria, origin, in Ghana, you could use alomo, use whatever bitters you find in your country, and it is amazing. And then the fifth one, uziza. So uziza is, you have the uziza leaf, which is known as, it's like the African black pepper. It's quite often you find it dried, but when you find the fresh ones, you can make an amazing butter by basically just crushing the fresh peppercorns and incorporating that with a pinch of salt in some butter, and then having that on toast or any kind of meat, or toss in some vegetables, and it's just fresh and fragrant. Like the African peppercorns are more fragrant and slightly sweeter than pepper nigrum, which is like the regular peppercorn. So it's just this, and you can also use that in like all sorts of things. So those are my Hall of Fame.
You know, we started this, I took a break to eat something, and now, well, thankfully we're coming to the close of today's episode because I am starving. And I want all five that you've said. Also, thank you so much for being on the show, and thank you guys for joining us today on Literati. Check out Kitchen Butterfly, the blog. There's so much that you have to learn about our story, our food story, not just the history of it, but where the story is going. You could be a part of the conversation. Follow us on our social media handle at News Central TV, hashtag NC Literati. Ozos, thank you so much for being with us, and thank you guys once more.
Originates from South Africa.
So my name is Oliver Julio. Listening together with the B2C soldiers, Kampala boys from Uganda. Aronjo Sweat, Bonani.
We are Tara and Dara.
My name is Loco.
Shout out News Central.
Alashem News Central. News Central, Africa first.
Africa first.
Keep watching News Central Africa first.
Welcome to One Slot. I'm Felicity Ezewike. So last week we stepped into the International Criminal Court ICC debate, questioning if Africa is a soft target for the ICC. We had as our guest Dr. David Matsanga, who said he was aggrieved with what he described as unfairness in ICC procedures and steps in applying justice in certain cases, and how this cast doubts on its credibility. a credibility he believes can only be restored if the court rules are applied equally and fairly to all. He touched on other issues, including the need for a reformation in evidence gathering and investigation of cases. You can catch the full conversation on News Central's YouTube channel. Today, however, our guest is on the same topic. He is a legal academic, vast in international criminal law. Dr. Kwaku Agyemang-Budu leads the Law Center's Faculty of Law, Ghana Institute of Management and Public Administration, and the African Center on Law and Ethics. He is a man with many leadership hats, including as head at the African Center of International Criminal Justice. The doctor has visited the ICC on occasions with discussions on areas of collaboration with the center and on how to root out impunity and counter the negative narrative regarding the court since its establishment. He joins me on one slot to further expand the conversation. Welcome, Dr. Kwaku Agyemang-Budu.
Thank you so much for having me.
All right, before we establish your position in this conversation, let's take a quick look. I want you to see the comments from some African leaders. After that, we will take your position.
Africa feels targeted, rightly or wrongly. It's like only African leaders are being arraigned before the ICC. And so Africa feels
with
targeted.
African support. It is correct to say that most of our cases, or all of our cases at the moment, are in Africa. But that is not the whole picture, Tim.
The International Criminal Court, from its own record of the work that has been done since the Rome Statute was adopted, shows clearly, with no shadow of a doubt, that it is a court created for Africans, and it is used mostly by Europe to manipulate African politics. You cannot tell me.
Where does the ICC come from?
Where is a white man? Where is a white man convicted by this court from the moment it started? Are you telling me there are no crimes in parts where people have a lighter skin? We don't believe in that court.
Should we look at the
We never
facts?
wanted to belong to the Rome Statute.
All right, I mean, you saw some of the thoughts expressed when it comes to the debate about the place of Africa and the relationship with the ICC. So let's establish your position. Is Africa being unfairly targeted by the ICC?
All right, so thank you once again for giving me this opportunity. And I'd like to say from the onset that I disagree with my own former president, His Excellency John Mahama, who was the first clip that you played talking about the cases, the suggestion that the ICC is unfairly targeting Africa. It's easy on the surface to make that assertion that Africa has and is being unfairly targeted by the ICC. But I believe it's more nuanced than that. And I say this because the ICC is a treaty-based organization, which means it is a voluntary organization. And under international law, states are free to either sign up or not to an international treaty. But once you do, you're bound to adhere to the dictates of the treaty in question, which then is binding on you. So to the extent that African states acceded to the Rome Statute, and the statute provides for investigations and possible prosecution of certain circumstances for the commission of the international crimes within the jurisdiction of the ICC, within the jurisdiction of the International Criminal Court. I don't think it can be said that the ICC is unfairly targeting Africa. That notwithstanding, I can understand why it is easy to make that assertion, given the optics of the situations and cases before the ICC since it began its operations in 2002. And later on in this conversation, I believe and hope that I will have an opportunity to explain this point further, as it is more nuanced than being straightforward. But to answer your question in a nutshell, I do not think that the ICC is unfairly targeting Africa.
So where are all these complaints coming from then? If there seems to be equity in your thinking, why are they complaining?
So they're complaining because they saw a clip of the former prosecutor of the ICC, Madam Fatou Bensouda, talking about the fact that at that particular point in time that she was making that statement, all the situations or cases that were being prosecuted at the ICC emanated from Africa. So that's where that thinking comes from, that because all of the cases at some point in time were cases of African origin, then the court must be directly targeting, unfairly targeting Africa. But I say it's nuanced in the sense that if you take a look at the situations, there are currently about 14 situations under investigation at the ICC. 10 of these situations are from African states. And it's interesting to know that 5 of these African situations are self-referrals. Self-referrals meaning that the African states themselves who are parties to the Rome Statute, like we already talked about, that an international law was free to enter into a treaty, and these African states haven't entered into this treaty, it becomes binding on them. And under the treaty, there are 3 ways in which the ICC may be seized with jurisdiction. Either the states themselves refer a case to the ICC, or the United Nations Security Council makes a referral to the prosecutor for possible investigations, or the prosecutor uses his or her pro motu powers that he or she can, on the basis of evidence that they have, initiate some investigations. And 5 out of these 10 situations, out of the overall 14 situations, emanate from Africa: the DRC, Uganda, Central African Republic, Mali, and then the second Central African Republic case. So I believe it's on the basis of all these cases emanating from Africa or being from African origin right from the onset that led or has led to this idea that the ICC is targeting Africa. But we need to make the point that once you are a party to a treaty, you voluntarily entered into that treaty, you are bound by the dictates of that treaty. So it cannot be heard, you cannot be heard to say that something that you voluntarily signed on to and the things that can be done under that particular treaty are being done, all of a sudden you're being unfairly targeted.
Well, but isn't it strange? I mean, you've been in the field for quite a while, but all the complaints, even if it is self-referral, is coming from Africa. Why is it that other parties to the treaty, to the statute, is not making good use of the opportunity? I mean, there are other crimes against humanity in other parts of the world outside Africa.
So currently there are, like I said, there are about 14 situations and 13 preliminary examinations. Situations are ongoing ones that cases may have been brought under. And like I said, there are 14, 10 of them from Africa. But interestingly, there are some from outside. So there's a situation in Georgia, there's a situation in Bangladesh and Myanmar, there's a situation in Afghanistan, as well as Palestine. And if you look at the 13 preliminary examinations, the majority of these 13 are from outside Africa. There's preliminary examination going on in Colombia, the Iraq-UK situation, Palestine, the Philippines, Ukraine, I think Venezuela 1 and 2, Honduras, the Republic of Korea.
Okay, I think I get the point you're making. Just to be clear, I want to understand, are these self-referral cases or an independent investigation emanating from the ICC?
Some are the pro motu powers, like I said, the prosecutor on the basis of some evidence that she may have received can decide to initiate some investigation. But it's not as though it's automatic that immediately an investigation is initiated, it would lead to prosecutions and all those kinds of things. So the point that we need to make is that regardless of how the matters are brought before the ICC, there are procedures and processes that you must go through before cases can actually be brought and prosecutions may be brought against persons who are suspected of committing some of these atrocity crimes.
All right, we will come to the issue of procedures and clarity on that, because that was an issue that Dr. Matsanga raised last week when we spoke. I want to talk about funding for a bit. When we talked on this subject last week, Dr. Matsanga expressed concern about the fact that it seems the ICC is being funded by, he alleged that France, for instance, provides about 70% of the funding for the ICC. And he wondered why the ICC is not getting direct funding from the UN, because he believes that this will make the ICC vulnerable to political or maneuvers from politicians.
Right, so on this issue of funding contributions to the court, I want to state on the record that the ICC is funded by contributions from the states parties, that's the parties that are parties, the states that are parties to the Rome Statute, as well as by voluntary contributions from governments, international organizations, individuals, corporations, as well as other entities. So it is not correct that funding of the court is to come from the United Nations, as you say was suggested by your last guest. But that belief itself emanates from a common misunderstanding of the relationship between the United Nations and the ICC. First and foremost, the ICC is not an organ of the United Nations organization, and people need to understand this, because many people have that mistaken belief that the ICC is an organ of the UN. It is not. If you go back to the Rome Conference that led to the establishment of the ICC in July 1998, this was one of the many debates that went on as to how to establish the ICC, whether to establish it as an organ within the United Nations or whether it should be a separate entity on its own. And at the end of the day, it was decided that the ICC should be established as a separate body from the United Nations, but still have a close working relationship with the United Nations nonetheless. That's why you see the fact that the United Nations Security Council, which is that body that has power to determine whenever there's a threat or actual breach of international peace, which they are supposed to maintain, because they're supposed to maintain international peace and security. They can refer a situation happening in any part of the world that they believe threatens the peace or is an actual breach of the peace to the ICC, and the ICC, if it falls within the jurisdiction, the crimes in question falls within the jurisdiction of the ICC prosecutor can initiate investigation in that regard. So in terms of funding, it's not to be funded by the United Nations, but from primarily voluntary contributions from the states parties concerned. And it is not also true that France is paying 70% of the ICC's budget. That is just not true. If you look at the statistics and records available, Japan is, as of now, I believe, I stand to be corrected, is the major contributor to the ICC, followed by Germany. But yeah, I take the point that most of or a large chunk of the contributions to the ICC's operation comes from Europe, Western Europe, and so that may be the reason why people may have some legitimate concerns as to the independence of the ICC, it being linked to the funding situation.
I mean, that's a whole line of conversation to explore. But because we're a bit time pressed, I need to go on a short break. We'll try and see what we can do when we come back. We'll also talk about the seeming concentration of power in the office of the prosecution. Okay, we'll go on a short break, and when we come back, our guest is still here, we will continue the conversation. To stay back. To know you're still with us on One Slot. I still have Dr. Kwaku Agyeman-Budu, and he's been sharing his perspective on the ICC debate. Are we a soft target? I mean, Africa. Okay, back to you. We'll need to step down the funding conversation. You've made a bit of your position known on that. We'll just go further and look at the concentration of power, because that's one of the concerns that was raised. He's the arresting officer, he investigates and all that. What's your thinking on that?
So I think once again that's a misunderstanding of the structure of the ICC and the way its processes and procedures work. First and foremost, the ICC does not have a police wing or an arresting wing or anything of that sort. It's the states that are supposed to effect arrests. For instance, if there is a person suspected of having committed any of the atrocity crimes that are within the jurisdiction of the ICC. But I think we need to backtrack a little bit to put this whole conversation in context. The ICC operates on the fundamental principle of complementarity. And what this principle of complementarity means is that the ICC is not a court of first instance necessarily when it comes to these international crimes. What it means is that the states who voluntarily sign on to the statute that establishes the ICC are responsible for dealing with these international crimes, that is genocide, crimes against humanity, war crimes, as well as the crime of aggression, if these crimes take place within their territory, or if some person who is allegedly or who is alleged to have committed these crimes in some other places are found within the jurisdiction of that particular state. So the ICC only plays a complementary role to that of the national criminal jurisdictions of states parties, which means these states parties are supposed to have incorporated the Rome Statute as part of their law. So they're supposed to have criminalized genocide, crimes against humanity, war crimes, the crime of aggression, so they're able to actually deal with them if they are committed on their territory, for instance. So it is when these states are not, for instance, able to genuinely and willingly prosecute persons who have alleged to have committed these crimes, that then the ICC's jurisdiction can be invoked. That's why you see, for instance, that Uganda under President Yoweri Museveni in 2004 referred the issue of Joseph Kony and the Lord's Resistance Army to the International Criminal Court to investigate and prosecute, and that was actually done. So I can't say, or I can't agree to the fact that there's an over-concentration of power, because if you look at the organogram of the ICC, for instance, it's made up of different organs. So there's a presidency, there's an appeals division, a trial division, and a pre-trial division. There's also the office of the prosecutor, and there's the registry. The prosecutor only prosecutes the offenses, but before the prosecutor would even have the chance to begin actual prosecution, it has to be authorized by a pre-trial chamber, the 3 judges who make up the pre-trial chamber. So there are checks and balances in every step of the way within the organogram or within the structure of the ICC. That is not to say that it is a perfect institution, but what I want to point out that it is not entirely, or it's not correct to suggest that
the powers are concentrated in the office of the prosecutor. Okay,
yes,
let's move on. I want to make reference quickly. I want to make reference quickly to your comment about Museveni. Agreed that he took the case to the ICC, but at some point he was dissatisfied with the position of the ICC on the matter and withdrew the case. Could you explain why he made a U-turn? Because if cases, you'll explain that, but just to expand the question a little, if cases are taken to the ICC by Africans who are part to the statute, and from over time they keep pulling back and complaining about the verdict that is being given by the ICC, isn't that something that the ICC should indeed scrutinize?
I mean, first and foremost, there's no art in finding the mind's construction on his face, so I can't tell what's going through the mind of President Museveni for whatever U-turn that he may have decided to do. What I can say is that once the ICC is seized of jurisdiction in a particular instance, like in a situation where you've referred a matter to the court for investigation and possible prosecution, you do not pick and choose and then turn around and say, I no longer want to the court to proceed with this particular case. It doesn't work that way, unfortunately. And that's why I keep on referring to the fact that once you are a state and you voluntarily sign on to an international treaty, not just the Rome Statute, but all international agreements, international treaties for that matter, you are bound by the dictates of that treaty. And I believe that this whole issue of African states, and it's not even a question of African states, it's some African heads of states being dissatisfied or putting it out there, the whole neo-colonialist agenda and all that. It emanates from the Omar al-Bashir situation. That's what
Dr. Ayman Bodu, I mean, there is the more you speak, the more I want to ask you questions, but I'm constrained with time, so I'm going to try and press it up and just ask you to speak quickly on the position of the AU in this ICC debate. There's been concerns about how sometimes it gives conflicting direction to member countries. What's your take? How can the relationship between the ICC and Africans be affected by the role that the AU will play?
So the AU should play or does play a critical role in terms of development and in terms of international development generally that affect the African continent. The relationship with the ICC has been a bit topsy-turvy in the past few years, but it once again goes back to the Omar al-Bashir situation. This is an old debate. I think that we've probably moved on from this particular era or this particular situation whereby this conflict or tension between the AU. Remember the whole idea of collective withdrawal,
yes.
Which was a bit strange because, I mean, the states individually entered into the treaties to be part of the Rome.
Okay, so what is their role? Because I'm really sorry, we're time pressed. What should be their role? And as you're answering that, if you can do it in, say, 1 minute, I'll be grateful. What areas do you think that the ICC might need to look at if there is to be some sense of belonging from Africans participating in that, being a part of the Rome Statute?
I think the premise of your question is fundamentally flawed in the sense that it's not a question of the role of the AU per se and Africans being involved. It's a question of re-educating the people ourselves, the Africans, because this whole issue is one of the heads of states and the AU at the heads of state level and the ICC, and because of the situation whereby we have now seen that it is possible that an international organization like the ICC can actually come after our leaders, like African leaders. And that's what I believe led to the Malabo Protocol, where it was proposed that a new African International Criminal Court will be established, which strangely the African heads of state decide to grant themselves immunity from prosecution before this African court that's supposed to purportedly prosecute cases of international crimes happening in Africa, and who are the ones who are most likely to commit these atrocity offenses.
I really hate to do this, but I have to interject. We'll need to maybe come back to you for more on this conversation. Thank you very much, Dr. Kwaku Agyeman-Bodu, for your time and your thoughts on the subject.
Thank you for having me.
Right, in Africa, I mean, the conversation will probably continue indefinitely until we find some middle ground. The question remains, is Africa being unfairly targeted by the ICC, or are there reasons and justifications for why all of the situations currently under investigation or prosecution happen to be in Africa? These questions, like I said, will remain contentious depending on who you speak to. But one thing is clear on all sides: things cannot remain as they are. The court must indeed take actions that will begin the process of restoring some faith in our ability to disperse justice equitably. Creating an independent African court is also an option worth exploring. I want to thank you very much for being a part of this conversation. Would like to hear your thoughts on the issue. Do share them with us at News Central TV using the hashtag #OneSlot. Until I see you next week, do what you can with what you have, where you are. Africa is home. Bye for now.
Our mandate is to promote, finance, and facilitate intra-African trade. So all what we do and we are doing towards that objective. We support the financing of the platinum mining in Zimbabwe, beneficiation in South Africa, and then the final product traded within the region and also exported. Building value chains. That's what we are doing. The one in Nigeria is a power project, and it is geometric power in the southeast area of Nigeria, an area that people don't know is a source of a large part of informal intra-African trade that is taking place today. If we are able to do a transaction, electricity becomes affordable and easily accessible, we are going to have a boom in production there. We are going to have a boom in the trade between Nigeria and Cameroon and other neighboring countries in manufacturers. What the government is doing is what they've done. They have to give the political will, they have to have this agreement signed. But it has to be driven by the private sector.
Tanzania, good evening Burkina Faso, and good evening Namibia. This is Report Desk Africa, where you not only get to see some of the big stories in Africa, but this week you also get to hear the backstory and the circumstances surrounding these stories. My name is Blessings Musudu, and I am not alone.
And I'm Lee Olumi, and into this program we will be staying here in Nigeria, where the death of 2 teenagers have sparked outrage as a result of bullying. We'll be right back. Do stay with us. So we're going to be discussing today, but majorly the case of bullying. Of course, the producer is going to play a report now. And after that, we're going to discuss or dissect the issue of bullying, especially 2 cases of teenagers who died as a result of bullying in Nigeria.
The internet was sent into a frenzy on 30th November 2021 after the news surrounding the controversial death of Sylvester of Romani, a 12-year-old boy from South Extraction in Nigeria, came to light. Sylvester, a student of Dowen College situated in Lekki, a suburb of Lagos State in the southwest region of the country, was immediately beaten to death by senior students of the school after his refusal to join a cult group. The parents' account and that of a child from the same school corroborate the allegation.
The boy could not stand. The boy could not eat. The boy is shouting my mouth, my waist, my back, my chest, everywhere. It was on Monday between the hours of 11 and 12. That was when it started offending us. That he didn't play ball, he didn't go to any field. That he was in his room with his mates sleeping on his bed. They walked into their room, they put off the lights, they beat him, then he fell from his bed, they started mashing it with the leg.
He was my friend. Before I started complaining of leg pain, he told me he had muscle pull. So I carried him. He and his best friend Alex, we carried him to the sick bay. And we brought some for me for the cafeteria. When the judge comes right now, yes.
And he told me what child to their own.
Yeah,
and he don't train the boy very well.
I think it's one of the boys' young friends when I was at school.
Sequel to the incident, the government ordered the indefinite closure of the school as it currently begins investigation into the matter. The student's death has, however, continued to generate widespread criticism on social media platforms, leading to numerous demands including the hashtag Justice for Sylvester. The parents of one of the alleged culprits have denied claims of their son's involvement, while the school has released a statement pledging to support the police investigation. Will justice eventually take its course? Will the perpetrators of these heinous acts be brought to book? These and other questions are on the lips of many. Time, they say, will tell. Ni Omoni, News Central.
And that was the case of 12-year-old Sylvester in Lagos, Nigeria, who attended Dowen College and was allegedly bullied to death. Now, these are just one of the very few cases that have come up during the time. There's another case of Karen Mapok, who also was bullied at that time but didn't make the limelight. And that is what we're focusing on. It's becoming a very big issue.
And it has become a cause of concern.
Yeah, it is because back when I was primary school, I remember there was a kid that was always being bullied, and with him in the bathroom, beating him up, taking his lunch, and so many things. I didn't experience that because of it. I would say I had it better because when I got to the secondary school, I was never able to an ed school father. But these days, it's become a very, very big issue. And
it has always been an age-long thing, but now it's becoming more life-threatening than it used to be, and it's something that should raise concern.
This cuts across everybody, it affects everybody. If you're told, we've all experienced bullying in one way or the other, either as the victim or as the bully. In fact, in a study conducted, it was reported that almost 4 in every 5 participants, that's 78%, reported being bullied, and 85% 95% of the children admitted to bullying others at one point. So today on Report Best Africa, we'll be looking at this unhealthy culture of bullying and addressing the many questions left hanging in our minds. And joining us to analyze the many issues raised by these happenings is journalist David Andine, and of course we're expecting a freelance editor Mike Ekuno in the course of the show.
Yes, but in the meantime, thank you for joining us, David.
How do you? So, David, you broke the case of Karen Hapog and you brought it to limelight, a case of a 14-year-old girl who schools in Jaipur Academy, to be precise, and died of sepsis. Now, for those who don't know, sepsis is an inflammation of the body caused by an infection. Now, you broke the case. Now, these two cases happened in the school, which poses the question of whether schools are losing their primary responsibility of adequately looking out for the children. David, is there any truth in this?
Well, first of all, I'll just quickly point out that technically I did actually read the story. The story came out in June, and there actually quite a bit of coverage, but the school in question at Premier Academy in Abuja did a very good job of suppressing the story. The school actually went out and hired an expensive PR agency called PR Redline to sort of control the narrative up until recent. So we wanted to I went out and independently cover the story in the manner that I do, then they weren't able to control the narrative anymore, and that's how I was getting this coverage. Now, specifically in this case, it's very fair to say that the school has absolutely not lived up to its responsibility of care to its students. If for nothing else, for the fact that a student, a 14-year-old girl, has died in this horrific manner, right, in your school, and what you are most concerned about the immediate aftermath of her death is how to ensure that things keep on moving on. Students keep paying their school fees, lessons go on. There's zero attempts to cooperate with the authorities, to speed up, to expedite the investigation, to find out what has happened. Has there been a systemic failing here? What exactly is it that has happened? There's no attempt to do that. Everybody's trying to move on quickly. Right? So that tells any observer that the first priority of the school is not to take care of the students who parents are entrusted to it, but merely to make money, to keep the operations going. And then for the fact the girl's mother has gone to she's had the case at the time was with the FCT command, the FCT police command. There's a criminal investigation going on. And having PR agents to manage the narrative. Why school going out and hiring a PR agency, an expensive PR agents to manage narratives around the death of the student? Why are you doing that? What is your motive?
Will it be safe to say now that the schools are more concerned about making money than actually doing their primary responsibility of instilling morals?
Absolutely. It's very fair. To the London College case, the case of Sylvester. This is a school where term fees are in excess of 1 million naira. So a session of 3 times, or even more than 3 million naira to send a child to school. This school is not cheap, right? And yet something as basic as complete CCTV coverage across the boarding house. How do schools have it? So you have that it's for lack of money that school didn't have this thing. It's not for lack of money, it's not for lack of resources, it's not for lack of ability that it didn't have these things. But it's simply the case that it is somewhat money-making machine. So run as cheaply as possible, make the fees as pricey as possible, so that you can profit from the spread. It's just a business, right? And one of the more disappointing things for me personally in the aftermath of all of this is that the conversation that I was hoping that this thing would spark, right, in terms of this culture that exists within the so-called Nigerian schools, because for a long time there's been a misconception that these problems don't exist at a certain level in Nigerian society, that if your child school are paying 700,000, 1 million naira, then things like, that sort of extreme bullying don't exist. Actually they do, and I was hoping that this would stop the conversation. Instead, what was that even within the parents of Down College itself, I was reading a statement from an executive member of the parents forum yesterday. Her name is Aitwa Oladijo. And she said, look, that people should withdraw our kids from this school, but I don't think this is the best thing to do at this time. That, this is very good in academics. A child died. And what the parent is most concerned about is that what people in academics is about to write IGCS.
Right, David, before we go into the parental aspect of it, you mentioned something about the school doing a good job hiring a PR agent to cover up the whole story. Why would they want to cover up the story? Whose integrity are they trying to protect? Is it that of the school or that of the parents?
The question is that of the school. So I have a background in marketing and PR. I used to work in PR quite segue into journalism. So I have quite a significant which is how I got to know what PR agency was and what their brief was. This agency not just to strategically have the down story to story as have attitude as possible. So it's also to misdirect the inquiry of journalists. For example, when the autopsy report came out, the autopsy report has still not been made public by the police, by the way. So that the police were playing games, and then for whatever reason, the police allowed the school to have access to reports, but didn't allow them to have access to the autopsy report. The story that coming out in the news then that Karen Apu-Shapa that died of complications relating to diabetes, which is a very clever misdirection, because it's like saying that I went and stabbed somebody and the person died, right? But you will now say that that person's cause of death is excessive blood loss, instead of saying that I stabbed the person, right? Because yes, technically, the cause of death was complications linked to diabetes, but those complications, the complications that were as a result of sepsis. But we were feeding the media that this narrative of diabetes. So if you check all the news reports from June to date that mention the cause of death, you see diabetes. You will never see sepsis. So that's what PR company was doing. So it's always that the school has hired them to protect its own reputation by implying that this girl died of something that had nothing to do with them. So please stop mentioning our name.
From David, from several implications now, we can see that negligence plays a big part in some of the stories. And then I want to know, in the area of licensing educational institutions to operate whether day or boarding system in secondary schools, what would you say is the responsibility of the government?
So this is a difficult question that you just asked, because normally the answer that I'm supposed to give is that there should be heightened regulation, there should be increased regulation, the government should be more stringent about the conditions that must be satisfied before such licenses are given out. However, in practice, we know that this being Nigeria, the last thing we want to do is give the government even more power than it already has, especially in the sector like education, which has been fundamentally and woefully mismanaged by the government. I mean, the very fact that these schools exist is itself an indictment on the government, that the very best schools in Nigeria are the schools that the government has nothing to do with, and that you have to pay through the nose to get into. This isn't the case elsewhere. In the UK, for example, the very best schools, your Eatons and your Harrows, are government owned. They're not private. But in Nigeria, it's the other way around, because the government is that incompetent. So it's a very difficult question to answer. How do you ask an incompetent regulator to do better at regulation such that the private entities that is regulating do better at their job? That's the problem. There is no regulation, and the entity that whose job it should be to do the regulation, your workplace is even that, you shouldn't even give that entity more power than it already has. You want that entity to stay out of the way as much as possible, which then gives the private entities such as Down College and Premier Academy free license to do what they want. And then as a parent, you're not at their mercy, and you have to hope that they do everything they do in good faith, that they actually care about your children and not just about the school fees that you are paying.
So David, what you're trying to say in essence is that yes, the government has a role to play, but the parents also have their own role to play. Everyone has a role to play. We're going to take more of that and of course check the roles of parents in this matter right after this break.
Thanks for staying with us. You're still watching Report Desk Africa. And before we went on the break, we had David Hundeyin with us, and he's still with us. And we're joined again by Mike Ekunu. Thank you very much for joining us, Mr. Mike.
Thanks. Glad to be here.
All right, it's good to have on the show finally. Now, of course, we're discussing bullying, and from record, you were part of some of the few parents actually withdrew their children from school. In fact, you posted the letter wrote to the school before withdrawing the child. Now, what about parents? We've talked about the government, we've talked about the school. What about parents? Don't they have a role to play in curbing bullying in the society? Because it is perceived as if it's a case of pushing their responsibility to the school.
Yeah, thanks for that question. Parents for covering bullying in schools. Because for all you know, the senior students who are mostly the culprits in bullying, they are not given birth to by spirits, by ghosts. They have parents. And in some cases you have parents who complain of their children being bullied, having seniors who are also bullying juniors in another school or in the same school. So it's a question of at some point, definitely at some point, you must have a junior student, and if the junior student that moves on to become a senior, so if the same parent that has a junior that also have seniors. So what parents, if the old, we have to come back to the old saying, do unto others so you like them, do unto you. So parents should not think, in so many occasions at PTA meetings, you find that the parents of seniors just remain unconcerned when bullying is being discussed, forgetting that those seniors were juniors at some point, and probably they still have children at home who become juniors suddenly. So apart from that, the major motivation for bullying is the feeling that there will be no consequence. Whether you're talking about the school system or the larger society. So if parents begin to inculcate the values of consequence, that there's consequence for good action and there's consequence for bad action, when characters are formed. So those times
welcome to News Central now on News Central TV. My name is Chooks and a happy independence Kenya. The top stories of this hour. Kenyan President joins citizens to celebrate their 58th independence anniversary. South Africa pays tribute to late apartheid leader. And focus on African health systems as the world observes Universal Health Coverage Day. Details coming up shortly. Our coverage of this hour in East Africa, where Kenya's President Uhuru Kenyatta has addressed the country on the occasion of our 58th independence anniversary. Kenyatta urged citizens to look ahead and learn from their past mistakes. The Kenyan president also celebrated the country's fallen heroes.
Concerns of the present, I beg to differ. History provides invaluable lessons to be learned and give context to the present. By looking back, we are better able to look forward. Learning from the past means that we can build on its good, avoid its mistakes, and most importantly, it is a constant reminder of the ugly, so that even as we forgive, we must never forget. So fellow Kenyans, when we congregate at this place of remembrance, we are all called on to renew the soul of our nation. We are called to appreciate the pain felt and sacrifices made by those who went before us. The fallen soldiers and heroes buried in unmarked graves in prisons and camps all over our country. And that is why the project under construction behind us was initiated. Apart from being a place of remembrance and healing, this place would be an arena where the past, the present, and the future will converge.
In Kenya's celebration, the country's Interior President Secretary Karanja Kibicho says that no parallel celebrations will be held in the country to commemorate the annual Jamhuri Day. This, according to him, follows extensive consultations between the government and the expert advisors. Events will potentially accelerate COVID-19 actions. News Central's Omololade tells us more.
Every 12th day of December, the Republic of Kenya marks its National Day, popularly known as Jamhuri Day. Jamhuri is the Swahili word for republic. Hence, the day was set aside to officially mark the day when Kenya became a republic on 12 December 1964, a year after gaining independence on 1 June 1963. Jamhuri Day celebration, which usually kicks off with the president's speech at Nairobi Nyayo Stadium, accompanied by cultural festivities celebrating Kenya's unique cultural identity, as well as a display of the country's colorful flag hung in buildings all over the capital city of Nairobi, has been altered this year due to COVID-19 pandemic. While the emergence of the new Omicron variant may have forced the country to cancel plans of celebrating the Independence Day in the usual traditional and elaborate way, the country has, however, given access to citizens and ensure that every region in Kenya is well represented. Although holding the celebration at Rural Gardens, of marking the day at the Nyayo Stadium with feasts, parades and traditional dances, among others. It is hoped that Kenyans across the globe will celebrate heritage by enjoying the typical Kenyan dish while holding on to the common values that held the country together till date. Independence Day, or better still, Happy Jamhuri Day, Kenya. Omololade info.
A lawyer and lecturer at Kisii University in Kenya, Helen Bimbe, highlighted the importance of Jamhuri Day.
We are all aware of the current problem facing the world, that is COVID-19. If you are keen enough, we in Kenya, and also the Africa as a continent, we've not gained economic independence. We got the political independence, but we still cannot produce our own vaccines. It's quite terrible that we are celebrating Jamhuri Day in Kenya independence, but we still depend on the white to supply us with vaccine. So for the last 60 years, we've grown, I do admit, but we need to celebrate another Jamhuri. We wake up from we do the research, we come up with our own vaccines, we don't depend on people for survival. We acknowledge that the handshake between Raila Amolo Odinga has caused serious peace. It's peace. And the reason why I call it peace, having problems there before. But since President Uhuru Kenyatta had a handshake with Raila Amolo Odinga, we had peace. Despite the COVID, our tourism is growing. It's growing because there is that peace. Businesses with other countries are picking up because of the peace that we have in Kenya. And that's why we have to acknowledge that President Uhuru Kenyatta did a good thing to have a dialogue with his brother Raila Amolo Odinga.
Still in East Africa, Tigray rebels have recaptured the North Ethiopian town of Lalibela less than 2 weeks after government forces and their allies took control of the town. A resident of the UNESCO World Heritage Town said there is heavy presence of Tigrayan fighters, but added that there is no fighting. It was gathered that the rebels came from the east in the direction of Wadiya. Lalibela is a pilgrimage center for the Ethiopian Orthodox Church, where no official government responds on the recapture yet. Last week, the government announced its forces had recaptured the strategic towns of Dessie and Kumboja. Let's head to West Africa, where regional lawmakers from Sierra Leone have presented their country's report to a session of the ECOWAS Parliament holding in Abuja. The lawmakers, while making a presentation during the 2021 second ordinary session of the ECOWAS Parliament in Abuja, Nigeria's federal capital, they made presentations on current situation in the areas of insecurity, upcoming Sierra Leone census, and the management of COVID-19. The report also highlights their participation in politics, including Sierra Leone's recently passed law, which mandates political parties to ensure 30% of elective slots are set aside for women, youth unemployment, and Sierra Leone's government investment in agriculture.
The political situation in Sierra Leone remains stable as the country looks forward to the holding of local and general elections in 2022 and 2023 respectively. Parties are preoccupied with their lower level elections or primaries to elect their party officials. Parliament has approved the appointment of the Western Area Electoral Commissioner to fill the existing vacancy as the country prepares for the elections. Societal impediments to women's participation in politics and in other decision-making bodies remain a challenge in Sierra Leone, with only 18 out of 146 parliamentary seats held by women. The government of Sierra Leone, in a bid to promote gender empowerment, has introduced a bill that will ensure that at least 30% of elective and party positions held by women. The bill also aims at improving women's access to finance and linking government to improve gender equality.
Security situation generally is very stable in Sierra Leone. Very stable. I'm sure people, all the colleagues who went to Freetown in January can attest to the fact that you can actually leave your hotel and walk around the beach and nobody, I repeat, will disturb you or create any problems for you. So generally, the security situation is very good. But then, the issue of
the U.S. Economic and Financial Crimes Commission, EFCC, has flagged a man governor for personally withdrawing cash of 60 billion naira from his state treasury. The EFCC, in the magazine released on Sunday, said the governor is from the north-central part of the country, but they did not mention his name. EFCC Chairman Abdul Rashid Bara said the agency's new Department of Intelligence is working well. He revealed that the governor carried out the act in the last 6 years. He added that Nigerians are going to be briefed about the agency doing behind the scene on cybercrime and politically exposed persons. Into the north of the continent is our next stop. The December 24 presidential elections in Libya. This is after the electoral body gave an indication on Sunday that it was unable to announce the approved candidates because of continued legal doubt. Analysts say postponement of the polls would represent a bitter blow to the international community's hopes of reuniting the deeply divided country. A series of court rulings have overturned the Libyan Electoral Commission's decisions to block high-profile figures, including Saif al-Islam Gaddafi, the son of former dictator, from standing for the presidency. The interim Prime Minister Abdul Hamid Dabeiba and warlord Khalifa Haftar, who heads the self-styled Libyan National Army, have been approved by the Commission, but subsequently appealed by other parties. Now, as the world observes Universal Health Coverage Day, African health systems are again on the front burner. Universal Health Coverage Day is being set aside to review progress and identify gaps in ensuring that healthcare is accessible and affordable to all without falling into financial hardship. WHO's data on universal health coverage shows the impact of COVID-19 on health systems and services worldwide, as well as how the 2021 theme is Leave No One's Health Behind, Invest in Health Systems for All. Now, joining me on the news to present investments in healthcare in Africa and its challenges, as well as making health coverage a priority for Africans, is a medical doctor, a senior program manager, National Health Watch. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you for having me, Christine.
Let's start straight away by taking the healthcare system in Africa. What would you call, what do you see as its main challenges or improvements in the last decade?
Well, I would say that health systems in Africa has improved in certain key areas over the last few years, let's say the last decade. If we were to look at key indicators across maternal and child health, immunization coverage, infectious diseases such as HIV/AIDS, malaria, tuberculosis, we could say that some of those rates have reduced thanks to previous investment in health services that African countries need. But it's not without its challenges. I mean, we've already mentioned one key one that has threatened to derail all the gains made by the last few years, just COVID-19. And how this has really helped to expose gaps that we were not aware of there before. So now we have made some progress. For example, polio was eradicated in the region. Nigeria was declared polio-free just not so long ago. We still have quite some way to go, and this is because, like I mentioned earlier, COVID-19, which is one of the most devastating pandemics or infectious disease cases that we've had in recent times, has really exposed how much more work we need to do. For example, in healthcare worker density, or basically human resources for health, making sure that there are sufficient people in health facilities tending to sick persons. There have been gaps in infrastructure exposed in certain areas, and there have been gaps in coordination in key areas that are essential for universal health coverage. One of the ways that you measure a country's achievements of universal health coverage is by looking at health security and how countries have basically implemented international health regulations. We have seen gaps in those as well. I mean, when we look at the international health regulations and where they are at in implementing it, there were already some gaps. Our scores are not so high in the region. With the pandemic, those scores, could be, and we could take a second look at those scores because there are other elements. So, yes, if I were to say where we at, over the last decade, have we improved our healthcare systems in Africa? Yes, I would say yes, but we need some very strong investments to push us further. For example, in health financing, the Abuja Declaration mandated countries, signatories, to allocate at least 15% of their budget, of their budgets to health. This is a declaration that not many countries have met, and my home country, Nigeria, has never quite met that target at the level. So we have gaps in health financing, we have, which translates to everything, translates to human resources for health, translates to infrastructure, to equipment, translates to health system strengthening at the grassroots level, primary health care, and the gaps that have been exposed in those.
But we have made some progress, but we're still way off the mark. All right, let's get a bit of education here. When we talk of universal health coverage, I tell you, not many have a full grasp of what exactly that means. Can you educate us a bit on that? What exactly is universal health coverage?
It's really simple. It just means that everyone who needs healthcare has access to it without incurring financial hardship. It's just those two things: ensuring coverage, ensuring people have access to quality healthcare without becoming impoverished. So that's without facing some some hardship in their finances because they have spent on health. That's universal health coverage.
Nicely, let me speed up a bit. Out of time. Some users, HMO is one of the new innovations, let's say, in West African healthcare systems. Some users complain about its operations, particularly in countries like Nigeria. They're not getting value for their money. How true is this picture?
Well, I would say it is true. One of the challenges that you can face in trying to set up a proper health insurance, basically HMOs face in Africa, in Nigeria, for example, is that people think that they would rather not pay for services that they end up not using, and this is where the sentiment of I'm being ripped off comes from, because we pay a premium for a certain period of time, we might end up not using any of the services, and this has always posed a problem. People tend to shy away from the term insurance because they don't want to feel like they have been put at a loss. Yeah.
Complaints against HMOs are the fact. You mentioned people having the feeling, yes, I'm paying, I don't get to use the facility as much as or whatever I've paid for. But there are people who complain, people with pre-existing health conditions like asthma, sickle cell, and all of that. You will get covered by organizations. Why so?
So first off, there are different kinds of plans, that's one, and different kinds of providers of health insurance. Some of those HMOs exclude existing health conditions. Some is applicable only to Africa. This is also something you see in the world. Health insurance, if you have certain pre-identified health conditions like diabetes, like hypertension, so it is one of the kinks in health insurance that still needs to be fixed. And the reason why HMOs do this sometimes is to reduce the burden, the financial burden.
So what happens with health insurance is that many people pay for these services, so they pay a premium. So that's something called pooling of funds. So that's if not pool uses health services, then you have more money and more funding for those who actually need it. When you pool so many people with so many pre-existing conditions, then that means that more a higher percentage of a pool will access health services, and this sort of leads to those health insurance organizations. So this is why sometimes you see television channels exclude people with pre-existing conditions, but that's not the principle of universal health coverage. It's not realistic to expect that a health insurance plan would cover for all the health needs of the person, because it's still fundamental to universal health coverage that people can access the kind and quality health care that they need when they need it without spending too much. So yes, it's a problem. It's one of the kinks that we're still trying to count.
Let you go in, if you can, in 30 seconds. Healthcare, we know, is still likely inaccessible for people in Muslim countries. How can the government, what strategy can the government implement to make this, to change this?
Right, 30 seconds. Interesting. So, firstly, I would say government needs to spend the expenditure on health per capita, includes how much or what percentage of our GDP we allocate to health. That's one. Second thing is to develop innovative mechanisms, work with private sector, work with development assistance for health, and not just rely on one way of financing healthcare. While government expenditure has been proven to be the most effective, particularly in our region, we need to start thinking of ways to integrate sources of funding in the private sector, like development assistance, and make sure that the funds care are properly monitored and evaluated, and make sure that we have value. Let's defend against how those health cases I mentioned earlier are being reduced, and how healthcare is being made better in the region.
Thank you so much, Consola Agbani, Senior Program Manager, Nigeria Health Watch.
Thanks for having me.
We'll take a quick break. When we come back, we'll be wrapping up. So stay tuned. Welcome back, and let's quickly head to Southern Africa, where South Africa on Sunday paid an official tribute to F.W. de Klerk, who freed Nelson Mandela from prison. De Klerk is credited as the leader who moved the country from apartheid to democracy. President Cyril Ramaphosa attended Jackson Grove Kirk, one of South Africa's oldest churches, on Sunday morning to deliver a eulogy in his honor. De Klerk died on November 11 at the age of 85 following a battle with cancer. 4 days of national mourning were declared in his honor. The late president was shared the Nobel Peace Prize with Mandela in 1993 after freeing him from prison in 1990. That's all the time we have on the news tonight. But just before we go, let's take a look at the Kenyan President joining citizens to celebrate 58th independence anniversary. South Africa pays tribute to last apartheid leader. African systems are on the front burner as the world observes Universal Health Coverage Day. Central TV. You can download our mobile app from the App Store and the Play Store. Live and 74 2 24/7, Cable TV, Free TV, and YouTube. Nice Chooks.
My name is Nadia Nakai and I'm a rapper that originates from South Africa.
My name is Oliver Julio. Listen together with the B2C soldiers. Kampala Boys from Uganda. Alors je souhaite bonne année.
We are Tara and Bella.
My name is Loco.
Shout out News Central.
À la chaîne News Central. News Central, Africa first.
Africa first.
Keep watching News Central.
Hello, welcome to NC Exclusive on Think Abroad. Today we have a very special guest joining us on the show today. Her name is Excellency Mafudze. She's the African Union Ambassador to the United States of America since October 2020. She was born in Zimbabwe, and Ambassador Suka Mafudze is a seasoned diplomat and political expert with over 2 decades of professional experience in African affairs. Prior to her current appointment, she served as the ambassador of the Republic of Zimbabwe in various countries, including Sudan, South Sudan, and Malawi. She's an accomplished leader and specializes in mediation, post-conflict reconstruction, human rights, and humanitarian activities. Her academic credentials include degrees in diplomas in sociology and gender development, as well as Master of Arts in Relations and World Order from the University of Leicester in England. Our guest today is Excellency Ambassador Hilda Suka Mafudze, the African Union Ambassador to the United States of America. Thank you very much for your time, Madam Ambassador, and thanks for joining us.
Thank you very much for hosting me. I really appreciate it.
Now, to start, I conducted a little bit of research on you and your office. The primary functions of your office are to develop and promote relations with the U.S. administration, undertake resource mobilization, and consolidate constructive and productive institutional relationships between the African Union and Africans in the diaspora, the Bretton Woods institutions, and other stakeholders. Given that this is quite a broad mandate, what unique role does your office play in strengthening African ties in the United States, and what specific value do you bring to your U.S. stakeholders that is different from what a country's embassy in D.C. would normally bring?
The good thing is with this broad mandate, it makes things easy because all our countries from the continent, the 55 member states, are represented here in the USA. And as my mandate is to increase this relationship that has always been there between the US and the African Union, but to increase the relationship, to make a difference. And I would say Africa is at a level at the moment where we are saying this is the time to do business with Africa. And as we communicate with the Bretton Woods, and as we communicate with academics, we communicate with the leadership here in the USA, is to rally in the run with our issue of the Agenda 2063. And at the moment, top on the agenda is the African Continental Free Trade Area. I try to bring everyone together in terms of the leadership that we have here, who are the ambassadors of the 55 member states, to say this is what we should push forward. And they are very excited, and we daily work together. I think I've responded to your question the way you want it.
Okay, now, do you think there's been a difference between when individual countries engage bilaterally with the United States and when they decide to go through the African Union and speak with one voice?
This is where we are working so hard around. But the good thing and the positive thing that I mentioned at the moment is that you cannot have, well, I'll give an example. And then when a dog gives birth, all its children will not open their eyes on the same day. But, yes, but the mother will keep on, nurturing to make a difference, to say this is where we are. Yes, there can be some areas where we feel this is how we should move. And don't forget, in the first instance, those same embassies came here on the basis of bilateral relations. And here's Union, we are saying, let's speak with one voice. Of course, we have to nurture that. We have to be working with the embassies. And I will tell you, on the positive, there is rallying behind African Union.
It's Madam Ambassador, it's quite difficult to get 55 member states to speak with one voice. How have you been able to navigate this diplomatic waters?
I have meetings that are holding my mission every month. And usually we have all the numbers of the ambassadors coming to we speak with one voice, let me put it that way. That is happening, I must say. In my office, when we do these meetings, the monthly meetings, besides the monthly meetings, we have also the CDC putting on the table once every month also to tell us what is happening on the COVID issues on the continent. So all of them rally, all the issues that are happening in the African Union on the continent, Addis Ababa, I take those issues and share with these ambassadors. And of course, as I said earlier, these embassies have come here on the bilateral basis, but they are inclining towards this working together. And some of them are completely there, I must say.
Well, talking about united voice and speaking with one voice, right now Africa seems to be the focus of the world in the current pandemic that we're going through since the discovery of the Omicron strain of the COVID-19 virus. Africa has only vaccinated 11% of its population, away from the African Union's projected 60% by the end of this year. What is responsible for the low vaccination drive in Africa? Is it vaccine hesitancy amongst the people, or we just don't have the power and the technology to produce our own vaccines and procure more vaccines because of an equitable distribution of vaccines in the world?
I'll take your last point where you're talking of the inequitable vaccination distribution. This is what we have suffered as Africa. And as you know, it's very, very important to be self-sustained. And we are saying we should stand and fight to develop, to come up with our own vaccines. We have quite a bigger population, 1.3 to 1.6 billion people. We need to have our own warehouse where we have our own vaccines. But this is a challenge that has bedeviled us in terms of not getting the vaccines by the time that we want. I heard you say 11%, which is actually much higher than the vaccines people who have been vaccinated on the continent. And I would say it has been a challenge. And we have been running. Like I'm here, and let me take also this opportunity to thank the Biden-Harris administration. We have also donated some vaccines, and we are promising to donate more vaccines on the African continent. And say, this is the time. We have to be in solidarity. This is a challenge that is on our planet, Earth planet. You cannot wish Africa away. Africa is there to stay. Yes. And look at these challenges that we have. Africa is here to stay, and not only to stay, but this is a continent that has a vast majority of younger people who are bubbling with knowledge, innovation, you name it. In the Africa is the next frontier. And there is no way decisions can be made at the center of the decision making of the world without the Africa's involvement. And let's begin there with the vaccines and make this difference. Let's come together in solidarity. Ensure Africa is not stigmatized. Africa is moving forward. And I will go back and say, there's no reason to stigmatize Africa on the basis of telling the world the situation that what they have found, the scientists have found. It's not called for.
Exactly, and that brings me to my next question, Madam Ambassador. Like you rightly said, the world needs to recognize Africa's place in the world, and Africa has a lot of experience and expertise in pandemic preparedness because of our experience with Ebola and other diseases. The South African Institute of Communicable Diseases did right by first alerting the world to this new strain of coronavirus, the Omicron. The Secretary General of the United Nations has condemned the the travel ban inflicted on member states of the African Union. Just recently, I spoke to the President of the United Nations General Assembly. He did condemn this travel apartheid. Yesterday, the African Union issued a statement calling on countries to rescind their travel ban on member states, and these things have implications. So why is Africa being treated like a pariah state for doing the right thing?
I would say it's mind-boggling at the moment to have Africa being treated that way. And just recently, I think you're aware that Secretary Blinken was on the continent, and he was talking of not treating Africa as a subject, but Africa as a player in the world's decisions. And I would say people get to respecting others when they know they have what it takes. But we are saying Africa is here on the 8th planet, and also Africa shouldn't be like because it is, that's where the base of Omicron has come from. It has been identified all over. And now we punish African scientists. We have come out to tell the world this is another situation that is coming into our lives. Let's be alert and work on that, and then we punish. This should be perpetrated to say all those who come up with discoveries should come out. I really applaud our scientists of the SADC region in coming up and talking about that. I would say it's no longer time to put out such notions to Africa. Africa is a player. Let's not forget 2030, 2050, it doubles its
population. Madam Ambassador, are you there? I believe we have some technical issues. We just wait for connection to be restored. So we've been speaking with Excellency, the Ambassador of the African Union to the United States of America, Hilda Suka Mafudze. We've talked about vaccine, unequal distribution of vaccines, her mandate, and U.S.-Africa relations. We do have a few more things to talk about before we conclude. I believe we have Madam Ambassador back. Hello? Hello, Madam Ambassador. Thank you very much. Yes. So I'll just let you complete the points you were making with regards to African scientist achievements.
Yeah, that's an African scientist achievement. That should tell the world Africa is on a trajectory, a rising trajectory. And if you're having our scientists identifying that pandemic, the Omicron, To me, we have to learn to applaud, not to punish. And here we are, and we are saying, you cannot leave Africa behind. Africa is at a level where it's putting its house in order. Let's talk of, I told you of the African Continental Free Trade Areas. What are we aiming to do? We're building one big market of 1 billion people. And what are we saying? We're saying we are at a level to go up.
Well, Rachel, coronavirus pandemic. We've witnessed a worrying trend recently in Africa. That is, we've seen quite a number of military coup d'etats in the last 18 months. This must definitely be troubling to the African Union because Africa is in the age of democracy. Now, are there sanctions? I know the African Union has imposed sanctions on some of those countries. They've removed them from the African Union. But does this serve as enough deterrent? And what can governments do to avoid this coup d'etats?
These coup d'etats, I'm telling you, have been really a challenge to the continent. They have come up. And as you may remember, before the COVID, Africa, in its past 10 years, from before the COVID time, Africa was rising. And the COVID came into being. Sometimes it's a challenge that happens in a country where they don't see the challenge, the bigger picture. And they think the government is not serving them well. Which government can say their economies were at a level or were going higher? Even in this first world, there was a challenge of the economies. And I would want to think those people who think about, let me go and do this coup to make a difference, are really not informed so well. But I'm saying we have to do a lot on our side. As the African Union, we have been laying on the table the ways that we should take our direction as Africa. It gets me back to the speaking of with one voice. And when we speak one voice, we avoid some of these things. Yes.
And I'm happy that the African Union is for good governance, and you mentioned that some of the reasons why these things happen is because of bad governance. Oftentimes, when these things happen, when you have a member state that has altered its constitution 3 times, he's changed it to allow him to run in office in perpetuity, the African Union hardly comes out to condemn this people. They often use the word, it's internal affairs of the country. But when the military comes and removes these people from government, then the African Union is very quick to condemn that. Is it possible, or is it against the principles of diplomacy, to tell a government, a sitting government, that look, your people aren't happy, could you do something about the level of governance in the country to avoid this sort of military coups?
That happens. That happens where African Union comes out and sit down with the government and say, this is the wrong thing to do. They do it. But there's this charter, yes, which allows countries to stand on their own on the continent. And don't forget, we are at that level where we are, as I talked about at the earlier point where I said, we are nurturing, we are gradually coming together. And in some of these charters, at some point in time, we'll be able to change the constitutions and then make a difference in the charter of the African Union, where every country will follow what the African Union is saying. I get your point on me.
Yes, because a lot of observers in the past have said the African Union is an old boys club that protects only the interests of its members. So away from that, let's talk about the US-Africa relationship. The United States first established its diplomatic mission to the African Union in 2006. Why do you think, Madam Ambassador, it's important that the United States created this diplomatic position? You have a colleague that is based in Addis Ababa, and what did it signify for U.S. relationship with the African continent?
Okay, if I have to comment from the point where we are right now, remember the Biden-Harris administration is looking to work with Africa and make a difference. Also, Secretary Blinken said it when he went to the continent. The time is now when they are strengthening more the relationship that they have. Opening an embassy says a lot. From my experience as an ambassador, if you see a country coming in to open an embassy, it's saying how strong you are getting. And it's saying we want to work together. And then don't forget, Africa is on a trajectory to make better. We have put a lot of tools in place to have other people who want to even invest say this is the right way to go. And if you are not investing in Africa today, tell me, where are you investing? So it's also is to work around, the trend is to work around also the human rights. Also, that's why they come up and open these embassies. And hence the reason we are here also, to strengthen these relations. They are also strengthening the relations on the ground in the Addis Ababa. And there's a lot that we are working together. And as I talked of the distribution of the vaccines, it has also made some of these countries to say, if you are not, we say, some people say something would be on the negative. To us, if you are not something with Africa on the positive, then where is your country going to? What is it doing? If you don't invest in Africa today, where else are you investing? It's about interest. And they are there for their interest. And we are doing attention.
I'm glad you mentioned that Africa is the next frontier. Africa has quite a huge diaspora in the United States. So when you're engaging with the diaspora, with the administrators and the government, what are some challenges to engaging successfully to implementing your program as the African Union ambassador to the United States?
I'm working with the diaspora strongly, and I'm so happy of what the achievements that we have put on the table. The diaspora is rallying behind the issues to do with Africa, the issues to do with Agenda 2063. We have already come up with a directory of the experts who are here in the US, and to allow actually our diasporan people to be able to support one another. And besides that, we do monthly meetings in what we call Who's Who African Diaspora. And we choose an item that we talk about, and we get the experts. And we are getting these experts amongst ourselves. I'm not having any challenges with the diaspora. I'm actually not getting to reach out as much as I could. And I was surprised that there's so many of our people in this country of the US. And I've touched of states, in the summer I haven't touched on. But they're already inviting. Ambassador, come, we want to work with African Union, we want to work with you. And I have no challenges with the diaspora, but I would want to take this opportunity to actually let the diaspora know that we're looking to have them go and invest on the continent. I support them with the work that they're doing here, and I support them with the work they are doing and the which they are doing with the people on the continent. But at the same time, we're looking to grow our economies and have the diaspora invest on the continent. Watch this space that is happening. Very soon you'll hear the positivity of it.
Hopefully, I like your optimism, Madam Ambassador. Now, talking about business opportunities and investment in the continent, the African Growth Opportunities Act, AGOA, which has served as the centerpiece of the U.S.-African commercial relationship for more than 2 decades, will expire on September the 30th, 2025. With 4 years left under the existing legislature, there is still time for beneficiary countries to achieve greater results under AGOA. However, a renewal of AGOA for another 10 years will provide even more time to make national strategies as beneficial as possible while further deepening U.S.-Africa ties. Do you think African countries, because the ones that have taken advantage of AGOA have done really well, Kenya comes to the back of my mind, and a few other countries, are we using this existing legislature of the African Growth Opportunities Act, are we maximizing it, or there's more to be done?
We actually very recently had a very strong meeting, a very big meeting with the USTRA here about this AGOA issue you're talking about. And I would say there is a lot of work that we're doing to finish this AGOA with the African Continental Free Trade Area. Because the highest questions, how do we run with AGOA and how do we run without
Exactly.
We are doing a lot to finish these two. And I'm so optimistic this AGOA will be extended. And I'm very optimistic in to say other Africans are yearning to join this AGOA. Remember, AGOA is not a legislation that allows every country on the continent to join. But I'm saying in that process, and with the meetings that we've held recently, in that notion, the US has also realized how can we have African Continental Free Trade Area embracing all the 55 member states and saying we run and they do work on the issues to do with trade. In a way, AGOA just limits to certain countries, a few countries, due to the human rights issues, due to so many issues around which they put on the table. But I'm optimistic that they're going to open that and allow for other players other countries to play, and to allow to make a difference in the synergy between the AGOA and the African Continental Free Trade Area. Because AGOA has been basically on the bilateral, as you are saying, Kenya. Yes, Kenya has made it, and we are very happy and we are very excited.
You would want a situation where AGOA takes care of Africa as one body, as one unit.
Yes, that's what we put on the table as the meeting. That's what we would want. Of course, we will hear what their legislation will say at the end of the day. But that's what we're looking at. And we are saying, we cannot choose out of your children. You can, if you're saying you are embracing Africa, in the end of the day, embracing of Africa.
Exactly.
And it will run with all the countries. That's what we're looking at. And we have put that on the table. And we are yet to hear what's the answer around it. But we are optimistic. It's going to shape very well.
Finally, Madam Ambassador, before I let you go, your mother, and you're also an astute diplomat, experienced diplomat that has worked at the highest level in multilateralism and diplomacy. What gives you hope for Africa's future, as well as the future of US-Africa relations?
Can you rephrase, please?
I said your mother, you're also African, you've served in the highest levels of multilateralism, and you've represented your home country, Zimbabwe, in quite a number of countries, and then you're the current ambassador of the African Union to the United States of America. What gives you hope for the future, for Africa's future, as well as the future of the US-Africa relationship?
My hope is, I'm very optimistic, as I've said from the word go. I'm a very optimistic person, and I foresee Africa, as I'm talking of, it will be the next front, and Africa being at the level, Africa being at the level that it is, and that those who want to come and work with Africa. I foresee our relationship with the US getting much stronger, because we are just not looking at the trend. We are looking at academic, we are looking at health. There's a lot of work we are doing in the health area. As you know, of Africa CDC, There's a lot of work that we're doing with the US, and you see the difference that was made during the COVID time by the Africa CDC, where Africa CDC being asked by other countries to help them set the way they did in Africa to avoid more casualties. So I see the relationship strengthening further, and I see a footprint of the Africans, even coming from here, the US, going on the continent, and implementing that expertise that they have. It's my wish also for them to think that way, but I foresee right now, as I work with the diaspora, that they are yearning to go on the continent and use their expertise to help the continent grow. So I foresee positivity.
Thank you very much, Madam Ambassador. I'd like to say a very big thank you to you for joining us on MC Exclusive. It's been an absolute pleasure having you. And we also share your optimism of taking the steps that will lead to us seeing the Africa of our dreams. And we wish you all the best with your mandate.
I thank you dearly.
Thank you, Madam Ambassador. And that's it on MC Exclusive. Our guest has been Excellency, the African Union Missions Ambassador to the United States, Hilda Suka Mafudza. And Benga Aboro, thank you very much for watching. Until next time on MC Exclusive. Bye-bye.
Medical masks like this one cannot protect against the new coronavirus when used alone. When you wear them, you must combine with hand hygiene and other preventive measures. WHO only recommends the use of masks in specific cases. If you have cough, fever, and difficulty breathing, you should wear a mask and seek medical care. If you do not have these symptoms, you do not have to wear masks, because there is no evidence that they protect people who are not sick. However, if you are healthy, but you are taking care of a person who may be infected with the new coronavirus, then you should wear a mask whenever you are in the same room with that person. And remember, if you choose to wear a mask, use it and discard it properly, and clean your hands with alcohol hand rub or soap and water. For more information on mask use, other preventive measures, and the new coronavirus, check WHO website at who.int. Thank you.
Oh, good morning, Africa. Welcome to Breakfast Central on News Central. Today, Thursday, the 9th day of December 2021. My name is Olisa Chukuma.
And I am Oluchi A. Melbourne. Welcome to the TGIT edition. That's the name of this Thursday edition. Compliments of the season as well we see. But let's start the show by bringing you a look at the headlines for today, 9th of December 2021.
We'll start in Nigeria, all about the Finance Bill 2021, and you need the TIN number to make it mandatory. That's what the government is saying.
And we'll take you to Ethiopia, where the country claims strategic gains against TPLF.
From Ethiopia, we'll also go to Uganda, where the country has confirmed its first case of COVID-19, which the Omicron variant is.
And in the world of entertainment, Kiss Daniel calls out music industry cabal.
We'll also look at some of the newspapers from different parts of Africa. This morning, Breakfast Central is a Thursday.
Inele News Central TV.
Many thanks for joining. This is Breakfast Central. Now you can follow us on all socials. We're at News Central TV on Instagram, on Facebook, and if you're outside Nigeria, check us out on Twitter as well. Now let's take a look at the stories making the front pages of the papers, and we're starting this morning with the very first paper, the Thursday edition. Not south, east, or west. Where is the paper we're starting with? It seems we might be starting with the Citizen paper this morning and the Daily Nation. So we're starting with this morning, the Daily Nation, all about who as coalition plans, that's what it's saying, special session of parliament to amend electoral laws. Uhuru Brigade endorses Ralia, that's what they're saying now. Campaign plans are already underway in the country. There's more details of that from page 4 of the Daily Nation in Uganda this morning. Ruto rushes to beat deadline on Harambes, that's what it says here. You need to see that story as well. And this story that we have been following for days now, it says miracle of miners rescued after 6 days. That's what it's saying here. It says the miners survived on salty water on the ground. You can see the 3 miners that have survived after 6 days, Odisa. It says 1 man was still missing as of yesterday, and 1 of the miners died before being rescued. That's what it's saying right here in the Daily Nation this morning. And a very, quite interesting one on page 9. It says beauty goes green. Banana fiber hair extensions that are biodegradable.
Oh, banana hair.
Yeah.
Banana fiber hair. Alright, so it's no longer Brazilian hair, Peruvian hair.
Peruvian hair. But there's more of that from the Daily Nation this morning.
Alright, let's go stick with East Africa and stay with the Citizen, this time in Tanzania, which celebrates its 6th year of independence today. So congratulations to our brothers and sisters out there in Tanzania. From Dar es Salaam to everywhere. We'll be having more on that program later in the program. But recovery gathers space with increase in exports, it says on the front page of the Citizen in Tanzania. It says according to the Bank of Tanzania, economic recovery is gaining momentum following an increase in exports of goods and services, as well as provision of loans to the private sector. Also on the front page, a journey of hope as Tanzania clocks 60s. 60 years ago today, a new independent nation came into being in Africa when a Union Jack was lowered for the last time, and the flag of Tanganyika, which later gave rise to Tanzania, was raised in all its glory. So lots to follow. Start the programming today on the News Central. So after Breakfast Central at 10 a.m. West African time, which is 12 noon East African time, we'll be having an Independence Day special for Tanzania, 60th anniversary. Keep it locked right here on News Central.
Moving on from the Citizen's paper, let's go to Newsday in Zimbabwe. Now, the major story here is all about the Omicron variant. Panic as Omicron variant cases Now, it says that there's panic in the country after several institutions, including the parliament, courts, schools, and non-governmental organizations, were forced to close after outbreak of COVID-19 cases. Now, in the country, they've recorded over 4,000 cases on Tuesday. On Tuesday, over 4,000 cases were recorded, which is the highest number in a single day. This is staggering, really staggering. But there's more information on this from the Newsday in Zimbabwe.
All right, so we can wrap up in Nigeria with lunch this morning to see what they have on the front page. Nigeria's petrol imports jumped by 55%, hit 2.5 trillion naira in 9 months. So petrol imports really jumping there over 55%, and says oil marketers and experts blame the naira devaluation, crude oil price, and smuggling. Petrol imports double next year if federal government delays subsidies removal, says the man. All right, so they have it on the front page, also on the front page picture. Bits of oil workers do a bit of celebration after successfully shutting down a leak in an area out there in Nigeria. An oil spill also on the front page. At the top there, federal government plans to acquire 1.8 billion naira telecom facilities to block fraudsters. Well, find out more inside of the newspaper today, The Punch in Nigeria.
Away from the papers, let's now bring you our top stories.
Thanks for watching. This is still Breakfast Central on News Central, and let's take you to Ethiopia. Now, ever since the Prime Minister of the country, Abiy Ahmed, opted to lead operations at the war front in the war-torn Ethiopian Tigray region in late November, his government has claimed a series of victories against the rebels. Now, in a message quoted by the state-run Ethiopian Broadcasting Corporation, Abiy said, quote, the rebels had suffered, in his own words, heavy losses and were unable to withstand the onslaught of the army allied with several pro-government militias. Now, he also added that they will defeat the enemy and the victory will continue.
Now, the government made an announcement on Wednesday that the pro-Abiy Ahmed forces had recaptured the Lalibela site, famous for its rock-hewn churches, and the UNESCO World Heritage Site, which had fallen to Tigrayan fighters in August. However, TPLF spokesperson Getachew Reda said that the rebels' withdrawal from several towns, including Kombolcha and Dessie, is all part of a major plan. Now, joining us to shed more light on this concerning what's happening in that region is News Central's Horn of Africa correspondent Abdul Adam. Many thanks for joining the program. Can you bring us up to speed with what you know about everything concerning the Tigrayan region, especially with the ongoing war?
To you, Olu and Oli there in our studios. A few minutes ago, we've had the Ethiopian Prime Minister Abiy Ahmed writing on his personal social media feeds that he has had a conversation with United Nations Secretary General Antonio Guterres. He's also spoken to AA chairperson Mr. and many other leaders to try and showcase or explain the situation in Ethiopia at the moment. So that's the latest update regarding Prime Minister Abiy Ahmed and developments in Ethiopia. Olu.
All right, Abdul. So it looks like they've gained so many victories since Abiy Ahmed has been at the front, perhaps a bit of a motivational figure now for the Ethiopian forces. But the TPLF are saying that it's all part of a master plan that the government doesn't have the upper hand. They've withdrawn from places like Kombolcha and Dessie.
Yeah, we've had the Ethiopian, because of the coverage, key sources or the developments, we've been relying mostly on the national broadcasters such as the FANA, the ABC, who have really been giving the government's updates, the office of the spokesperson, the government communications department of the Ethiopian government. In relation to or relying with that information, we've had the government announcing to have managed to take various areas. The latest updates coming in last evening, areas such as Alem Amba, Mekdela, Gosh Meda, in addition to the other areas of Haik, Batomile and Wichale. But on the other hand, we've had Mr. Getachew who's been one of the most local TPLF persons and the advisor to the president of Tigray. He's been saying that they do not agree with the statements of surrendering or even losing control of those places to the ENDF forces. But he says that they have inflicted lots of harms, but he doesn't explain further, but he says they have inflicted harm on the ENDF, the Ethiopian the defense forces.
Right now, I mean, we just heard now from the Ethiopian Broadcasting Corporation talking about the victories that that Abiy Ahmed has come out to claim. Don't you think it's too early to come out and to start counting the victories when we know the war is not totally over?
This actually is, to some extent, a matter of the battles and the war. So we don't know where actually the final war, which side is it going to sway to. But what we know is there have been various areas where they have been contested, especially previously held by the TPL, previously held by the Ethiopian administration, then later taken over by the TPLF, then the Ethiopian government taking it back over. When I'm saying the Ethiopian government, I mean the Ethiopian National Defense Forces. So at the moment, nobody has claimed the overall victory over the entire situation, because we've had calls for negotiations between the warring parties being given. We had Prime Minister Abiy Ahmed saying that they won't stop until they're able to finish and safeguard the sovereignty of Ethiopia. So only at the moment, we haven't had what in football they will call the final whistle.
All right, so we're not close to the final whistle, and many will say, well, this is clearly beyond even half-time. But Abdi, diplomatic efforts by the African Union, the AU, to reach a ceasefire between these groups have so far proved abortive. Do you think we'll end this side? So after final whistle, we're going into extra time?
A key element, especially in this negotiation, is Prime Minister Abiy Ahmed, because from the onset he said that he is interested in ensuring that Ethiopia is under one Ethiopia, and the government won't be held in ransom by any entity, any ethnic entity or any political grouping. So I think that makes it challenging to try and broker in peacefully something that even though not much close, but we've had a situation in Kenya in the 2007-2008 post-election violence where we've had former Prime Minister Raila Odinga, President Kibaki urging talks, and everybody now resorting to some sort of power sharing. But Prime Minister Abiy Ahmed said they don't allow any external interference in terms of power sharing, and Ethiopia, until it's under the control of one government, under one leadership, they won't stop the ongoing situation.
All right, Abdullah, now looking at the situation in Tigray region, let's not forget that we've also gotten information that over 400,000 people have been affected. That's looking at the women and children in that region. Can you tell us what you know about the humanitarians who are trying to ensure that food, water, and something of shelter is given to these people who have lost their homes in that region?
Actually, you've put it very well there, because much concentration, especially even from the Ethiopian government, from the TPLF, has been who has taken over which area. The humanitarian part of it has actually been falling on deaf ears, especially in most recent weeks. But we've still had the humanitarian organizations led by United Nations and other charity providing missions have actually stated and spoken of some success to get access to some of the people, to reaching, providing foodstuffs and other support to some of the areas. But at the same time, there are increasing calls to try and ensure that nobody blocks the aid efforts in order to avoid lack of access to food and very urgent needs of the population, especially in the northern Tigray region. So we're still expecting more calls and more breakthroughs to try and make sure that the access and the much needed support reaches the targeted areas.
Humanitarian crisis out there in Ethiopia and Tigray. Thank you so much once again, Abino Aden, our East Africa correspondent, for giving us the latest on what's going on in that region.
And today we also have Tanzania celebrating 60th independence anniversary. So of course it isn't all about war and famine from the East African region.
Most definitely. We lost a special programming much later at 10 a.m. West African time, specifically looking at Tanzania to celebrate 6. So hopefully Abdin might get input from you. But until then, have a good day, bro.
Thank you so much. All right, still on the program, let's take you to Nigeria now, where the Nigerian 2021 Finance Bill has made it mandatory for commercial banks to demand the tax identification numbers from would-be account openers. It also empowers banks to demand the TIN from existing customers if they wish to continue to operate their accounts.
Now, the leader of the Senate, Yahaya Abdullahi, on Wednesday stated this in his lead debate on the bill sent to the National Assembly by the President Muhammadu Buhari on Tuesday.
He added that electronic mails will be the only channel that tax authorities will accept as a form of the formal means of correspondence with taxpayers, also proposing a prescribed penalty for failure to deduct tax.
All right, so Terry, what does this mean for the average Nigerian right now?
It means that if you've not been paying your tax, because if you have not been paying your tax, you cannot get the tax identification number. That's the TIN number, and without the TIN number, you will not be able to operate your bank account. And if you don't operate your bank account, you may not be able to have any form of transaction with the bank. This might just encourage fiscal cash as against the cashless policy.
All right, so there you have it from Nigeria. Well, moving on right here on Breakfast Central on News Central, we're moving to another story. Now, in the southwestern state of Lagos in Nigeria, concerned mothers gathered at Dowen College yesterday, where 12-year-old Sylvester Oromini died after being allegedly bullied by senior school students. Now, the protesters who paid tribute to the deceased by placing flowers on the school's gates want justice to take its course.
The aggrieved mother claims Sylvester's case is not the first in the school. They say previous incidents were swept under the carpet by the school authorities.
A supposed certified nurse saw this boy, couldn't have told the school authority, this boy is very sick, can we take him to Emeka? We'll call the parents. Is it money? So that the parents that are paying millions, please, how much is hospital bill when even something has happened is under your watch? They're getting too much. They should check the people they are giving licensing for school, for education. They should check them. You understand? I think that they go to clubs on this school. Yeah, weekend. They spend money. Who is putting them? I still blame their parents. I'm appealing to the justice system in Nigeria as a whole and the whole world that no matter how connected the culprits are, they must be brought to book. We are going to be here until justice is served. We are going to be coming out here every day until justice is served.
All right, so that happened in the early hours of yesterday, leading up to even midday in Lagos, Nigeria, the front gates of Dowen College in Lekki, Lagos, Nigeria.
Aggrieved mothers, yes, they're coming out to also express their displeasure over the scenario that happened in Dowen College. I mean, this is a story that has been trending for a while now in recent days. I mean, all through last week. Yeah, this week it has been trending, and it's quite unfortunate. I mean, we also, on behalf of the family, we're coming out to also tell you that we are sorry and we wish you and we hope that you find closure of some sort. We hope that justice will be served, Elisa. This is not the first story. Remember the one that happened earlier this year in Abuja? Karen's case. Now, the fear a lot of people have is that cases like this or stories like this come out, but do we always see an end to it? Is justice always served? Karen's story is still here. We don't even know who killed her. We don't know who raped her. We don't know who left the condom in her that led to sepsis and led to her death. So we've had stories like this in time past, but how many of these stories have gotten the justice they rightly deserve?
Right, so I'm not sure there will be more protests there, but this happened yesterday, so which means that as a group of mothers, we don't know what's going on. School gates, as you saw, images have been shut. People have made flowers and wreaths there. Lagos State government has shut down the school. The images of what's going on, so it's clearly nobody's playing football. It's a desolate school. I heard there's been online learning, but the school has been shut down physically for now. So there'll be lots to follow on this story. It doesn't look like it's going away anytime soon, is it, Oluchi?
Well, let's just hope the justice is served. Even if, whether it goes away or not, let's ensure that this bullying of the scenario doesn't continue. I don't know if
have been reported that
arrests have been made. 5 children.
Investigations are still ongoing.
Ongoing in this matter. Let's just wait and expect justice to be served.
All right, so still watching Breakfast Central on News Central. Yes, more top stories coming your way.
Now we'll take you to East Africa, where Uganda has reported its first 7 cases of Omicron on Tuesday. Now the variant was detected in travelers from South Africa and Nigeria who arrived at Entebbe International Airport on the 29th of November and are currently in isolation. Now this was made known by the Director of Clinical Services, Charles Olaro.
While the Minister of Health, Jane Ruth Aseng, said all the travelers have mild symptoms, 5 from Nigeria, yes, and 2 of them from South Africa. Now the Omicron cases have been confirmed in at least 9 African countries, with some officials reporting that initial cases appear to be mild, but some of the countries reporting, including Botswana, Ghana, Mozambique, Namibia, Nigeria, Senegal, South Africa, Uganda, and Zimbabwe.
Now, as COVID-19 continues to spread worldwide, with 265 million cases confirmed and more than 5 million deaths recorded across almost 200 countries, New Central Retail Media evaluates the need for travel bans among nations as mutation of coronavirus increase.
When it seemed as though the world was beginning to recover from the effects of coronavirus and has slowed the global economy for close to 2 years, this year's holiday season may yet be hampered by the emergence of a new variant of the virus, Omicron. This current mutation, which is said to be more transmissible, was supposedly first recorded in South Africa at the end of November and has now been detected in at least 48 countries, according to the World Health Organization, WHO. The Omicron variant is now a major concern to health experts, as it is feared that it may not respond on treatment to the current COVID-19 vaccines, thus necessitating the need for vaccine booster doses.
Omicron has a whole combination of the mutations in Alpha, of the same mutation in Delta, of the P1 mutation that was initially reported in Brazil, compounded with its own mutation. So we have 30 mutations. So the worry with the international community is if these vaccines we have that are highly targeted in spike and protein region, which is a receptor binding domain, if that particular domain changes, will this vaccine be able to induce the same immunity?
In the wake of Omicron, the UK government on November 20.
about keeping silent about certain things and not washing your dirty linen in public. And one or two people who try to speak, they get drowned. Their voices get drowned, and they are intimidated. So they kept quiet this for a long time, but not totally quiet. It hasn't really come out to the public. So it's just that it's one too many. And now this is the ultimate. But there's been a lot of things that have been happening recently, but this is the ultimate. And I think this will bring to the fore the issue of bullying in schools. And schools need, the need for schools to look beyond their name and the profit they are going to make, and look to the children, which is the first priority.
Well, let me quickly bring Evan here, and I've been following you also as well on social media, and I see that you are also one of those so concerned and pained and disturbed by this very unfortunate incident. Tell us, Evan, many people have revealed stories of how they survived bullying. You have been working with young women and girls. Perhaps, I don't know if any of these people have also shared with you some of these, of some of the experiences in school as it relates to bullying.
Good evening. Thank you so much for having me on. It's Nelson Mandela that says that there can be no keener revelation of a society so in the way in which it treats its children. And I think what we're seeing here in Nigeria is a reflection of multiple failed systems. I myself, when I was in primary 5, my boarding school, was also bullied. And I think we hear these stories of the way that young children, particularly women, and particularly girls in their formative years, particularly bullied because of their weight, because of the way that they look, because of even just being vocal in certain situations. So we hear these stories all of the time, and I think it's a reflection of the society that we've adopted that allows us to stigmatize young people for certain things, that prioritizes wealth over health, that prioritizes intelligence or IQ over emotional intelligence. It's all a reflection, I think, of the society that we have allowed to continue to proliferate within our context.
Daniel, I bring you back again because this falls within your core expertise. Now, let's start talking about schools and look at, parenting and, issues that pertains to bullying. In some cases, bullied children have taken up, some very, weird traits. Some have said sometimes they give you signs. Some other times, you have to uncover this yourself. But let's first of all start looking at the bully. Who's a bully?
Well, is that directed at me?
Absolutely.
Yes. Well, a bully is a young man or a young woman, because it could either be male or female, someone who is intentionally aggressive and repeats this behavior that involves an imbalance of power or strength. They are basically more aggressive, and they pick on those who are not well built as them, because most times they are actually well built and forthcoming. So basically, anyone, male or female, somehow I call them dysfunctional. They're dysfunctional both and young. And bullying can take different forms. It could be physical, you understand, where punching and beating at every given time. It could be verbal, where they tease, they make call, they give threats, all kinds of things. It could be emotional, intimidation, and all of those things. It could be sexual, it could be racial, it could be cyberbullying. It reminds me of always the case with domestic violence and abuse. It follows the same pattern. It's not just physical, there's the emotional and the various things I've talked about. And it depends on the personality of that person. If the person is aggressive physically, it shows through the physical encounter. Some it's through the verbal encounter. They're very good at using very focused words, arrowed words that could puncture the self-confidence and self-esteem of the person that they're trying to bully or control. And then, of course, sexual. In schools, there's a lot of sexual rapes there that's not coming out. A lot. I hear so many things, and I deal with some young girls that are now young ladies who have had these encounters in school. But you see, they are afraid to talk, and sometimes when they talk, as my the other lady said, nobody believes them, and then they put the fear angle into them. You understand? Fear is what drives silence where these kids are concerned. Yes. So let me just stop there.
I think, everyone, the key word Matthew Daniel used there is intentional behavior that hurts. And that is very key there and very instructive. Intentional behavior that hurts, that harms or sort of, humiliates the other person. Now, everyone, help us here now. I'm trying to look at how this can actually be created. They say as a child, your mind is like the tabula rasa, like a blank slate. One wonders how a child turns out to become a bully. Because sometimes when that meeting is convoked, maybe by a mediator, in some cases the principal, the parents are surprised that I don't think that's my child. So how did we end up having these bullies in the first place?
Well, I think it's a reflection, again, of the demise of the role of the family in Nigeria. I think what we see is almost an outsourcing of parenting in some ways, where there's been a failure to nurture your children. We know that one of the greatest predictors of adult mental health is the way that children were treated in their childhood. We know that children who are not allowed to be expressive, who are told to shut up, who are told not to be able to have, who are not allowed to have a voice in conversations, who do not understand bodily autonomy, children who are forced to repress their emotions and their feelings ultimately act out in some way. Generally, it's through aggression. Sometimes you see the complete opposite, where you see children who are who harm themselves or other things. But most of the time, when it comes to bullying, what we see is that this failure to be allowed to be expressive, to be able to speak up, to be able to talk for yourself, to be believed, to be nurtured by your parents, to not be abandoned or allowed to be raised by somebody else who may not be paying the necessary attention to you. All of that ultimately results in some level of aggression that is then taken out on other people. I mean, of course, there are instances where it's just plain situations of jealousy, but a lot of the times, I think when you look at history of children who are bullying, what you tend to find is a lack of emotional intelligence, a lack of the willingness by the parents to teach their children empathy and compassion, and a way to relate to other people, to understand their own emotions, and also to understand the emotions and the behaviors of other people, take that information and then use it to guide behavior.
Let me stay with you before I go back to St. Matthew Daniels, because you said something about outsourcing of parenting. That is very instructive. And once upon a time in Nigeria and on the African continent, it was a strange thing. People sat back to look after their own. But again, where does the school come in here? Because people thought that if we're too busy to keep eyes on the children or on the child, the teachers should be able to help in that to some extent. But it doesn't look so in the case of what has brought us here, in the case of Sylvester.
Well, I think the primary responsibility, obviously, of nurturing and raising your children always falls on the parents. But when you have put them in custody and in the care, particularly when you're paying exorbitant fees, you put them in the care of a school, there is a certain responsibility that the school has to take on to be able to do that. What you found in many of the situations is that, particularly in government schools, that teachers are underpaid, they don't have the resources to even be able to implement some of these things that we're talking about. And so what ultimately we found is that there's a lack there's a lot of apathy, because you see students perhaps who are coming from homes where, the teachers cannot even afford to do or send their kids to some of these schools, and you're asking these teachers to take on much more than they originally anticipated. And so I think it's a combination of all of these things, but obviously there is some level of responsibility on the part of the school, but I think it's a reflection in this day and age of a cornucopia of many things, including the fact that the teachers are underpaid and don't necessarily have the resources or the psychosocial support to be able to ensure that students are actually taken care of, particularly in their mental health.
St. Matthew Daniels, here you come again. Quickly, let's start talking about the issue. I know you've been following the story of Sylvester and other children. And I can hear you. Maybe you have to unmute yourself. I think you were saying something.
I am. Can you hear me?
I can hear you now. So I wanted you to, I wanted us to rather start talking about the issues playing out now in Nigeria. One would have thought that experts like yourself are employed in schools, especially schools and some other places. All schools can't have a counselor, a therapist, or an expert like yourself. Then they should be able to, outsource it. How do schools, how do they help their students, especially those who have experienced what young Sylvester experienced? Well, I think.
Is this that a lot of schools?
Okay, I think I can hear you now.
Okay, the thing there is that a lot of schools do not have qualified counselors. Like, for instance, in college, the counselor there is an administrator and an IT specialist. Now, I can't marry the two together. The age does not make you a counselor. Being a Christian or a faith-based, in any faith-based organization does not make you a counselor. You do need to have some form of training for you to be able to guide, especially children, through the path that they require, because it's not just academics that you're supposed to be involved with. You're supposed to be involved in nurturing the child to get the best out of the child and to strive for greatness. A teacher must be a credible guide. This is something a lot of them, I heard a lot of them talk about, that all they are employed to do is to teach, is to transfer knowledge. But the thing is, there's a lot more when you are dealing with children. You have to be able to read the signs. You have to be able to know when to push or pull back. And a lot of these things happen from home, as has been said. And a lot of things that they see, they smell, they hear, they touch, they feel, translates into the way they will behave. And if the home is not steady, if the home is dysfunctional, it's going to rub off on the children, because they will need component background. So if the school does not get the teachers to have at least some form of basic counseling skills, and I did talk about this in 2020, that every teacher must have the counseling skills, because look, if a teacher herself is not emotionally intelligent or has resilience, they won't be able to help that child, and they will transfer their own incompetence emotional incompetence onto the child. Where they should be more observant, they are not going to be observant. And where, of course, the school is not giving them the right form of remuneration, after a while, I call it the zombie state, in big parents to train to be the teacher they want, through a process where they become disgruntled, and then they get to the point where they just do. They're just there. Especially if they find that the principal is not protecting them. You see, even when the students are attacking teachers. So they're looking, the whole educational system in schools really need to be revamped. And I bring it back again to, you know, the government. The focus is not on education anymore. So you now find that it's just a small group that are actually focusing on giving the right form of education, and it's very expensive. And there is a running competition to get the students in, to be able to meet their own level of input that they want. So it's more than just this. The government, education needs to take the forefront in everything that we do. And schools must be made. The Lagos State, not just Lagos State, the government, all the states must be made to have qualified counselors in the schools. Qualified counselors, not just somebody who loves to talk to children, or somebody who has a passion for working with children, or somebody who has skills to be able to detect the skills. Children can be very manipulative too. Children are very savvy and they know how to hide their feelings. And as I said earlier, when fear is there, it's very, very difficult for people to, but they have signs. There are signs that when the teacher knows and has counseling skills, they can actually detect that something is wrong.
Okay, we'll come back to you so that we can talk about the signs, because that actually falls within your area again. Again, happens here, in the 3 prominent cases of child molestation and bullying in Nigeria, what are the case of Karen, Don Davis, and now Sylvester, the schools involved have tried to save face, even save the culprits. Now, do you think the country's justice system can run its course here now, Nigeria in this case?
Well, I mean, I think because I'm an optimist, I would certainly hope so. But when I look at the reality of what happens and the lack of political will when it comes to prioritizing our children, there's a part of me that, as we say in the law, is cautiously optimistic that the law will play out appropriately here. What you see in Nigeria is that people who are in positions of power have the financial resources, have a way of overwhelming the system and ensuring that the outcome of the case is ultimately in their favor. And we see that happening over and over again. And that's why the entire country cannot allow this to be swept under the rug. This is something that we absolutely have to have a sense of moral outrage about. And it's not just about putting a hashtag on social media or keyboard warrioring, as we like to say. This is about getting on the streets, going to the government house, going to the courts, every time the case comes up, ensuring that there's a group of young people or older people, whoever the demographic is, anybody who this particular issue affects, and that's all of us, ensuring that we are sounding the alarm and demanding that there be justice for all of these children. I mean, we're looking at the case of Zaila that happened last year, which is a rape case in the church, a young university student. There still has not been an outcome of that particular case, and that's because of the apathy, I think, that many of us have, because sometimes we just think, well, this is not happening to me, it's not happening to my child, so there's no need for me to stand behind it. this. But what it's going to require is a form of collective outrage on all of our parts to ensure that the government, that the judiciary knows that this is not something that we're going to allow to stand to happen. This is morally reprehensible that this can happen to any of our children. And the reality is that it could be any of our children, and we have to start to be able to look at it like that.
Actually, that's why we're talking about this here, because it just could be any of ours. And, well, Matthew Daniel, I hope, well, the connection, because sometimes we have a glitch in your connection. Well, apologies, I hope it's better now, because people need to hear both of you clearly. Now, Matthew Daniel, I'm coming back to you. We'll talk about the signs. I haven't forgotten, but bullying has such, mental and emotional impact on children that they suddenly go into their shells. So, as a therapist and coach, how do you help children and parents in these situations? But first, let's also weigh in on the signs as you give answers to these.
Well, can you hear me now?
I can hear you perfectly clear.
Okay. The first thing is for the parents to accept that there's an issue, because you find that parents have a way of trying to cover up what they see is an anomaly. You see, there's fear, there's pain. Like I said to someone, I said, the parents of these boys definitely will have fear, will have pain. But you see, the thing that is on ground, the issue on ground supersedes that. And so it's the parents themselves, because I remember when we had the situation of some young people from Ikoyi here, and they were going down Ribadu Road, and I think that was the last day of their SS3, and a group of boys actually attacked some girls, and they had scissors, and they were trying to tear the skirts and whatever it is they're doing, and somebody interceded on that street. Now, when the case was taken to court, the parents themselves were the ones that were very antagonistic to the parents of the girls. The parents of the boys were very antagonistic. Now, it's only when the parents understand it's not just dealing with the anomaly or the behavior of those boys, of that boy, of that child, and the fear of the future being truncated. It's the fact that if nothing is done, it's going to affect them totally in life. They're going to go through life, especially those who feel that they can get away with things. Like one of the boys sent a message allegedly to the cousin of Sylvester that, well, you can do whatever they want, but they won't get any justice because his father is a friend of the CJ and away. And that is the attitude. That is the interference that happens when these children come from an influential background. If they are told through life, they will go into the higher tertiary institutions. They are the ones who will but if the parents want help, we now begin to trace where the crack came from, where the dysfunctionality came from, and begin to work with that child to move them into the kind of young men, because it's not only boys, there are girls who are bullies too, terrible ones too, and then we begin to work with them to find out how. And when you trace it to the background, to the home front, you'll be able to know where exactly it's coming from. But it's very few parents who can do this, because when they ignore and they get to the age of 19, 20, 21, guess what? They turn back on the parents, because when you are not able to listen to that child, when you are not able to listen to what you know is going on, and you rather want to cover up your name and status, that child is going to turn on you as a young adult. And I've had quite a few young adults that I deal with, and they're very venomous against their parents. Some, get into scam, some try to commit suicide, but they're very, very, very venomous, as if you should have told me that what I was doing is wrong. And here I am that you want to talk to me now. Like one said, why are you interested in what I am doing right now? When you were not interested in how I was behaving when I was a teenager. And it's so sad. And so it starts from the home. That is the base point. And then it goes into school. The school will help to nurture what you have already imputed in there. And to school sometimes, the teacher has disciplined the child, and then you come to school and you beat up the teachers. Because it's happening right now, before this. Right now, we find someone and they try to beat up the teachers. And you see, Suleiman, when you talk to some people and you say, look, report, they said, no, the police won't do anything, the justice system won't do anything. But I keep saying, especially in Lagos State, that there are things that have been put in place to help. And that's why we are very, very strong that this Sylvester's case must not be swept under the carpet. Karen is there, that young girl that died when the school said she had fever, whatever it was, and she was taken home, and they discovered a cut condom inside of her that had, fermented or whatever, and she must have, it was a terrible case. It's still there. We're still in they descended on her. You see, there was a influential and the higher descended. That's why I'm appealing to people. Don't be tired, because you see, when they keep talking and nothing is done, they get a bit. It's left to don't be tired. Let's keep on and on and on. I just heard the one in Ugo, they've reminded the people concerned. This one with Sylvester, it's alleged that 2 of them have been flown out. Well, because citizens' situation as well. It is the citizens' right to speak. Was it Monday last week? There is that guy in Michigan, USA, that went and killed in school and everything. From Monday last week, it's been every day. They've got the parents who gave him, they've got everything. What has happened now? All they've done is close the school. What has happened? There were children who were in that dorm. What have they done about it? So that is it. But we're not relenting. This is a death. I couldn't watch the video. I just couldn't. My heart was torn up. So
let me bring in one here quickly. My producers have called off the break, so we'll just continue with the show because I want to talk everyone really should be about this, and there must be a first cause. As you rightly said, a good thing an optimist. With Matthew Diners, he said, well, people must also test, the law and agencies and, mechanisms in place. Now, let's talk about what we have at the library, the death of Sylvester. What are those key things or key questions that worry you, that you would want answers to at the moment?
Is it alright if I just quickly talk a little bit about the signs? Because I think that's very
by all means, go ahead.
For parents, for teachers. First, I think I usually categorize them into three categories. The first is just physical signs. So if you see a child that has bruises or has cuts, or in certain cases has sexually transmitted diseases, they're complaining about itching in their vagina or discharge. Or the bedwetting. Things like this are things that I think need to be right? We talk about emotional signs. Children talk about emotional signs. Children who are genuinely very happy are suddenly acting out. They're angry. They're aggressive. They're repressed. They're not speaking out. They're depressed or suddenly have suicidal ideations, or they're self-harming. Things I think that we need to be aware of. And then I think there's just simple things such as verbal signs, right? And when I talk about verbal signs, these are when themselves actually is happening to me. I don't want to return to this school. I don't want to go to this auntie's house. I don't want to see this uncle. I don't want to sit on this person's lap. A lot of times, parents tend to ignore some of these behaviors, or in Nigerian context, because of our culture. But say, no, I beg you, go and greet uncle. It's like the child is verbalizing to you that this is not a safe situation for me. And so I think these are some of the things that parents need to be mindful of. And ensure that their children are being kept safe and nurtured. I think some of the things that come as far as top of mind situation is, first of all, what exactly is going to happen? As Daniel has mentioned, in other countries, seeing very robust investigation all within one week happening. There should be people who are held accountable for this situation. And for me, when I look at the failures in this particular context, I see everything from government failures in failing to ensure that there are regulations and policies. I see failures on parental failures. I see educational failures like we've discussed. In addition to potential malpractice in this particular situation, there's also a collective apathy that I mentioned as well. So all of these things need to be questioned. All of these categories need to be examined. And I hope that the investigation that's being carried out is not just taking a myopic look at the school, but making sure that there's a wider lens that takes all of these categories into consideration.
Okay, Leila Daniels, quickly, I'll come back to you, and still on the issue of Sylvester, the school has, back and forth from the school until it finally dawned on the entire something untoward actually happened to the young lad before the state government moved. Let us in on some of those key, issues which parents would have actually ignored. I'm happy everyone has been able to talk about some of the key signs. Are there more for us to look out for in cases like this?
For instance, the video chat with the father, he said just before, I think September, late Sylvester went back to school. He did not want to go back to school. He didn't want to go back to school. And he asked him, why? Your sisters are okay or something like that. And then he was to school. Those are one of the signs. When a child suddenly does not want to take back to school, is not enthusiastic about all of that, you need to find out what's happening. Now, the thing there is that he had a senior sister who had just passed out. And there's another senior sister who's in SS1. So it was a case of, okay, what's your problem there? You understand? I'm sure the poor man is beating himself up for not listening to that unheard, that silent cry. So that is one of the things. Now, when a child has trouble sleeping, you see, when they come back home, you will notice a few things, unexplained cuts, bruises, and scratches. And then he said again that whenever they take provisions to him, within a short while, the provision is finished. That shows that some people are taking advantage of this little child, this little boy or this little girl. And then what Paul was saying is that those three key things, as what he said, are very, very key. Number one, his provision was always finishing on time. Number two, his money was, they couldn't understand it. Those are one of the key factors which shows that a young boy is being bullied in school, or a young girl, and the way they do it is to take their provisions.
One of the things I want us to go back to is the phrase you used when you started off, outsourcing of parenting. And it would seem as if all of those information passed on to the parents were not taken or were ignored, or information was a two-way street. Perhaps they didn't see that as vital. What the parents be doing now for a parent who may think that whatever evils
violence within their homes, these are all stressors that tend to take attention and focus on behavior that they want, or they claim that they want their children to exhibit. That's also another issue. We hear it all the time where it's said that children will do what they will do what you say, they will do what you
to show that the car is popular, but they care less if their child, even when it's 7, 8, 9 p.m. Now it brings us back to what Yvonne has said. How can we...
To that child, whatever that child is going to exhibit towards, the two, a nanny or a nurse or whatever it is, because people and then you leave them with all the gadgets that money can buy. But it's not only that. Even those in the middle class and you find that people were complaining, even men, about abuse, that when they take the case to the head of the community, they would not allow it to go past a certain point, and then they will settle themselves. So you see things at home, they will find a way of watching it outside, because one of their friends most likely has a parent who does not control of speaking is what should be broken. That apathy, the justice system, the police will not do anything about it. See, that young boy is already starting to have that feeling that my father is so and so.
Sorry, I'm taking you back, but I want Yvonne to talk about this more, because listening to you, Dennis, you said something about sexually. Women and girls, violence. It's safe to say there are sexual bullies.
I mean, when we don't use as a weapon, in many instances, rape being used as a weapon, in many instances, to be able to power and control over a situation or over a person, or even to summon somebody into, to force someone into something that you want them to do. And so it's very, very commonplace. It's an epidemic within the context